Albion Online is one of the best MMORPGs on the market right now, but it is full of complex systems that can take hundreds of hours of gameplay to understand and have fun participating in. I have spent thousands of hours mastering the game, and I will be showing you the perfect way to begin as a new player, explaining absolutely every system and mechanic I come across. By the end of this guide, I guarantee you will have millions of silver, access to the highest tier of equipment, and the knowledge to stay alive in the black zones, the full loot PvP areas of the game that offer the biggest rewards. We'll also be doing plenty of PvP and gathering, so you will get a taste of multiple types of content the game has to offer. If you haven't played before, this is the perfect opportunity for you to get started. I recommend you create a character right now and play alongside this guide for the best starting experience possible. Check the description for more information on creating your account. If you're already a veteran player, then feel free to use the chapter timestamps to jump to the content that interests you the most. My goal for this video is to show you a preview of everything Albion has to offer, including the full loot PvP in the black zones, which is the most rewarding and, in my opinion, the most fun content. With a few simple tips, tricks, and precautions, you can overcome your fear of losing your items and thrive as a veteran player would in the black zone. Last guide I made in this style was loved by you all, and this one has over 6 hours of non-stop informative commentary and covers new types of content. So all that said, it is time to begin our epic journey. And hello there, welcome to Albion. In this video we're going to be going over the new player experience, and I will be outlining some steps and just going through the game and explaining everything as I go, because I know that this MMO, Albion Online, can be very overwhelming for a new player, and with the recent updates they've done quite a good job at providing guidance to players, but there are just so many details about this game that you just cannot really learn unless you play it for a while and unless you have the experience for it. But yeah, this is my main character. We are going to go ahead and create a new character, and this is the screen that you will be greeted with when you are a new player. You will have to create your own character, and don't worry about the appearance. You will be able to adjust everything about this afterwards. The only thing you will not be able to adjust, as the game says here, is the name of your characters. Let's just go ahead and click the randomize button a few times until we get something decent. Honestly, you really don't see the appearance of your character in the game all that much because you're always wearing something. You're either wearing armor or you're wearing vanity items, so don't worry about it too much. We're going to go with the name of this channel, and make sure you choose a name that you like, because unlike many other games, the name for a character in Albion can never be changed. The only way it changes is if you are reported for having a very offensive name, so make sure you keep your name clean. Alright, so let's go ahead and create this. And here is our character. Make sure you play the tutorial, because especially if you're a new player. If you're a new player, I really do suggest you play the tutorial. With a recent update, it has changed a little bit, and I think they've made it more clear and a little bit simpler. But if you're happy with your name, let's just go ahead and get started on this journey. And here we are, the first steps we are going to be taking. And you should just go ahead and follow the steps of the tutorial. And right away we are going to be stopping here for a bit because I want to go over a few things. I think one of the most important things you can do to get a huge advantage in this game is just to have the right game settings. So if you press escape, or just go over here to the game settings, and yeah, we're gonna be taking a break soon because the game has a daily maintenance. So every day at I don't know exactly the UTC time, but every day there is like a 10 to 15 minute maintenance, and during that time the server goes down and it is not accessible to be played. So hopefully we're gonna finish the tutorial before that. But yeah, let's go back to the game settings, and there are a few crucial things that I want you to go over, and I promise we can get started with playing the game afterwards, but it just makes such a difference to actually have the good settings before you play. One important one is to have warning before entering PvP areas, because Albion is a game very focused on PvP, and most of the areas that are PvP are full loot. So once you die, you either lose your entire inventory, including your armor, Make sure you have this warning turned on. You should have automatically pick up silver. Some important settings here is to only show vanity for opponents in safe areas, because otherwise you can be misled and not be able to see what your opponent is wearing. And that is very important in PvP. Other than that, you can take a look at my settings. For graphics, obviously it should be whatever is best for you. I'm going to change everything to Ultra because look how beautiful the game looks. If we go to Ultra, we were in such low quality before. In places where there are a lot of people, for example, in huge guild versus guild battles, you will want to probably turn everything down to low. And you can actually set presets over here that you can quickly toggle between. And that is very useful once you do get to that stage in the game where you'll have huge battles. But let's not worry about that. That's way in the future. We can skip that for now. Audio, interface. Here we have a few settings that we should consider. Just make sure you go through these, and one of the most important ones are the spell indication areas. We should show for enemy damage but not for ally damage, and we should show for ally heals but not enemy heals. It just makes it so much clearer. Some other miscellaneous settings, you can take a look at them and set them however you'd like. These aren't that important. And the final ones that are very important to set is you should have a classic control scheme. You should have quick cast on button press. You can keep it a normal spell cast, this is the default, but this just means that once you press a ability that has a targeting indicator, if you play League of Legends, you are familiar with how this works, right? If you press the ability, you will see a target indicator, and then you have to click to confirm launching the ability. However, if you quick cast on button press, as soon as you press the ability is launched at your cursor without showing the targeting first. So yeah, if you want to learn your abilities or your targeting of your abilities first, you can keep it on normal spellcast, and then later, when you're feeling more confident, you can switch it to quick cast on button press. One more very important is double press to attack. This needs to be turned on, otherwise you're at a disadvantage. Is just a very important one. Auto target aggressor, and these ones force combat mode should be off, and alternate mount up, I like to keep it off. You can turn it on as well. You can play around with it. Alright, and that's the most important things we are going to set. One more important thing I wanted to go over is the graphics section. And here you see that I have a wide resolution, and I'm not going to switch it right now because I fear my recording might be messed up. You can switch between widescreen and normal 16:9, and you can see the difference it makes for you being able to see on the left and right sides of your screen. So just go ahead and play around with it right now. Try switching between these, and if it doesn't work for you, you might need to configure it in NVIDIA to allow you to set widescreen. But just play around with it and you will see the difference it makes by showing more on the right and left sides of your screen. You will have these cinematic black bars on the top and bottom, but it gives you a very big advantage because you will be able to just see, you're more zoomed out, right? You will not be able to see more at the top and bottom, but just more on the left and right. All right, so now that we're done with that, we can finally move on with the tutorial. So let's go down the stairs, and we are taught by the tutorial how we can use our abilities, and we can press F to use our boots ability, which is a dodge roll. And we have our first introduction to gathering. So there are resources in the world. You can click on them to gather them. And for the first step of the tutorial, we just have to gather a few rocks and a few logs. We go back to the Wounded Crafter, and this will allow us to craft our beginner's broadsword. So we go over here to the Makeshift Warrior's Forge. We click on the item. This is the interface for crafting. We will see more advanced crafting stations in the future. We can craft our broadsword. We can open our inventory with I, and we can either drag it or we can right click the item to equip it. Now every item will have multiple abilities it can use. In this case, the sword has a single target ability and a AoE ability. We're gonna choose the AoE ability for now. Then we're gonna talk to this guy again, and he will give us a shield that we can equip straight away. All right, and we're gonna move to the gate. And here is one of the settings. The double click to attack setting is important to have it set, because otherwise, as soon as you click on one of these mobs, my character will start running to it to attack. With double press, you can first click on it to see the portrait of the enemy, and only afterwards you can click again to run towards it to attack. One very important thing that you should learn is pressing spacebar to do the same thing. If you press spacebar, it is as if you pressed click again on the enemy, and you see even if I have my mouse over here, my character starts running towards the monster as soon as I press spacebar. And this allows you to target in one direction and auto attack your enemy, even if your mouse is not hovering the enemy. Alright, so let's go ahead and attack these monsters. And you can use your Q ability to damage them all at once. And you can easily take them down. And there's one more enemy here. After that, we have another bigger enemy here. This is actually new. It was added in the latest patch. You did not have this enemy before. And you see here these targeting areas. Most abilities, be them from monsters or from players, have these areas. And obviously you should dodge them, otherwise you will take a lot of damage. And actually, let's see how much damage this does to us. You see, these abilities are pretty dangerous. Most of the time they do a lot more damage than normal auto attacks. And this also gives us our first helmet piece, which we can equip right away. Now let's move on to the next area, which is the Cove, the main area of the tutorial. The game is very active. It is one of the most active MMOs in current days. And yeah, if you're worried about how many people are playing this game, or you think there's not enough people playing this game, you can check the statistics and you will see that it is a very active game, very beloved by the people playing it. But alright, you should go ahead and continue the quest, and the first thing we have to do is to go to the marketplace, and as the tutorial says, you can see the listings of various items, and the first thing we're gonna do is buy our first mount, which is the mule. Then we can equip it in our mount slot, and then we can press A to mount up. Mounting just gives you a lot more movement speed. You cannot use your abilities while you're on a mount, and then you can press A again to dismount, and while you are in this wide circle, you still have access to your mount, and you can click on it to quickly mount up. So see how quickly I mounted up, but if I press A again, see how long it takes to mount up if I don't click on the already existing one. So let's move forward further, and we have another crafter over here. As soon as we reach this cove area, we also see the general chat is open. If you played World of Warcraft, the general chat is kind of like Baron's chat, so you can find some weird discussions going on there at times, but that's just the charm of MMOs, am I right? So yeah, feel free to, you can turn it off. You have some advanced settings here that allow you to turn it off. You can make your own tabs over here that only show certain channels, and you can completely turn it off if you'd like. But yeah, moving on, let's go to the toolmaker, and we have to craft a beginner's pickaxe and a beginner's axe. How do we do that? Well, we have to gather a few more logs and a few more pieces of stone. And we see there's somebody here that's just gathering a lot of rocks, so all of them are empty, but thankfully in the tutorial zone they quickly regenerate. And you see we already have those. And we can craft our pickaxe and our axe. Then if we talk to the crafter, we get the rest of the tools. So these are the main 4 gathering professions that you will be able to level up playing this game if you want to be a gatherer. There is a 5th gathering profession, which is gathering stone. And there is also fishing, which works a bit different than those 5 gathering professions, but we'll get to that after the tutorial. Let's mount up, and we have to go to a different zone, which is the forest. And as the tutorial says, we have to press N to open the region map, and this shows you a detailed map of the zone you're currently in. Most importantly, here on the right, it shows what resources you can find in this area, and as I mentioned, there are 5 main resources, and in this case we care about wood and leather. Good, so the first thing we have to do, as the tutorial says, is gather a few logs and a few skin from foxes. You see there's already one dead fox here next to this one, so let's just take this one down. And after we do that, we can gather these hides and these hides as well. So it's already enough, but you can gather a bit more, it doesn't matter. So you see, this is how gathering works in this game. You have to walk up to the nodes. Each node has a different tier. For example, these are tier 2, while these normal trees are tier 1, which aren't really useful. They're used in some very niche cases, but they're not really useful, right? So I wouldn't recommend harvesting these tier 1 logs, even though they do have some value. But we gathered enough for now. Let's go back and see what the next step of the tutorial is. Yeah, so that was the first step. Now we go to the another area, which is the mountain. And here we're gonna have different resources. So this teaches us about the various biomes that you can find in Albion. And in this case, the mountain region has hemp and ore. In the main game, after the tutorial, we will see there are 3 resources per biome, but I'm gonna go into more detail once we get there. Alright, so that goes by very fast. They actually reduced the number of resources you need to gather in the tutorial now, which is very nice. I'm glad they are making so much effort to improve the new player experience. I think that's a really crucial part of any MMORPG, to just be able to onboard players more clearly, right, and not lose them at the very beginning of the game. Alright, so we got everything, and now what we have to do is refine our resources. So another very important part of Albion is refining, and that means taking the raw resources we have gathered and turning them into something that can be used for crafting items. So, for example, ores we can smelt into bars, we can refine hide into leather, we can make wood into planks, and we can turn hemp into cloth. So we see every resource turns into its corresponding refined resource. And now all we have to do with these resources is go over here to the crane so that we can repair the ship. We give the items and we are done with that part. Then we can talk to Captain Tia, and we are going to actually receive a reward over here, which is some food. And you see so far we have used these slots, which is the head, chest plate and the boots, the weapon and the offhand. Some weapons are two-handed, so you will not be able to use an offhand with them, but that is not the case here. And then we have the mount slot. We have the food slot over here that we're gonna put our soup in, and food you eat to receive a buff for 30 minutes. In this case, we increase health regeneration outside of combat. Health cannot regenerate passively inside of combat in this game, unless you use abilities that heal, but there is no passive health regeneration in combat. So what this does is it increases the health regeneration after we finish combat, which is nice. It allows us to more quickly go from fight to fight, and it allows us to farm faster, to kill more mobs quicker. And the other slots we're gonna go over once we actually get to them, right? And now we see over here on the right side panel, our destiny board is blinking, which the game wants us to open, and we can do that by pressing B. And over here, if you've played Path of Exile, you might be a bit intimidated by this destiny board. If it looks a bit, there's so many paths to go, what do you do here? But you shouldn't be intimidated. It's much simpler than Path of Exile, and it's just a way to track the experience you get in this game, which is called Fame. And yeah, the tutorial shows everything, and first thing we're gonna have to unlock is this node for fighting, and we're gonna see what that does. Then there's this path for gathering, and I'm gonna go over the rest. There's this path for farming, there's this path for tracking, which is another kind of profession you can do that combines combat and gathering. Then this is crafting. Everything in this game is crafted by players, so if you want to just play the economy, you can totally do that and totally ignore fighting in the game. This top part is just a general experience tracker. It doesn't do much except allow you to use other mounts and capes and bags and such. And yeah, that's basically it. The combat side has every item in the game that you can wear that is for combat, and you level it up if you use it and just kill other monsters while you wear the items. So we're gonna get over that, we're gonna go over that soon. But right now we have the quest to go into the forest and defeat a few enemies. So let's just quickly do that. And yeah, if you open the region map, you can actually see where your quest is telling you to go to, because we need to steal the heretic map, and we're gonna do our first bit of combat. So you see, as soon as I walk in range, they aggro onto me, and we see some other players are doing the same thing, but I can also aggro this monster and pull it over here, and now I'm fighting more monsters at once. So you can try to be as efficient as you want. We're outside of combat, you see health is regenerating slowly. As soon as I eat my soup, it starts regenerating much faster. So yeah, let's try to be efficient, right? Here is a group of melee monsters that I can aggro, and I can pull them over here to another group. And see, now I'm attacking all of them at once. And hopefully I do not die. So I'm trying to distribute my damage evenly to take them all down at once, and I am able to do that without dying. And then I can use my chestplate ability to heal outside of combat, which quickly tops me up, and I am ready for the next fight. Right now we are in the tutorial area, which is a blue zone, and we will see what happens when we die. If we go down to 0 in a blue zone, we are knocked down, so we are not actually defeated in any way, except we just have to wait 17 seconds, and then we will get back up. The only penalty to dying in blue zones is you will receive some damage to your durability of your items, which will then cost a bit of silver to repair, but it's no big deal. Basically, blue zones are totally safe and you should not be worried at all. So yeah, let's do it properly this time, and we can also use our shield ability. You see we absorb a bit of damage. We can also dodge, which gives us a few invincibility frames. Actually, this is not our objective, so we can just run around here and go to the area highlighted on the map, which has the map. And if we go over here in the circle, we will take the map. And soon the game is going to go down for daily maintenance, which means we will be kicked out of the game. So I'm gonna return this objective, and then I'm gonna wait until maintenance finished, and we will continue then. It's no big deal. It allows us to get outside and touch some grass, so it's perfectly fine to take some breaks. Alright, so we returned the objective, and the next steps are gonna teach us how to craft, so we'll continue that after the maintenance. We had to pick one of these quests, and let's see, we're gonna pick the craft a sword quest. And that is the weapon that we're going to choose, because the build we're going to use after the tutorial is gonna use a sword. And there we go, that should be enough. So let's go back. We're gonna quickly refine our resources, and then we're gonna craft the sword. And now we go to the Warrior's Forge, which is where we will craft a Novice's Broadsword. Good, so let's see what we have to get. We have to get head armor, chest armor, foot armor, offhand, and we have to equip everything. So over here, we are going to get a mercenary jacket, which is tier 2. We're gonna get some soldier boots, which is plate. And we're gonna get a guardian helm. Actually, it's a soldier helmet in this case. So we have all our items over here. And we can just go ahead and equip everything. The mercenary jacket we're gonna actually keep using, and we're gonna use Bloodlust even after we finish the tutorial, because it gives us a good bit of health regeneration in combat. And also we use the plate boots, basically any plate boots, but we're gonna use the soldier boots because they're the cheapest. They have this sprint, basically every boot has a movement ability. We're gonna be using this one because it gives us a bit of health back, which we can use in combat. And the soldier helmet we use because we need to unlock more plate armors, but we're gonna switch to a different one when we get to the mainland. So we can finish the quest, and that means we can equip a cape, and cape slots are useful for giving you more max energy and energy regeneration, which does regenerate in combat. After that, we are going to go and quickly craft ourselves a bag. There we go. We can equip it, and now we're going to go back to the market because we want to do something that is gonna give us... We're making a small investment now, which is we're gonna buy as many mules as we can carry. So over here we have our carry capacity, and the mules weigh quite a lot, so we can only get 3 of them before we are overloaded and we're gonna have slower movement speed. So just quickly get 3 of these because we are gonna be able to sell them. They cost 3 pieces of silver on the tutorial island, but after we finish the tutorial, these items are actually used in the world, and we're gonna be selling them for much more. Only on the tutorial island can you actually buy these for 3 silver and then sell them for a lot of value. Since we have the tier 2 sword, now we have quite good capabilities of AoE damage, so if we can gather a few mobs together, that becomes really easy to clear them with our AoE abilities. Quick fact, if somebody is attacking a mob like this and you try to help him and kill it, you're not gonna get any credit for it. The person that tags the monster first is going to get the credit, and I mean the fame and the drops, unless you are in a party with that person. And now here we have a choice to make, because once we talk to the navigator, we're going to be choosing the main city we are going to be living in. And this choice doesn't matter that much, because you can change the city by just fast traveling between them. But if you want to play with some friends, you should probably choose the same city. Each biome also has 2 secondary resources, and you will be able to see them by checking at the top right here in the region map. So in case you want to gather one specific resource, you should be going to that city. Yeah, I'm going to be choosing Limhurst. No particular reason. You again can choose any of the cities. So what are going to be our next steps? Let's see. As soon as we leave the boat, we are greeted with the journal, and the journal is the questing system of Albion, which isn't really a questing system because Albion is an open world. But if you want guidance, you can just pick an objective out of the journal and you can follow it to progress your character. And in this update, they added these 3 paths that you can start with. And if you want a good start that will set you up well for the other goals, I think you should pick the adventurer path. We are going to be doing PvE, so we are going to be focusing on killing creatures and earning silver that way, because once we do that, we're gonna be more easily able to buy our gear so that we can do PvP, and we are also going to more easily do gathering. There's also a 4th path in Albion, which is playing the economy, and that involves crafting, refining, things like that, but that is a bit more advanced and you really need a few pieces of silver first. For that reason, we're going to be choosing the adventurer path. And now if I press J, you can see I open the journal, and if we click on the adventure, we are going to be seeing the objectives that we have. So the first one we want to do is to finish a randomized dungeon. To do that, we have to find one first, and over here in the starting town, there isn't much to do. I would probably recommend just leaving this place and going to the main city, which in this case is over here, Limhurst. All of the starting zones have a specific starting city, and then one region away you can find the main city, and we should be going over to that one. Yeah, you see some random player here is trying to duel me for my silver. I think there is an option in the settings that we should actually turn on. Let me see if I can quickly find it. There we go, auto deny dual requests. Let's turn that on in social. You can leave trade invites. I would recommend also turning auto deny guild invites, because you're just going to get people randomly inviting you to a guild, especially if you're here at the beginning. Some people just stay here, see new players coming in, and they invite them to their guild. However, in a guild you can set a tax rate, and that tax rate can be as much as 100%, so all the silver you earn from killing monsters will be going to that guild, and this is a common scam that can happen in this game. So for that reason, you should go to the settings and auto deny both dual requests and guild invites, because that's going to prevent you from being scammed. And over here in the interface, we can now access the HUD editor, and this is a very powerful feature of Albion, where basically everything in the HUD can be customized as you would like. So you can move the enemy portrait, you can move your portrait, you can move the cast bar wherever you like. And I already have a preset that I like more than the default preset. So first off, I'm going to exit without saving, and this is the default preset. And if I go to my selected layout, I have this combat HUD that I really like using much more than the normal one. The only thing I'm going to change is over here. I want to make the opacity of the Albion journal a bit more because I want you to be able to see the objectives we're working on. Good, so I think that's fine. We're going to save. And you see, I changed quite a lot of things. My portrait is now over here. You can see I leave some gaps at the edge of the screen. And this is very important because look at this Aliaskas guy, for example. I can see his nameplate at the edge of the screen. And if this was an enemy and we were in a dangerous zone, I would actually be able to see him hovering at the edge of my screen. It would not go off screen like it does for friendlies. And I would be able to react to being ganked. And this is going to keep me alive, and it's much better to use this, use a UI like this that gives you more visibility. We're also hiding a few of the not so useful icons, which maybe for the purposes of this playthrough, I maybe should increase the opacity a bit, but see how easy it is. I just select this. Let's say I increase it to 50, this one to 50. It's a lot of information at the beginning, but just stay with me. We're going to be going over that soon enough. All right, so we are now ready to actually do our first objective. So let's exit the town towards the main city, which is Limhurst. And actually, seems like we are automatically led to a dungeon. That's interesting. I guess that's part of the tutorial, yeah. So we have 1 hour to go to that, and I am going to go to that to finish the first objective. And yeah, we're now officially in the main area of the game, not in the tutorial anymore. And we will keep following the journal until we get our first 3 days of premium. So Albion Online is a free-to-play game, but the way they make money is it is a subscription fee to get premium. And premium gives you a lot of advantage in everything in this game, except for PvP, which I really like. So it does give you advantages in getting more fame, which is experience, you get more money, you get more of everything. But when it comes to the actual combat, you are not stronger than your enemy, even if you do not have premium. So that is a really great thing about this game. And I think it's the fairest way they could do it. But yeah, we're going to be working towards our first few days of premium by completing some of these objectives. Alright, so you saw me, I kind of glossed over it, but I clicked on the dungeon entrance and that gets me in here. And all I have to do now is to finish this dungeon, and once I finish it, I will be finishing my first objective. So let's open my Destiny board. And we see all of these Reaver levels, which are not that relevant anymore. They are just some vanity, and you're going to be unlocking some portraits that you can change over here. The main thing that is important and that we care about, we unlocked tracking. We're not gonna do tracking right now, but eventually we're gonna also explain how that works. But the thing we care about is over here, which is the Journeyman Warrior node, which is gonna unlock tier 3 swords. And that's going to probably be finished by the time we finish our first dungeon. And then we unlock Journeyman Leather Fighter and Journeyman Plate Armor Fighter. And that is because we have a leather chestplate and some plate helmet and shoes. You can use your lifesteal ability, so this is the R ability on your jacket. As soon as you activate the jacket, whenever you deal direct damage to an enemy, you will receive life back. So you basically have lifesteal, except it is a flat amount based on the amount of hits you do, and you are limited to, I think, 7 hits. Yes, you're limited to 7 hits that you have to do in 6 seconds. Then on our plate boots, we have the sprint, which you have seen me use. Like, this is the sprint, I move faster for 7 seconds. And I also get a bit of my life back. And actually in this first dungeon, we see we have a side boss. This is a mini boss that we get to do on our way to the main boss. You saw me use my helmet ability to receive invulnerability while I channel it. And that is pretty useful because it allowed me to block the high damage channel ability that the mob had. And you see I'm pretty low in HP, so I'm gonna use my sprint to get some of my life back. I'm gonna use my jacket and attack, and that also gives me quite a bit of life back, as you can see. And then I can defeat the monster. And I can open my first chest, which gives me basically nothing. This is a Tome of Insight that when you use, you receive 1000 fame. Which actually is not bad in this case, because as you see, right when I defeat a monster, you will be able to see 100 fame, 100 fame. So I get 100 fame for each monster, or 200 fame in the case of this one. These first steps are a good opportunity for you to get accustomed to the game, get accustomed to the controls and just how everything feels. If you come from a game like League of Legends, you should already be pretty familiar with the combat in this game. It is basically a simplified version of League of Legends combat, and I think it works very well for this MMO style. And there is a lot of skill-based combat in this game, which is why I enjoy it so much. And as I mentioned previously, Premium does not give you an advantage when it comes to the straight-up fighting that you do with other players. It only gives you an advantage when it comes to how much fame you earn and how much silver you earn. Which, yes, arguably allows you to get stronger gear, but due to the way that full loot PvP works, the higher gear you choose, the more powerful gear you choose to bring out, the more powerful gear you risk to lose. And even if you do not have Premium, if you are skilled enough, you can defeat enemies that bring out very expensive gear and you just get to take it off of them, because that's how full loot works. You shouldn't be too scared about the concept of full loot. I'm going to explain and show ways how you can enjoy the full loot aspect of the game. And if you really do not enjoy it, there are also zones that are not full loot. This most recent update actually introduced a orange zone, which is you only drop the items in your inventory as opposed to everything in your inventory and all the items that you have equipped. And that is a good middle ground, I think, for learning, especially for learning the game, or just wanting to play a bit more casually and not be stressed out about losing your items. And as we have been yapping, we are almost at the end here of the first dungeon. And this is the final boss, which shouldn't be that hard to take down. And there we go, we're done. We got a good amount of fame. We can open the chest and we receive a bag of silver, which actually gives us quite a lot of silver because we have nothing right now. If I open the journal and I click claim, I will be receiving this item, which is an Adept's Royal Sigil. That's awesome. And the quest actually wants us to go back to Forest Cross, so we are going to do that. And we have to sell something on the marketplace. And this is one of the reasons, well, let's see what the tutorial says. I already claimed my reward. And this is one of the reasons why we brought mules off of Tutorial Island. If we go over here to the sell tab and we click on the mules, we can see that somebody is buying them for 2,500. And what you can do here is, if you choose sell order, you will list those items for the price that you set here. But if you click sell, you will immediately sell to the person that has the highest buy order. So you can see the difference here is quite large. And actually, I think you would get more value by selling those in Limhurst. But just for the point of actually finishing this quest quicker, I'm going to be selling the Royal Sigil here. And this is not a good value. I would recommend you just take this to Limhurst to sell it. I'm not sure if it would complete the quest though, but I'm just gonna sell this here just so we can complete it. It's fine. We lose like 20,000 silver, but it's not that big of a deal. We are going to easily get that back. And here we have finished this, so we can claim the tome. And this gives us quite a lot of fame, but I'm not gonna use it straight away because we already can wear tier 3 equipment. So let's go over here and say sword, tier 3. And we can buy buy it off here, and then we go merc jacket, and then we go soldier boots, and then we go guardian helmet, which is actually still a soldier helmet, my bad. And we don't actually need an offhand because we're not going to be using an offhand after... yeah, we're not going to be using an offhand after we reach tier 4. So it's fine, just don't buy one. And then you can quickly equip everything. And actually it's not fine because I need to... yeah, I need to actually wear a tier 3 offhand. So let's just quickly get a shield. And damn, those are so expensive here. This is such a scam. I think you can... I think you should absolutely go to the main city to do this. Because I think I just got massively scammed by people putting extreme prices on the items here. So I'm going to do something that's... yeah, I'm just gonna sell all the mules I brought. And then I can buy the shield off of here. And then I can wear that as well. And it's fine, I can throw away all the tier 2 items, we're not gonna really need them anymore. We're going to be using the tome, which already unlocks Adept Adventure. And that was actually the requirement for... wait, something is missing? I need that cape as well, I think. Well, there are no capes here, so... ah yeah, it even tells me what I have to do. Yeah, so if I were to read, I would be able to actually finish the quest. But that's fine, let's go to Limhurst. And I'm actually going to show you just how much I got scammed by buying the items here. Because these definitely, you see, the estimated market value is 1,000 and I paid like 5,000 for each of these. So I probably lost like 30,000 silver, but it's fine. You can learn from my mistakes and don't do the same mistake as me, just go to the main city and buy it there. And here we are in the main city of Limhurst, and you can see just how many people are actually playing this game. Only in this small zone there are 200 people, and as soon as we go to the market, you're gonna see that there's a ton of people here. 200 people in this zone as well. And here we can buy the cape at a much better price. And just so we can see how we got scammed, this is only almost 2,000. The merc jacket is 1,000, so yeah, just come over here to the main city and buy your items here. Don't get scammed like I just did. Alright, so our next step is going to be to find a tier 3 static dungeon. So, static dungeon. What the hell is a static dungeon? We're gonna find out soon. But first, let's open up the destiny board and let's see what progress we have made on our items. So over here we have finished all these 3 nodes. That's great. And the next node that we're gonna care about is the leather jacket fighter. And then we are gonna... yeah, so we have 15k more. We're gonna go with our tier 3 set and we're going to find a static dungeon. Now, what the hell is a static dungeon? Well, let's open up the map, and actually the game leads us to it, so that's very good. Man, they really did a good job with the new player experience. It used to be so much more, like there was no guidance before, now it clearly shows the area that you have to go to, and that's just amazing. It's so good. I'm really happy with the changes they made recently, and I really think this game is doing very well. And yeah, I forgot to go over this. Now with tier 3 we have unlocked the final set of abilities on the armors, but we're still gonna be using the Bloodlust. You can experiment with the different abilities and you can see what each one of those does, but also don't forget to select one of the passives, and at the beginning I would recommend just going with Balanced Mind. This is going to increase your damage and healing. For the plate you should go with the one that increases your defense. And again we have the defense here, and boots actually have a special passive which sacrifices the buffs you would get from the other passives, but it gives you a bit more max load. So if you ever find yourself getting too much loot and going over 100%, you can quickly swap to this and you get just a little bit of extra loot that you can carry. The dungeon we did previously was a randomized solo dungeon, and now we are going to a static dungeon, which usually is for groups of players. However, in this case, the tier 3 mobs shouldn't be that hard to defeat solo. And seems like the game wants me to go inside of the dungeon. So static dungeons have the above ground area, and then they have a place you can enter. And both of those have the same difficulty of mobs. But in this case, we are going to go inside of the dungeon. So let's defeat some heretics, and we even have these rats. I don't know if these count. They do, so they are very easy to defeat. Let's see if we can just fight one of those harder mobs. And you see these, since they are intended for a party of players, they are much harder to take down. They deal more damage, and if you stand in their abilities, you're gonna take a lot of damage, as you can see. So how much fame this gives? So it gives 100 fame, not bad, not bad. And we're going to be clearing a few more mobs. We have finished our journal task, and let's see how much fame we have earned. The tutorial is gonna show you how quick learn works, and right off the bat, actually let's just explain it. So as soon as you click activate quick learn, boom, everything lights up. And if I click this drop down over here, it shows all the nodes that quick learn is activated for. Now, I don't really like the fact that they make you have everything turned on at the beginning by default. I think that's a very big trap, and you should right away disable absolutely everything except for gathering. And yeah, basically except for gathering. Because learning points are going to be used very quickly. The way they work is if you have learning points turned on, for example, for this node, if I click quick learn, you see it lights up. That means I'm going to be using learning points towards this bar over here. Now, any fame I earn right now is going to count as 5 times the fame that I would normally get. However, I'm going to be consuming learning points, and you see over here it shows if I were to use quick learn all the way to the end of this bar, I'm going to consume 2 learning points in the process of doing that, but I will be getting 5 times the experience. Now, I really suggest turning this off, and actually somebody is inviting me to a party, so I am going to show you how partying works. That's pretty cool. Okay, never mind. he just left, I guess. So I'm going to go back to explaining how this works. Yeah, you're going to be using learning points towards combat nodes. Combat nodes fame is really easy to get, but gathering fame is much harder to get and much more time consuming. It is way more efficient to be using your learning points towards these nodes. So I would 100% recommend turning off learning points for everything except gathering. Maybe if you do crafting, you can also use it for crafting, but we're going to go over crafting way later down the line in this playthrough. For now, we are just going to keep we're going to keep our learning points off for everything except gathering, and we're going to be using them when we get to gathering, because your amount of learning points is very limited. You get 100 at the beginning of the game like we just got, and then I got 10 extra for finishing the activity over here in the Adventurers Challenge, right? So yeah, another thing to go over through. The Adventurer Challenge. So over here, if you click on this button for activities, and you click over here on Adventurers Challenge, we're gonna go over the rest of these later, but right now let's click to Adventurer Challenge, and let's click over here on the daily bonus. As soon as you get 1200 keys, and keys you get just by doing anything, so by killing monsters or by gathering, as soon as you get 1200 in a day, you receive the daily bonus. And in this case, this book is going to be very useful for us because it's 10,000 fame, and that's very good for us right now. Alright, and you see I got 50 keys. They're not gonna show here because I already unlocked the book, but it also goes towards your monthly challenge and towards those chests, and those are going to be claimable only if we have premium, but right now we do not have premium, so we will be going over that once we are able to. Good, so another thing, we just received a Tome of Learning for finishing one of the journal quests. We're gonna use that immediately, just get 20 learning points, so now we have 130. Again, we're not gonna be using them for quite a while yet. And whenever you use a tome that gives fame, the fame goes towards everything you have equipped on your person at the time. So make sure you never use one of these books without filling in every one of these slots. You do not get fame for any of the other slots like capes and books, those are separate. You only get them for these 5 slots. So we can use our tome and we see straight away our swords are almost at 25,000, which is the goal right now. And that's actually going to be the goal in our journal as well. So I'm not going to be fighting any more of these static mobs because although they give a decent amount of fame, they take quite long to defeat because again, they're intended for multiple players to fight at once. One thing to note about monsters in general that are just roaming around is they have different tiers. And okay, so first off, we are in a tier 3 zone, so the monster itself is tier 3. But they also have different upgrade levels. And this one is a weak mob, so it gives us 200 fame if we defeat it. And you saw that it had only 300 life and it was quite easy to defeat. But this one is a normal mob and it has more life, it takes longer to defeat. And you see it gave us 700 fame. Usually it's not worth it to stop for the unupgraded mobs. You should go for the normal mobs or for mobs that have circles around them, but I'm gonna explain what those are once I come across them. So again, this is just a weak mob. It's not that worth it to stop for it. Instead, you should try to find the normal mobs if you can find them. But sometimes there's just a lot of people in a zone and everybody's clearing out the mobs, so maybe it's harder for you to find them. But here we have an... so this is a normal caster mob, the Arsonist, which I'm gonna defeat it. You cannot see it because of the tree. And I'm also fighting 2 resource monsters at the same time. Resource monsters are not really worth to fight, but I don't have a choice here because they aggroed onto me. But you can see they give very little fame, which is 77, 94. And then this is an upgraded normal mob. And you see it has this glow, it has more life, and it just deals more damage. And when I kill it, it gives me 1200 fame, which is a lot more than the normal 700 fame I would get. Good, and with that we have already finished unlocking the tier 4 nodes, which we can see over here. And unlocking these base tier 4 nodes for equipment also unlocks the specialization for that tree of items. And let's just go back to the city and I'm gonna explain what that means and how that works, because this is where the game really opens up. So we had tier 2 equipment, we had tier 3 equipments. I would argue these are not real tiers of equipment. The first actual tier that you're ever going to use going forward is tier 4 gear. You're never going to use tier 3 gear anymore unless it is for unlocking the tier 4, which you have seen doesn't really take that long. And let's see what we can do now. And maybe we have a problem because we might not have enough silver to buy everything we'd like. But before we buy our tier 4 equipment, let's just go over what we have unlocked. So in the warrior tree, we have unlocked Shield Fighter, which gives us access to all these offhand shields that each of them do something different. But we don't care about shields because we are going to the swords tree and we're going to be using the dual swords. Alright, so as you can see, there are a lot of weapons in this game. There are swords, axes, maces, hammers, so on and so forth. You can take a look at every tree. There are 3 main trees. One of them is for Hunter, which has these types of weapons. There's the spellcasting tree. If you're interested, you should go this way to be a mage. And there is the warrior tree, which has the melee weapons and also the crossbow. Now, the weapon we are going to be choosing for this playthrough is on the swords tree, we're going to be choosing the dual swords. And for every type of weapon, for example, for swords, and we can look at these 3 base types. So every one of these equipment trees has 3 base weapons, which are the easiest to craft and usually the cheapest. And then there are 5 more special items that each of them require an artifact to craft. So for example, the Clarent Blade, if we go over here and we scroll down, we see the recipes that it has to be crafted. And besides needing the basic materials at tier 4, the tutorial already taught us how to gather materials, you also need an artifact, which you can find by fighting in dungeons or by converting these resources, which are called runes, to them. But the three basic weapons in that tree do not require any of these to craft. Instead, you see they just require the resources. So I would recommend whatever weapon you pick, you should probably stick to one of the 3 base items because they're much cheaper since they do not require an artifact to craft. We're going to be going into more detail about these systems later once we get to how crafting works, but for now, just know that I am going to be picking the dual swords. So let's quickly buy our gear and let's see if we actually have the money to buy everything. So we have the dual swords at 6,000 silver, which is quite decent. One thing you should check, and which also unlocks from tier 4 onward, is the enchantment. And each enchantment you have on a weapon, it can be 4.0, which is no enchantment, or then 4.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4. Each of the enchantment increases the power of the weapon. For now, I don't have enough silver to buy anything except enchantment 0, so I'm going to be looking at that, and we're going to be explaining how enchantment works a bit in more detail a bit later. Then you should also look at the quality of the item. This first item that is available here is in normal quality, and you can see tier 4 items have 700 item power. And based on the border, it has a basic border, this is normal quality, but this one you see is a little bit more irony. It's a little more metallic, and this is actually in good quality, and you can see the item power is 720. So in our case, we see the difference in price between this one, which is in good quality, and the normal one is 1 silver. So there's absolutely no reason to not buy the better one, which has the same requirements to wear, but just gives you more stats. The more item power an item has, the more stats it has, the more damage, the more health, etc. And over here we have a filter for quality. So in this case I can click on good and it's just going to show me all the good offers. But I can also go a bit higher. There's outstanding, excellent, and masterpiece. Good gives 20 more IP, outstanding gives 40 more IP, excellent gives 60 more IP, and masterpiece gives 100 more IP than the normal counterpart. So let's see the price of outstanding. You see it already shot up by 1000 silver, and if I go to excellent, it shoots up by like 7000 more silver. So it's not really worth it for me to buy this. I'm going to stick with the good quality because that is the most affordable at this point. Then we are going to pick a mercenary jacket in tier 4. And again, we're gonna check all. So here, for example, we have good at 3,900, but outstanding is 4,400. If I had a bit more silver, I would take the outstanding one, but just because I'm a bit short on money, I'm gonna be picking the good one. Then we go for soldier boots. And I'm not gonna bother checking the other qualities. It's not that big of a difference, but every little bit of IP counts. And IP means item power. It is an abbreviation that we're gonna be using going forward. And here we go with the Guardian helmet. Let's quickly buy that. And we're not gonna be needing an offhand because the tier 4 armor, the tier 4 weapon is actually dual wielded. So you see, I cannot wear an offhand when I'm using the dual swords. And you're gonna be seeing this. Some weapons are two-handed, some of them are one-handed. Good, so we bought that, and we're also gonna need a cape, I think. and it's affordable enough, so we're right in the money. But if you did the smarter thing to actually sell your stuff here instead of the starter town, you should have way more silver at this step than I do. So I'm gonna quickly wear everything, and that completes the mission. But let's not forget to pick the abilities before we go forward, and for the Guardian helmet, we're gonna pick the emergency shield with a bit of toughness, the mercenary jacket we already know, the boots we already know, and the sword we already know, except for the E ability, which is different. And that's basically how weapon trees work. So swords, there are 8 types of swords, but the only thing that differs between them, except some of them being 2-hand and some of them being 1-hand, is the E ability. So the broadsword is the sword that you also get on Tutorial Island, which has that leap ability that you saw before that targets a specific enemy and deals damage to it. You can spend the time to read what each ability in your kit does. I would actually recommend you do so because you will be more effective in combat knowing what your abilities do. But you see, between different swords, so if I go to Claymore, everything is the same except for the E ability, which if you come from League of Legends is kind of like the ultimate ability, but not really, because ultimate abilities have a very long cooldown. Here, usually abilities have between 15 and 45 seconds cooldown. It is very rare that there's longer cooldowns than that. Good, so again, only the E ability differs, and for our set we have these dual swords, and the E ability can be used by targeting anywhere, and I'm going to leap to that destination, dealing damage around me, and also empowering my auto attacks. If I hit at least one enemy, I'm also going to empower my auto attacks. I'm going to be attacking faster and I'm going to be dealing more damage. So this build is very good for clearing monsters, but it is also very good in PvP. So what I would like you to choose at this point is a build that you can both use to clear monsters efficiently, and you can also use it in PvP. Good, so dual swords is one of those weapons, but if you wanna try a different build, I would recommend choosing a build that uses the same set of armor that I'm using, but you just swap out the weapon. And there are many choices you can go down here. So in the warrior tree, I'm going to go over some of them, and you are free to pick any of these because you're going to be very, very successful with them. If you don't want to play the swords build that I'm playing right now. So for example, in axes, you should pick the battle axe. It is very good. It has a lot of sustain, so it has more lifesteal than the sword. Maces are not the best. If you really want to go maces, I would recommend going the basic mace, but it's not the best pick you can go. Hammers are pretty decent. Lately, again, you should probably pick one of the base 3 hammers. War gloves are very good. The thing with war gloves is you probably want to use an assassin jacket instead of a mercenary jacket if you choose that build, and that is gonna make it harder for you to clear monsters. But you can also just fine use it with mercenary jacket, so it's also a very solid choice to go for the battle bracers in this case. If you want to go for crossbows, the light crossbow is arguably, it's even better than the dual swords for clearing monsters, and it's a bit weaker in PvP, but it's still very, very usable in PvP. So don't worry about it. If you really want to go for crossbows, you're going to be able to fight with them decently enough as well. In the hunter tree, you can choose the normal bow. It is a very good one. In the dagger tree, you can choose the normal dagger. It is very good. It's not as good in PvP, but you can definitely go for it. In the spears tree, you can choose the normal spear, and I would argue this is the best PvP weapon you can choose for open world 1v1 fights. It's not gonna be as efficient at clearing monsters, but the thing with the spear is it is a bit harder to play, so I would recommend you get more experience first. In the staves, you can go for the quarterstaff. It's very good at clearing. In the shapeshifter tree, I would not recommend going for the shapeshifter tree because the items are more expensive than other weapons. So maybe leave these. They're also a bit more harder to use. You need a little more experience, but they are very good. So if you're filling up for it, you can go either for the Prowling Staff, the Blood Moon Staff. The Primal Staff is not as good in solo play, but you can try it. In the Nature tree, the Nature Staff is one of the best PvE weapons for clearing monsters, so absolutely a good choice. It's not that good in PvP, so that's one downside for it. Then if we go to the Mage tree, Fire Staves are very good. You can safely go for the Wildfire Staff. It is a very good for PvE and PvP if the enemy is not as experienced. Holy Staves are usually used for healing, but you can definitely choose to use one of those for clearing monsters as well. They have a damage dealing ability that is decent enough. Arcane Staves I do not like as much. I would recommend not picking an Arcane Staff. Usually they're more for a supporting role in team fights. And then Frost Staffs are very good once again. You can probably safely go for the Glacial Staff or the Frost Staff. Curse Staves are very, very good for both PvE and PvP. You can safely choose the normal Curse Staff or the Demonic Staff. Good, so those are your options going forward. And yeah, most of the builds I outlined you can use with this set of armor, because this set of armor is going to give you the most utility in clearing monsters in the open world. That's why we're choosing it. Good, so once you've settled in your build and chosen what you want to use going forward, we can safely move on to the next journal tasks. So let's just claim the rewards we already got. And we have to finish a solo expedition. So let's just go do that. Expeditions are instance dungeons that you can access from a city. So those are really easy. You just go over here to Limhurst. You go to your map, and over here where the highlighted circle is, you can find the Expedition Master. This is a good way to get your first bit of starting cash because you can pick the tier 4 expedition, and once you complete it you will receive 2500 silver, but if it's also your first expedition for the day you will receive more silver and a sealed royal sigil, which is almost 40,000 silver, which is quite a lot. Good, so we finished our expedition. We can now safely exit this by channeling on the portal, and then we're going to be opening the journal tab and seeing what rewards we have just received. And we have a tracking toolkit. So actually this is pretty nice. I did not know they introduced tracking to the beginning of the game, but I think that's a good choice because tracking is a pretty fun activity to do. But before we do that, let's use all the tomes we have received because we want to level up our items. And I think this is a good point to explain how leveling works in this game. So as opposed to many other MMORPGs, you do not have a level on your character. Instead, you level up the items that you use. So for example, Sword Fighter. This is the main mastery. So these nodes are called mastery nodes, and these nodes are called specialization nodes. You see, they're called specialist. So again, I'm getting invited to trades by random people for no reason. I don't know what they want. They're giving me 1 piece of silver. If people want to be cute and donate you money, that's nice, but for the purpose of this tutorial, I'm not gonna accept it. I'm not gonna accept this. But this is a nice guy, just wanted to give me some money. Of course, you can accept it from people if they want to give it to you. What was I saying? Yeah, I was going over how these work. And the mastery nodes, you see this rewards per level. Every time I get one more level in this, I'm going to be receiving 0.2 item power for all swords. So that means at level 5, I will have 721 item power. And that's very good because it increases my stats. And to be effective in zones where there's no IP cap, you really want to level up your... the mastery nodes, yes, these are easier to level up, so you're gonna get to 100 anyway. But what we really want to focus on is the specialization node. Because, see here, every level gives 2 item power for that specific sword. And it also gives 0.2 to all other swords. So ideally, to have full power, you really want to level everything in the swords tree, even if you're using only one of the swords. But that takes a very long time. You see, getting the specialization in the item that you're using gives you most of the power. Then, if you get every other node, you get a little bit more of a smaller boost, but you still get one to dual swords. Because, for example, every level gives us 2.2 for dual swords, but if I were to level broadsword, I'm only getting 0.2 for the dual swords. Good, so a good benchmark to aim for is like 70 specialization in an item that you're using, and at that point you become much stronger. Every tier of item increases the item power by 100. So tier 8 dual swords is gonna have 800 item power, and also every enchantment increases the item power by 100. So in this case, if I were to have a 4.1 or a tier 5, it's gonna have the same item power. Good, but that's a lot of yapping, so let's get our silver, and then we're gonna open the bag, and we get a sealed royal sigil, which is 43,000 silver, and we're going to be going to the market to sell that right away, because we're going to be needing to be using this silver. So let's do that, and over here at this tab we can click repair all to repair all our items, and you can also sell your tier 3 items. So a good way to sell your items is to click sell order, and you can see all the orders that exist on the market, but then you should also click -1 just so you undercut the existing offers by 1 silver. This just makes it so it's going to be sold faster, but it's not going to be sold instantly, but it's still better than selling it at the buy order. So for example here, I'm getting 100 silver if I sell it instantly, but if I sell order it, I can get 350 silver once someone buys this item. So really you should only instantly sell if you really need the silver instantly, like you're gonna use it on something right away. Otherwise, you should take your time and just click sell order on everything. So for example, for the royal sigil, it's not that big of a difference, only 6,000 silver, but I'm gonna sell order it anyway. Do not sell your tracking kit, we're gonna need that, but we can sell our old items here. Alright, so the next thing I want to explain is gold, and gold is the currency you buy with real money. However, you can also buy it with silver, and you can also sell gold for silver. And these orders are made by the players, so the way the price of gold fluctuates is dictated by how much silver is in the economy. Good, so see, even now, for example, if I really want to do, I can buy 1 piece of gold with 7,000 silver. I already have 3,000 gold on my account from my other characters, but I'm not gonna use it, so don't worry about that. You will have 0 here, but I'm not gonna use this for my advantage. Good, so once we're here, we can see search for tracks with the tracking tool. You should already have a key binding for this. If not, you can set it in the settings menu. And if you have the tracking toolkit in your inventory, as soon as you press it, you're going to begin the tracking process. And we see we have uncovered the Shadow Panther tracks. So there are multiple monsters you can track. In this case, I am only seeing this one, so I have to go over to it. and I have to track down the beast. And while we do this activity, I'm going to switch to the single target ability for swords. And I don't know where the tracks... Oh, over here you can see the tracks. And the reason I'm switching to single target is because when you do hunting, it is more of a single target damaging situation where you want... There's one big boss that you want to do more damage to as opposed to multiple smaller monsters. And I'm gonna switch to that because that should give us a bit more DPS against a single target. And what you have to do in tracking is you have to run over here to this circle that is highlighted on the map. And if you wander around it, you will eventually find your target, which is the Shadow Panther in this case. And we can begin fighting it. So tracking mobs are usually a little bit tougher than normal monsters, as they have more HP and stuff. But they should be pretty decent to take down anyway. You can see it doesn't deal that much damage to me. And once we reach a certain threshold, it should run away from me. See? The Shadow Panther has fled, and that means we go to the next step of tracking, which is to find where it has fled to. And in this case we have to go to the highlighted circle and find our target again. And this is how tracking works. And over here on the destiny tree, you can see it unlocks over here. And if you like doing tracking, this is actually something I would recommend turning learning points on for, just for the mastery node. So you can see these are specialization nodes for each type of monster that you can track. I would recommend turning it on just for this, because this is what unlocks higher tiers of trackable monsters. As opposed to these nodes, we just make it more efficient to hunt a specific monster. And if you use learning points for that, you're gonna go through them very, very quickly. But if you do like this activity of tracking and you want to do it more, I definitely recommend turning on Quick Learn for this node. And I'm going to do that right away. And if you take too long, like I did right now, if you take too long to fight it, it's gonna say the monster is exhausted and flee. So that means you should probably have more DPS. In this case, what we could do is upgrade the enchantment on our items so that we deal more damage. And this helps us be more efficient when tracking, because the creature is only going to flee because we deal too much damage to it. And that always results in fewer tracking steps to finish the track. And here you see me running away from that monster because I want to drop the aggro. And then we can finish it. As soon as we finish it, we get quite a good amount of fame. So we just got 7,000 fame, which is combat fame. And then we also got 200 fame in tracking. Over here, you see, I had only 75, I got 200. And since I had Quick Learn turned on, I actually got 1,000. So you see just how good it can be at speeding up your learning for a particular node. We also get some animal remains, which have a pretty decent sell value. So tracking is a very good way of making money. And basically anything you do in this game is going to make you money. And tracking is a viable option, gathering is a viable option, crafting, just doing general PvE, which is what we are going to be doing going forward. All of these are very viable options. But right now, let's see, we have something in our mailbox, and you see we get these notifications of items being sold, and you're always going to get this whenever something sells. And what we care about is this Royal Sigil, which just sold for 40,000 silver, and that is why we have 66,000 right now. We already directly have that money deposited in our bank account. And one important thing to note is you can never lose the silver and the gold you have. Even if you die in the full loot zones, these are permanently on your person at all times. Do not be afraid of losing them. Good, and now we have to first off claim our Top of Insight, and then we have to go here to the island merchant, which is gonna... Well, that's interesting. Oh, we have to go to the showroom. You see, we cannot actually buy an island until we have premium. So we're only going to be able to go to the showroom, which just shows us what you can do on your island. And it is also the final step to the adventurer. And you can own your own dungeon, sorry, your own island, after you get 7 days of premium. So after you purchase your first days of premium, which you can do with real money. And if you enjoy the game, I would recommend just get premium with real money instead of trying to grind silver to buy it with silver, because that is also an option. So if you click over here on this button, you can see that 1 month of premium costs 26 million silver. That is a lot of silver, and it takes quite a while to grind out that amount. And especially at the beginning, where you have more limited ways of making silver available to you, it is indicated that you should buy your premium with real money. You can, if you want an island, you can buy just the 7 days, which is $5. And that allows you to purchase your own island, which is a decent deal, I would say. Good, so let's leave the island, and that officially means we have completed our first steps in the adventurer, which is over here what it says. This tracks your progress in Albion and rewards you for reaching milestone. And what it talks about is this journal. Let's see what the tutorial shows us. Yes, every category has subcategories, and each of these goals you can pick one by one to track and just go ahead and do them in any order you want. And then you can go to the unclaimed rewards tab, which is what we are going to be doing next. You can track your activities. But yeah, let's go to the unclaimed rewards, and we see we have gotten a bunch of things just due to the things we have done so far. And oh no, actually I have something here that I shouldn't. Okay, so I'm going to claim these, which are vanity items. They are in the character progression subcategory, so let me just quickly claim these if I can. Because these are some things I should not have access to, and this is worth like 1 million fame, so I don't want to use these. I'm actually just going to destroy them. You will not have access to these because you probably don't have vanity items. Okay, so now that we got rid of those, and the rest of the rewards you should also have at this point. Yeah, so all of these we should already have at this point. You see there are even some for inspecting players, typing in chat, so I'm just going to claim everything. And after I have claimed everything, I can... These are some vanity things, you can keep them in your bank, but I don't really care about them. All of these fame tomes we can use because it's going to accelerate our progression, and that's very, very good. There we go. We have some learning points that we can just use. We have some bags of silver that's gonna give us more silver. And next up we have what do we have? We have these sigil that we want to sell. Let's repair everything. Let's sell the remains we have gotten from our tracking. Let's sell the royal sigil. And we're gonna keep the toolkit. The dungeon map solo we can keep because it's going to be a journal mission that we want to do. But the most important thing we got is this 3 days of premium. And I think we got that from... I actually don't know where we got that from. I think from character progression, maybe? No. But you see, I'm still getting unlocks just for using all of these. I'm gonna do that. I own 100,000 silver, so I get even more tomes. And yeah, just use these as fast as you can because you keep unlocking things and you keep boosting your item power. So if I look at this sword, already you can see I have 731 item power. So I started from 720, and just due to leveling up a few times, I'm at 4 specialization, I already have 731. And you can see that 11 mastery bonus, that comes from the levels that you have. Now, one important thing we got is this 3 days of premium, which is from one of the journal missions. I cannot really tell which one. Oh, it's this one. Yes, so once you sell items worth 50,000 silver on the marketplace, you get 3 days of premium. As soon as I click use on this, you just have premium for 3 days. I would recommend you make sure that you can play the game in these days, so don't just activate this and then you cannot play the game for 3 days, so you have to just basically waste these days. But I would also recommend it not really using it right away. So for now, I'm going over here to the bank and I'm putting these 3 days of premium in the bank. We're going to be using them soon, but first off, let's do a little bit more progression that's gonna allow us to be more efficient when we use this premium. What next? We just finished our first steps for the adventure. There's also these for duelist, gatherer, and some more for learning the ropes. And we're probably going to be going for this one, for learning the ropes. I think learning the ropes and just clearing these first steps is a good starting point for any new player. So, that being said, the next objective we have to do is to gather some fame in a yellow zone. And we're also going to be tracking this, which is to get a generalist node to level 30. So a generalist node is this one, which I called mastery, but I guess it's called generalist node. Once we get this to 30, the objective is going to be finished. And yeah, that's what we're going to be focusing on, is doing PvE, because it's going to be a very good source of silver and it's going to be a very good source of fame. And once we are more familiar with PvE combat and just roaming the open world, we are going to be checking out gathering as well, and also PvP. But now we have gotten quite a lot of silver for finishing all of these tasks. And what are we going to do next is, actually, since we have tier over here, we have passed the level 10 in generalist, we have unlocked tier 5. So that means we can buy tier 5 dual swords, which is gonna increase our item power quite a bit. And let's see how much those cost. So first off, I'm gonna check tier 5. And let's see 5.1. It's quite expensive, it's 50,000 silver, so maybe we don't want to go for that straight away. Maybe we want to go for a 4.1. Let's see 4.2. It's also 50,000, so it's pretty expensive, right? As you go up in tiers and enchantments. So for now, we are more than satisfied with going with a 4.1 set. And we're going to be doing it in good quality. Next, we're gonna buy mercenary jacket in 4.1, guardian helmet, soldier boots, and one important upgrade we are going to be making right now, because we are tired of using this mule. As good as it is, I'm sorry, but the mule is really a slow mount, so we want a new mount, and we're going to be going for a riding horse. At tier 3 is more than enough for our needs. We're also going to be buying a new bag, and we want it at tier 4. And what we could also get, if it's not too expensive, but it might be too expensive, is a special cape. But I mean, yeah, we can get it. So first off, let's repair everything. Let's equip our 4.1 items. And we see we already finished a task in the character progression, equip gear reaching item power of 800 or higher. We get another tome that we can use straight away. And since we upgraded our gear, we can go ahead and sell the 4.0 items. And I'm going to sell order everything because we're in no rush to get these. Well, except I am a bit in a rush because I want to get this, but yeah. Actually, I'm going to cancel the mule. Let's see if I can sell it instantly. It's not gonna be enough. It's almost enough, but not. And something sold, so we have something. We have enough now. I'm gonna be buying an Avalonian Cape 4.0, and as opposed to the normal capes, which you see have this max energy and energy regeneration, the special capes also have that, but they also have a passive ability. So every cape, every type of cape has a different passive ability that has a condition that you can read over here. It activates when you do an auto attack, which we do a lot with the swords. And every time we do an auto attack, we deal 250 damage around us, and we reduce the damage of the enemies we hit. And this has a cooldown of 30 seconds. This is gonna greatly speed up the PvE we do because it's just another source of damage. And that means we can also go back over here. We have to repair the cape and we can sell it back. Awesome. So with very few silver pieces to our name, this means we can progress further and choose our next step. Actually, I think we can straight up go and do gather as we do learning the ropes. So we are officially going to begin the gathering path. We have some new things to claim because we have sold some new things in the market. So now let's go to the first steps, and in the learning the ropes we're gonna do the yellow zone, and while we go to the yellow zone we're also going to do this gathering profession. Now, for gathering to be as efficient as possible, or to basically have the best time, I would recommend picking one or at most two professions to level. And you should do this based on the areas that you're going to be playing in. Now, since I'm playing in the wooded area, I'm going to be going for the main gathering profession, which is lumbering, and I'm also going to be going for hide gathering. I would recommend you pick something out of these four, and you should skip stone gathering because it is kind of the weakest profession right now. All of the other four resources have more use. So the first thing we're going to do is we are going to get a lumber a lumber axe. We can go to categories over here and we should find tools somewhere. Oh, gathering equipment. And then we go to and just write axe. And we need a tier 2 because we cannot use a tier 3 one yet. I'm gonna buy a tier 2 axe. And then I'm also going to buy a tier 3 axe. I cannot equip this, I know, but I'm buying it because I will quickly unlock the ability to equip it. And I'm also going to do the same for a skinning knife. Good, so we have those. And let's just consume these tomes. I recommend you should always use these tomes as you get them. There's not much reason to keeping them. It's fine, I like the fact that the new missions introduce you to all aspects of the game. But let's just start moving towards a tier 5 zone, and actually I cannot do that because first I need some tier 2 resources, and I'm only going to be able to find these in a tier 4 zone. So these are tier 2 nodes and we're going to be gathering them. And here is the progression for lumbering. Again, I recommend you use quick learn because it's gonna go so much faster. As you see, we need 2000 fame, and every tick of this is gonna give us 4 fame only. So that's very, very slow. And to make it go faster for the purposes of this tutorial, I'm only going to be leveling up my lumbering. If you want to level up your skinning, so I'm not going to be doing that anymore. If you also want to level up your skinning, you can safely do that by just killing those animals and taking their hides, just like you would in the tutorial zone. You can see that gathering takes quite a while, and it's only going to get slower from here. Right now it's only gonna take a few minutes to get up to tier 3, but then it's gonna be quite a while longer to get to tier 4, then to tier 5, and so on. And if you really want to make decent money with gathering, you really kind of have to get to at least tier 6, and then it will be more profitable. The reason why the economy is so well thought out in Albion is because lower tier resources are still needed if you want to refine higher tier resources. So for example, if you want to refine tier 3, you need to have some tier 2. Actually, no, that's incorrect. If you want to refine tier 4, you need some tier 3. And this pattern applies for all the resources up to tier 8. You need the resource of one tier lower to be able to refine that. So that means all resources above tier 3 are going to be in demand. And what happened? Oh, it seems like my axe actually destroyed, so I only made it 60% of the way to a new level, and now I have to go back to repair my axe. Back here in town you can see that there is a place to repair items, and it is over here at the repair station. And now we can go back and finish leveling up to tier 3. One interesting aspect about gathering is that you can always gather one tier above the current level you're at. So for example, this is tier 3 resources, and I can still gather it even though I'm tier 2. Starting from tier 4 resources, they can become enchanted, so you can directly harvest 4.1, 4.2 or 4.3 resources in the wild. The thing is, if you find those, you cannot gather them one tier above. So if you find 4.2 enchanted, you need to have tier 4 gathering to be able to get it. Tier 3 is not enough. But generally you shouldn't really gather one tier above yourself after tier 5, because it becomes very, very slow to gather. Right here at the beginning it doesn't really matter much because it's still quick to gather, and you can afford to do this, and it gives pretty good fame. You see, it gives 9 per tick instead of just 4. And we're almost there, just a few more resource nodes. And this is going to be our last tree, and as soon as we reach this, it's gonna unlock. There we go. And we have unlocked this, and instantly I see it already has quick learn on it, which is great because I want this to be turned on. I'm only going to use 35 learning points in the journey to unlocking the next tier, which is going to be tier 4, and that's absolutely worth it. At this point you can basically throw away the tier 3 axe, and right now you can notice just how quickly it's going to be to gather the resources. It's much faster than it was in tier 2. And now I can also gather tier 4, which takes quite a while, but it's still worth it to do for the fame at this point. You see, so I receive 15 fame per tick right there. But this is going to be the last tree that I gather for now, and I'm going to go fishing so that I can finish the catching of fish mission. And actually I see that I have to get some tier 4 resources, so I'm going to keep harvesting those when I see them so that we can finish that as well. For example, this tier 4 tree right here. And as soon as I catch a fish, I just have to keep the bobber in the green zone until the fish is lured. Yeah, so depending on what you like to do most, you can choose to be a gatherer, you can choose to be a fisherman, you can choose to PvP. There are lots of things you can do in Albion Online. One more fish and we can finish our journal mission. And there we go, that's done. Let's claim our rewards and let's see what the next thing to do is. Okay, that's nice. And we have to gather some more tier 4 resources, and that's gonna take a bit of time. until we find enough trees. So I'm just going to roam around the area until I see the blue trees that I need to gather, which are these ones. One interesting thing about gathering are these resources mobs that you can find for every type of resource. Once you defeat them, you can harvest them as if they were a normal node. And what's nice about them is that they sometimes, not in all cases, they are quicker to harvest than the normal node. But in any case, you can fight these mobs and harvest them if you would like to. And this is going to be our final resource that we have to gather. And we will be finishing our journal mission. There we go, that's done. Let's claim it, and we receive a piece of food, which is a pie, and pies are good for increasing the yield of your gathering. So this is the gatherer's food that you should always use when gathering. We can equip it right away, but we're not gonna use it right away. Then we have to ride an ox, which is also a good mount for gatherers because it can carry a lot of capacity at the expense of being slower. So what we want to do now is go back to town and sell everything that we have gathered. So when you are mounted up in the open world, you have this journey back ability. And if you hover over it with your mouse, it tells you just how much it costs. You can press it and it will instantly teleport you back to the city that you came from. Alternatively, you can walk back, but I would not recommend to do that because time is silver in this game, and the quicker you can get to do your things, it's generally worth it to journey back. The cost of this teleport depends on what items you have on you, so the more items and the more expensive items you have, it's going to cost more. But generally, most of the time, it is worth it to use. Good, so we're back here at the marketplace and we want to sell all our resources. And since there's not that much of a difference, I'm going to instantly sell them. And also my tier 3 and also my tier 2. And also my tier 1, which I have for some reason. I can also sell all the fish, which you see is decent profit as well. So fishing is also pretty good to make money. And that's it, I don't want to sell anything else. I can also use these books that I have received. And there's certainly a lot of rewards I can claim again. So we have this, and then we have all of these. This is some vanity item that I can just throw away. This is silver. This is more fame. So you see, doing the journal missions is a good way to get your first bits of fame, and I would recommend doing this. You also get a lumberjack tome, which is untradeable. If this was tradable, I would absolutely recommend selling it, but since this is not tradable because it is a journal reward, you can use it to get some fame in tier 4 lumberjack, which is very nice. Good, so the next thing we have to do is actually buy an ox. You can click over here to reset all the filters, and then we can go to mount. And we're gonna buy the cheapest ox, which is the tier 3 one. And all we have to do is equip it and then mount up. And there we go, that's it. We have both of these missions done. And then we have one more mission, which is to gather 20 resources in 2 different biomes. So what I have to do right now is find a different biome that I can harvest wood in. And the tricky part here is that I cannot actually harvest wood in any of the adjacent areas. So to finish this mission, what I'm going to do is actually move to a different city. And I mentioned previously that I don't want to do skinning, but just for this mission I have to buy a tier 2 skinning knife. So I'm going to do just that. And with my skinning knife in hand, I'm going to move over to the city of Bridgewatch. And you can go over here on the map to the travel planner, which has this icon. And then you can click over to the city of Bridgewatch. You see, this costs depending on the items you have on your person at the time. And since I don't really want to pay 10,000 silver to go there, and then also have to pay 10,000 to come back, I'm going to go to my bank and I'm going to leave everything here that I do not need. So I'm going to leave absolutely everything except the gear that I have on me. You could also leave that because that also contributes, but I'm just going to keep it for now. And I'm going to move over to Bridgewatch just quickly so I can finish that mission, and then I will quickly teleport back over to Limhurst. So Bridgewatch is over here in the desert, and you see it only costs 6,000 now as opposed to 10,000, so we save a few thousand silver by doing this. We also complete a mission for visiting 2 royal cities. But this should be very quick to finish. I'm just going to exit here, and I'm quickly going to find some tier 2 skinnable animals. I just need 20 resources, which is gonna be basically 3 gathering nodes. So this one, and then one more, I think. There we go. And let's just quickly take this one down. And this should finish it. There we go. And we're done with the Gatherer. We claimed it, and this is done. We can also claim this. These are just some vanity tokens. Community tokens are used for buying vanity items, which is good because you also have journal missions for buying and having different vanity items. You are going to unlock these as you play the game, so don't worry about them too much. Now we can just teleport back to Limhurst because that's the city I want to play out of. But just note that, see, even this city has 200 people, so there's at least 5,000 people just in the cities at any one time, so the game is active. And we're back in Limhurst. We're gonna quickly go and deposit all the stuff that we do not need. I'm just gonna throw the skinning knife away. I don't really care about it because I'm not going to be doing skinning alongside Lumberjack. You are absolutely free to do so, but I would recommend focusing on 1, at most 2 gathering professions at the same time, just so that you can level them up a bit quicker. Do I need anything out of here? Not really. Maybe the soup and maybe this map if I'm going to be doing it at some point. But right now what I want to do is sell these hides. I'm just gonna quick sell them. And since I want to finish this first steps category, I'm gonna work on finishing the duelist. So if you're interested in PvP, we're gonna get our first taste of it right now. But there is one caveat I want to say, and that I would recommend you do not focus on PvP until you get some fame in your set that you are playing. And the reason for this is because you're going to be less effective. Well, not in some of the activities that we're going to be doing, because some of the activities are IP capped, but you are going to be less effective in PvP in general if you do not have the IP. That being said, we can absolutely finish an arena match, and as the tutorial says, we can go over here to arena and we can sign up for unranked 5v5. We have to choose the fighter role, and you see there's a soft cap of 600, so it doesn't matter that we don't have IP when we play arena. So if you're interested in playing this, which is similar to League of Legends, it is a very simple version of League of Legends arena. It is 5v5. This is a good set to play with, but if you're serious about playing arena a lot, you can rank up if you play Crystal Arena. This is basically the ranked mode of this game, and as you increase your ranks over here, you get better and better rewards, and there are players that really enjoy this content, and it is fun to quickly get into some matches. That being said, as we queue up, we have to wait until we find a match, and then we can play and just fight our enemies, which are going to be players for once. Another reason why you should wait for PvPing until you get some fame and you level up your items is because over here on my swords, for example, I have so many abilities on the W slot that I cannot use because I do not have the required level. For example, this Iron Will, I need to get 85 mastery in this node until I'm able to use it. You see also new tiers are unlocked every now and then. So for example, at level 30, I will be able to use tier 6 and so on. And just as an example, tier 8 dual swords have a cost of 600,000 silver. So you see the price of items just grows exponentially as the tiers get higher. Even though the power scales linearly, you will see that the costs scale faster than linear. So maybe I am actually going to, let's see, am I gonna find any arena match or do I have to sign up for a crystal arena? I cannot sign up for crystal arena because I need an IP of 900 for that. So I either would have to upgrade to tier 4.2 or I would have to get some more masteries before I'm allowed to go into the arena. And you see it says soft cap. What a soft cap means in this game is that IP above the soft cap still matters, but it matters at a very reduced rate. I think for arena it is 10% effectiveness. So if, for example, I had 1600 IP, inside of the arena, that 1000 would be scaled down to 10%, so it would only count as 100. So I would have only 700 actual IP in the fight. And this works to prevent people from just buying the best gear and being able to just steamroll everyone in these types of content. The one place where soft caps do not exist is in the open world, right? So in any of these zones that we have been wandering around, and in the black zone, which is the full loot PvP zone of the game. And you can see that this is the Royal Continent and the black zone is just so much bigger. It is basically the main area of the game, which I cannot wait to get to. And I cannot wait to show you tips and tricks to not be scared of going here, because this is where you'll make most of the money in the game and where it's the most fun, in my opinion. But it seems like we're not having much luck with finding an arena match. So I guess there's not many people playing the unranked arena, because honestly there's not much point to playing the unranked arena, you should just play ranked. So yeah, this is another reason why I think we should probably wait on doing the PvP. One thing we can do instead, so if we just stop the queue, we can just abort. And we can instead go over here to the Antiquarian's Den. And this is the PvP hub of the game. So inside the Antiquarian Den, we have access to the 1v1 game mode, which is the Corrupted Dungeon. And that is the thing we're going to be playing next. Okay, so welcome to the next step of our journey where we're gonna go into a corrupted dungeon. But just before we dive straight into that, let's first do something that's very, very important for being effective in PvP, and that's learning how to inspect other players. So make sure you have the inspect key set on something that is very accessible for you. So this is going to be inspect target. I personally have it set to Y. And anytime you click on any player, you can press Y, and that is going to bring up this menu. And it is very important to learn to read this menu. Now, in the Corrupted Dungeon, the IP is going to be capped, so we don't really care that much about it. But we're gonna have to learn to assess those values as well once we go in the open world, especially in the black zone. But the most important part of inspecting a player is to see what equipment they're wearing, especially the weapon they have. Over here on the left side, you can open this panel, and I recommend just keeping it open at all times. you can see what abilities they have selected, and as you play the game you're going to learn and just gather more and more experience and learn what each ability does. At the beginning, don't worry about it too much. It's fine to not know what everything does. You're gonna learn it step by step as you play against more and more players. And as soon as you inspect someone, you should take a look at their gear and quickly assess also what food they are using and what potions they are using. And in our case right now, we actually have no food that is useful for combat, and we have no potions that are useful for combat. But that's fine, we're just diving into the corrupted dungeon right now so that we can finish our quest and just get a small taste of how PvP works in this game, right? And we see we have the item power requirement, so it's totally fine to go in the hunter mode. And make sure you do not select Stalker or Slayer, because those are full loot modes, and you see the IP goes up. And the Slayer is the more advanced one, it's the ranked, where you can also gather infamy. So these are for more experienced players. You should definitely just begin with Hunter, because if you die, if you fight a player in this mode and you die, you are just going to be knocked down and are going to be taken out of the corrupted dungeon. So that being said, let's just quickly channel and go straight in so that we can see what's going on in the corrupted lairs. Now, as soon as we enter this, there is this shrine at the beginning of the zone. And if I channel this, I am going to significantly increase the chances of having a PvP encounter. And honestly, I do want that, because that's the main reason why we even came into this place, to have our first PvP encounter. But the way a corrupted dungeon works is over here on the minimap. If we take a look, we have to keep clearing monsters until we fill this bar up. Once we fill it to 100, over here in the center of the map, we're gonna spawn a boss that we're going to have to take down. So yeah, until we are matched with another player, which is going to invade our dungeon, or we're going to invade them, all we have to do is clear monsters. And we can do that however we'd like. And let's try not to be downed by monsters, because that's not gonna be nice. And you see, as I clear monsters, the infamy bar keeps filling up. So let's just keep doing that. And you see, even though this is technically a yellow zone, I don't think we're actually filling up the... Yeah, we're not actually filling up this quest, because we have to be in the open world for that to actually fill up. Now, one food that I actually can use for the corrupted dungeon is the soup, because it's gonna help with increasing my life regeneration after I clear each pack of monsters. So let's just quickly eat that. And over here on the sides of the map, there can be some mini bosses, and there are some chests sometimes that you can open for some extra loot. So it is definitely worth to check these out. And there we go, this is our first chest, and let's see what we have. And just a few tomes of experience, which is fine. And see, infernal powers move you to another place. This means I am going to invade another player, so I'm going to be teleported out of this dungeon and into the other player's dungeon. So let's see what we can do on our first PvP encounter in the game. As soon as the invasion happens, I am spawned over here, and now I have to find my way to the player. And if I take a look at the minimap, I can see that this area has already been cleared, so the player is probably somewhere around here, and I'm going to try to be finding him. And as I do this, I am looking at the edges of my screen, because as soon as I'm going to be in range of the enemy player, his nameplate is going to hover around at the edge of the screen, giving me an opportunity to click it and inspect the player. So let's see. This is very tense, our first PvP encounter. There are some traps you can find in the corrupted dungeon, and you need to take care to not take too much damage from them. And over here, the player was spotted by one of the sentries of the map, so as soon as I go over here, I can find him over here, and we see he has a lot. He's already damaged, and okay, this was a weird encounter because he was already damaged and all I had to do was just run up and kill the player. Okay, that was a bit weird. That's not how it usually goes, and usually it would be a more interesting fight, so maybe next time, but fair enough. I was able to loot some silver off of him, so there was like 10,000 silver on him, which is not some bad loot. And yeah, you can definitely get your first few pieces of silver. But since I defeated the enemy player, after 30 seconds I am teleported back to my dungeon, and now I can safely clear the dungeon without being interrupted by invasions. If I like to focus on PvP, I can also quickly skip clearing this dungeon, I think. Let me see if that's how it works. Yes. So I can just go to the next dungeon because I already won the duel. If I click this and I let the channel finish, I'm going to be taken to the next dungeon without having to clear the boss. So if you want to focus strictly on PvP, every time you finish a duel, you should just press A and skip to the next dungeon. But I'm going to take the time to actually clear this dungeon because I want to see what loot I can get from the boss. You can see there are also these chests that are treasures, and if you clear them, you can get a drop of a few pieces of silver. It isn't much, but it's worth taking them if you run across them. I keep getting hit by these traps that deal a lot of damage, and some builds that are made for corrupted dungeons play around these traps, and the whole point of the build is to just stun you and lock you up in place so that you take damage from all these monsters and traps. So that is definitely a viable strategy for some builds. There is a lot of diversity in the builds that can be played in these modes, and you will see that there are a ton of weapons in Albion, but not all of them are effective in all types of content. So you will definitely learn this as you play the game more, but some weapons are definitely not intended to be used in solo content, but instead they should be used in ZVZ or even in small scale. There's a difference between small scale and ZVZ. Some weapons are effective in one type of content, but not the other. Again, as you play the game, you will keep learning those and figuring out what weapon to use where. Yeah, so that PvP encounter was definitely not very relevant for this guide, because usually you're gonna actually fight the other person, but, well, sometimes you're just given these free wins and you might as well take them. It is nice. Corrupted dungeons in the Hunter difficulty are very nice for getting used to the game, because there's basically no risk. Even if you die, you do not lose the things that you have in your inventory. And that's very nice for a beginner. And right now I already unlocked the boss, so I'm just going to skip all these because I don't care about them anymore. You see the single target Q makes you leap towards the enemy, so that's also... In PvP you usually want to use the single target Q because it's gonna allow you to more easily stick on top of enemies. So they really will not be able to kite you around that much. And with that we are done with the boss. We get 20,000 fame, so that's quite nice. And we have a blue chest that's gonna give us 5,000 silver, which is not great, but yeah, that means we're done with the corrupted dungeon. We get a bunch of missions unlocked, which is very nice. And then if we check the duelist, we already finished the fight against another player, so it's good that we did that. And all we have to do now is to finish an arena match. So I'm going to exit right now. You can keep going, you can keep clicking next dungeon, or you can go back to the surface and do something else, and that's what we're going to try to do right now. Last time I tried, I wasn't able to actually find an arena match because I was trying to go for unranked. I'm gonna sign up right now and let's see if we can find one. If not, we're gonna have to upgrade our gear to be able to join a ranked arena match, because that's gonna certainly be easier to find. But while we wait, let's check all the missions we have just unlocked, and we see we got a bunch of nice stuff like some silver, fame, learning points. We have a corrupted dungeon map that I don't know what's used for anymore. I think since this update was just introduced, this doesn't really make sense anymore to keep, so we're gonna try to sell it on the marketplace. But yeah, we have all these tomes that we're just gonna go ahead and use. I really don't want to keep this dungeon, honestly. But there's probably a mission for it, so might as well. I'm gonna sell everything else, and I can click the quick sell button. I don't want to sell my chicken pie, and I don't want to sell the map. Good, so we're not really going to find any activity on the normal dungeon, on the normal arena I mean, so we're going to abort it. And let's see if I can just upgrade my gear. And you might be wondering how... Oh, and we actually found an arena, so I'm gonna ready up for it. And we're gonna finish making the set afterwards. You might be wondering how items can actually get enchantment in the first place. And okay, so we're not queuing up. The way they can be enchanted is they can be crafted with enchanted resources right away, or they can be enchanted using these items, which are called runes, that I didn't get any of yet. But we're gonna buy some soon, after we finish this arena. So thankfully we did manage to queue up. It may take a while sometimes for this, for you to be able to queue up for the arena, but it's fine. In this case we finally found one, and we're going to be able to finish our journal. So the way the arena works is a bit like League of Legends, like a very simple version of League of Legends. These are some checkpoints that a player must go to and capture, and every 90 seconds, I think, depending on the amount of checkpoints you control, they're called runestones, you're gonna subtract tickets from the enemy team, and once a team reaches zero, you will win the game. So what we can do here is, you see, for the first time we are inside a party, and what we're going to try to do is just use our abilities to deal as much damage as we can to the enemy team. And yeah, the arena is a very nice way of becoming familiar with what your abilities do, and how much damage everything does, what other weapons are in the game. So here we managed to get our first kill, we take down the enemy healer, and every team is gonna have one healer. That's just the way the game works. You have to have one healer queuing up on the team. And you see, this is like the fountain in League of Legends. I cannot step past that boundary, otherwise I'm gonna take massive damage and just die very quickly. So I have to step back here and rely on my team to heal me up on my healer. And I can deal big damage to the enemy team. Here you see I'm zoning the entire enemy team and I die. And when you die, you just have to wait for like 10 seconds to respawn. And you see nobody is taking the other runestones. So the point of the runestones that are not in the center, I'm just gonna go and take one of them right now. This gives an opportunity for solo plays, right? So usually in the middle it is an opportunity for team fighting, where you can come to the runestones solo on the sides and capture them for... You see, as I captured it, I get 10 tickets. And yeah, I see that's the way it works now, so they changed this recently. The runestone will respawn after a while, so as soon as it is captured, I take 10 tickets off the enemy team. And after it is... you see, he had to step on the circle to actually stop me, so he didn't do that, and I'm able to just capture this. Let's see if I can take him down. I don't think I can because he has invulnerability, and there is a chance I die here, but I managed to get away actually. And that's fine, I captured the runestone, and then they have to wait for this cooldown. They can't really do much right now. And as soon as I regenerate my health, I'm gonna go back in to contest. I can go back to my fountain to heal a bit quicker. And you see, he's a new player, he doesn't know how the arena works, and that's perfectly fine. It's just, you really shouldn't sweat too much in this game mode, especially since this is unranked. As I mentioned, this is just a very good way to learn what your abilities do, see how it is to fight in a party, and just see how the game feels in these conditions. But yeah, to win the game, I'm just gonna keep contesting these runestones because they're gonna give us a lot of tickets, as you can see. And here, let me see if I can jump and contest. I can. You see he's gonna have a friend coming soon, so I cannot really contest here. Maybe I can take down this enemy, let's see. He's really... Let's see if I can take him down. No, I cannot. He has his healer, so I have to run back. There's not much point for me to keep fighting there. But as I'm distracting 2 or 3 of their enemy players, you see my team over here on the bottom is able to just control this runestone. So since we're controlling 2 runestones and not dying that much, we really are having an easier time to win this. So again, the runestones are respawning. I'm going to go straight over here to contest. And there we go, we won the duel. And we have a friend coming. So we're going to be able to capture the runestone. And again, I have no idea what the score is because it's not showing it to me. But I think we should be winning. Maybe. It's not showing on the tab screen. It should be showing at the top. It's not showing. It's fine. We're just gonna keep fighting. As you see, you're not getting any fame when you're fighting in PvP, but you're gonna get some tomes at the end of the game. And I just take down the low health target. And then they are able to run back to their fountain, so we just go back and take the runestone and we win. And here are the arena rewards. If you win, you get every day you have some daily wins. Let me see how it works. I think you have 3 wins a day that you can receive rewards from. So here we go, daily rewards 2 out of 3. I can still get them if I win 2 more arenas. And these are very good. So as we see, we get one of these royal sigils, which we really like because they're 40,000 silver. We're going to be able to sell that on the marketplace straight away. And then we have this victory pouch that gives us a few tomes of fame. So that's like 40,000 fame, which is decent enough, but you're definitely going to get much more fame and silver if you do PvE. But it's not too bad. There are some rewards at least for this. Now, since we finished the arena, we also finished a bunch of quests over here, which is actually very nice. We did win it was a very one-sided match, so we get a lot of mission completions. We also get a vanity item, which is nice. Let's see, can I'm not gonna equip it, it's fine. And then we have a bunch of tomes that we can use. And we're just... yeah, at the beginning of the game, you just unlock a lot of levels all at once. So that was the arena. We're done with everything in the first steps except the learning the ropes category. So this was just a taste of the basic things you can do in Albion, and I think it's really nice to try these out. But from now on, the guide, what we're going to do, we are going to focus on PvE. Because as I mentioned previously, you're really going to get just more value, you're gonna get more progression if you focus a bit on PvP at the beginning, because that's gonna give you more fame, which is gonna make you stronger with cheaper items, and you're just gonna get a lot of silver by doing PvE. And also we are slowly making our way towards the dangerous black zone, because as I mentioned, my goal with this guide is to make you not be afraid of the black zones, because that's where you're gonna get the most rewards in this game. So before we do that, let's keep talking about the upgrading of enchantment on an item, right? So we have these tier 5 items, and what we can do to upgrade them to tier 5.1 is we can go over here to the artifact foundry, which you can find on the minimap. And once we are there, there's a bunch of things you can do over here. Let me find where I can click. We have to go over here to the enchant tab, and we're gonna drag our swords over here. So we see this requires 384 runes to enchant. Okay, so let's see how much that costs. Before we do that, we're also gonna want to enchant our chest plates as well, so that's 192. And our helmet and boots are gonna be 96 each. So all in all, we're gonna need 800 runes to be able to upgrade our entire set. So let's go to the market and let's see if we have enough money to buy all that. So we're gonna try to buy 800 of these in total. I'm gonna take everything, and we're a bit overloaded, but that's fine. As long as we're not above 130, we're gonna still be able to move relatively quickly, and in town it's totally fine to be a bit overloaded. And I'm also gonna sell order this royal sigil. Good, so now we can go and we can enchant our tier 5 gear. And the reason we did this, if we calculate, 100 runes was about 5,000 silver, right? So we needed 400 runes to upgrade the dual swords to tier 1. That means we spent 20,000 silver to upgrade from tier 5 to tier 5.1. And since we bought those with 17,000, but on the marketplace they were listed in tier 0.1 they were 50,000, we just saved about 13,000 silver by doing this ourselves. So this is basically the reason it is cheaper to do this, is because people are lazy, right? So they don't want to do this every time they buy their gear. So they prefer to just buy it enchanted. And this is actually one of the first money makers you can do as a new player. You can buy gear unenchanted, buy the runes, bring them over here to the artifact foundry to enchant, and then sell them for a nice profit. So if you would like to make a bit of silver, that is something you can do. We're gonna equip our tier 5.1 items for now, but we're not gonna sell the 4.1 set because we're gonna need that later. So for now, let's come to the bank and deposit all the items that we do not need. We have some excess runes, you can sell them, you can keep them, do whatever you'd like with them. And now with the slightly upgraded gear, we can go to the yellow zones. So as I've previously mentioned, the blue zone is totally safe. That means you cannot PvP with other players. Now the yellow zones do have PvP, but they're still completely safe, because if you die, you're just gonna be knocked down, and you just have to wait a little while until you can get yourself back up, but nothing else is going to happen to you, right? So although some people can PvP you, usually people do not PvP at all in the yellow zone because there's not much point to it. So what we're gonna do is go straight out to the yellow zone and continue our journal missions. And actually we have unlocked a new ability, which is pretty nice. I still think this Blade Cyclone ability is the best for clearing in PvE, but just so we see something new, let's choose this new ability that we unlocked. Make sure to select your abilities on all your armors, because we just swapped our set. But here we have an upgraded mob, so let's see. In tier 4 zones, I don't quite remember how much fame we used to get, but you're gonna see that here we're gonna get much more fame if we defeat this tier 5 mob. And since we have tier 5.1, it's pretty easy to take him down, and we get 4,000 fame, which is not too bad. So just a few more of these monsters and we're already going to be done with the yellow zone mission. You see, these are unupgraded mobs. I talked about this previously, but it's usually not worth it to stop for these unupgraded monsters. You see just how many levels we're getting by farming monsters in the open world. It is definitely the best way to get fame, but even now the rates we're getting here in the yellow zone are very, very small compared to what we can get if we go to the black zone. So again, as I mentioned, we're making our way towards there, but first we want to finish the initial journal missions just so that you can get more familiar with the game first and be more confident once we get to the actual dangerous zones. Okay, so we finished this, and let's see what we have to do next. We have to keep doing more fame farming because we have to get a weapon node to level 30, so that's gonna take a bit longer, but we can keep taking down these mobs. If we want to be more efficient, we can pull both of these at once and take them down with our AoE abilities like this, which is gonna speed it up. And yeah, let's see, we have to find a wisp is what the first steps guide is telling us to do, so that might take a while. It might be hard to find one, but hopefully we can find one. So actually, well, that was really lucky, we just found one. So that's good, because this wisp is gonna take us to the mists, and If we go to the mists from a yellow zone, the mists are still gonna be a yellow zone. So that's perfectly fine because we're still not in danger of anything bad happening to us. But welcome to the mists. The point of the mists and why they even exist in the first place is so that you can play solo. Once you find a mist in the open world, only one person can enter in that portal, and it takes you to a completely randomized instance, which is not accessible otherwise. So any player you run across in this zone is going to be a solo player as well. That is unless you go to the greater mist, so make sure you check the wisp when you enter it. If you go to the greater mists, that is gonna be a duo zone. So if you have a friend, you can take him with you, and only then the portal will close behind. But over here, let's see if there was an objective on the map, but somebody just took it. I was running towards it so I can show it off, but here it is. There's this player. And I'm actually going to do my first PvP encounter by fighting him. So I'm gonna try to take it off of him. But this is going to be a very tough fight, and I actually do not want to fight him while he has that ability triggered on, so I'm just gonna wait for a while, and I'm gonna keep chasing him. And I want to wait until my boots are off cooldown, and you see he's taking some damage from monsters. That's very good. I wanna keep dodging his Qs. He's gonna throw Qs at me. I'm gonna use my W to poke him from a distance. I don't want to rush. I don't want to rush the fight, right? There we go. We have some good opportunity to deal damage right now. And we are going to use our healing because otherwise he can really kill us right now. And there we go. We won the fight and we are able to take the mist, the wisp, which is going to be very nice. It's going to give us some rewards once we deliver it to the weakened wisp sanctuary. So you saw that was finally a good PvP encounter to show just how fun PvP can be in this game. And honestly, since we're in the yellow zone, it's probably going to be mostly new players here. So that arcane staff wasn't very experienced in PvP, but that's perfectly fine, right? He just was unlucky to come across me. I'm more experienced. I obviously can win that fight because I can just kite him around. But even though he died, all that happens is that he gets kicked out of the mist and he can just go to the next one, right? So it's perfectly fine. And that was a nice fight. You can see that I was keeping my distance once he used his powerful jacket ability. That jacket ability gave him more damage the more abilities he used, so I really wanted to stay away. And even still, you saw that he took me down to very low HP. And that is also because I was at an IP disadvantage. So if you saw, I inspected him before we fought, and I saw that he had 1200 IP, and that is a significant difference. So he had much more stats than me. You see I only have 900 IP. Since he had 1200, that is a 3-tier difference, which is a lot. If the skill was equal, I probably did not have a chance to win that fight. But thankfully we were able to win it, and we were also able to find a treasure coffer, which we were able to open. And now we are also able to take this wisp and we can deliver it to the sanctuary so that we can receive some rewards. Once we deliver this, we're gonna receive some fame and some reputation. Reputation is for the mists. Once we reach Brazilian, which is a specific city for this mist zone, we're gonna be able to buy things only if we have that reputation. And there's just a lot of things going on, one after the other. There's also this portal right here, which is an abbey, and it's very nice that we actually found this. I'm actually going to step inside of it. And the abbey is a special region that is accessible only from the mists and only if you find one of these random portals. So it is quite an opportunity to find one of these. And the reason the abbey is nice is because you can farm these camps. So if we look, we have this layout, which is kind of a dungeon. And now what we can do is we can farm these monster camps And as we do that, we're gonna get increased fame rates. So the fame is better here than it is in the normal mist, right? So it is quite a nice place to farm fame. And also you see the mob density is pretty high. So we're gonna clear some mobs here for a while, and we're gonna work towards our first steps of learning the ropes to get a weapon generalist node to level 30. And as soon as you clear all the mobs around one of these shrines, it opens up and you can either get one of these buffs or you can get a chest. If you get a chest, you get loot from it, but if you get one of these buffs, you can see the effects that it has. So this one, whenever I reach below 40% HP, for example when I'm fighting another player, I will be healed for 10% of my health and then an additional 5%. And the more of these buffs I found, I keep stacking this passive Knightly Grace buff on myself, which just generally increases the damage and the defense against all other players I may come across in the dungeon. And that is very good because if I have a PvP encounter, it's gonna matter who spent more time PvEing in the dungeon. That person is gonna have a slight or in some cases a big advantage. So that is one more aspect about the Nightfall Abbeys that you should take into consideration. This especially matters once you go in the Black Zone mists, which again are full loot PvP. Since we're still in the Yellow Zone, everything is tier 5 and we are still not in a full loot zone, so we're not risking anything. So I'm probably going to clear this shrine and then maybe I'm just going to exit so that I can explain more of the mechanics that are at play inside of the mist itself, not in the abbey, because we really got lucky to find a Nightfall Abbey so early in our journey. And I'm gonna take this buff. And maybe I'm just gonna run to this exit over here. I'm not gonna do all of the camps. But I'm just curious if I can run across any other players or if I can run across other objectives. And just talking about that past PvP encounter we had with the Arcane Staff, you saw that I was using my Splitting Slash ability, which allows me to hit from a slight distance and it also roots the enemy. So again, another ability that helps me stick to my enemies and not let them escape. And actually we have a PvP encounter, so let's see if we can fight with this Fire Staff. Although it seems like he has quite a lot of IP over me, so it may not be possible to defeat him, especially since he's a Fire Staff. You see he moved. Yeah, so he has incredibly strong items. He has 5.4 items, 5.3, so there's not much I can really do against him. Because if I inspect him and I look at the item power, you see that he has 1300, right? So there's not much I can do. And he's going to be able to stick on top of me here, so I have to wait out his boots and then run in a different direction. And he's also lagging a bit, so that makes it not nice. You see, he actually knows how to play, so there's not much I can do here. Because he's just gonna take me down, right? There we go. And I died. Okay, so that's fine. You can see what happens if you die in a Yellow Zone. I'm just going to be kicked out of the Abbey. And I'm also going to be kicked out of the Mist. But thankfully there's another one right over here, so we can go inside of it if we need to. But I don't even know if I need to go, because the next thing I have to do is just get a weapon node to level 30. Now, what was interesting about that fight that we just lost against the Fire Staff, we can check over here on our profile, we can go to stats, and over here to deaths and knockdowns. We can see the details of what how the fight went. And you can see there's almost a 4-tier difference between me and him, so there was never a chance for me to actually win this fight. Also, he has a 5.4 staff, so what is special about a weapon that is 0.4 enchantment is that you can awaken the weapon. And you see over here, if we look at the traits, only weapons that are 5.4 and are awakened can have these traits. And you can see he chose to have some ability damage and some extra mob fame, which is nice for farming, especially if he wants to only do it in the yellow zone. He isn't risking anything. If he dies, you saw as I was just knocked down and taken outside of the mist, that's all that's gonna happen to him as well. So since he had a PvP set and was actually an experienced player, so he knew how to use his abilities, there wasn't really a chance for me to win that fight at any point. And Albion is also a game about knowing how to pick your battles. I picked that fight just for the purpose of showing it and showing how you can try to escape against an enemy, but I made a mistake, right? So I tried using my splitting slash to stop his royal boots, but that didn't work, and he was able to just run me down, catch up to me and just kill me. But that's fine, you can learn from your mistakes in this game, and you shouldn't be afraid of making mistakes, because everybody makes mistakes at basically every point of playing the game. You're never going to play perfectly, and you need to learn how to adapt once you make a mistake and how to capitalize on your enemy's mistakes. And that's why Albion is a fun game, and the combat in it is fun and quite skill-based. So what I was doing here in the background while talking about the fight is I just cleared a camp in the mist. So once you enter the circle of a camp, you can see it over here, you have to clear some monsters until you get enough fame. Once you do that, the chest in the middle of the camp unlocks and you can open it for some rewards. So it is a nice objective that you can do. And over here in the yellow zone, the rewards aren't amazing, but in the black zone it's gonna be very nice to do these camps because it's gonna give us a lot of might, which is a resource, and yeah, it is a resource that we're gonna talk about once we do enter the black zone, and it's gonna allow us to get a ton of rewards. So what have we been doing in the background? Let's see just how much we need until we get to level 30. We see we still have 5 levels to go, so that's quite a lot of farming we still have to do. Let's see if it is possible to maybe claim some extra tomes. Yes, we seem to have some to help us with speeding up this process. If you're feeling confident at this point, you can absolutely go straight to the black zone, but I just want to take it a bit slowly. If I was playing this on my own, I would already be in the black zone because the rewards are much better there, but I just want to explain things as I go and show them at a pace that is accessible to newer players, right? Because there is just so much information. Like in any MMORPG, there are so many mechanics at play that you have to at least have a basic understanding of how something works before you venture out, especially in a zone where getting ganked by experienced players is going to result in you losing the items that you bring out there. So you also have to be aware of what you bring there to not bring something that you cannot afford to lose. And that's what we're going to be teaching once we do get over there. But I'm going to keep clearing these camps, and these chests are pretty nice because they sometimes give blue tomes, which give a bit of extra fame, and it's going to help us get to our level 30 goal. As an example, I guess what I can do, and to also speed up this for a little bit, is over here I can turn on Quick Learn for my Sword Fighter node, and that's gonna allow me to get there much quicker, to get to level 30 much quicker. Even when I use my tomes, you see that I just lost a bunch of learning points, and I was given 5 times the experience. But you'll see just how quickly these learning points are gonna go down. So I'm gonna leave this on until we get level 30, and we have 320 learning points now. We'll see how many we end up with after we reach level 30. And at that point, I'm definitely going to be turning that feature off. Another thing that you can find in the mists are these trapped wisps that you can clear the monsters around them, then you can interact with it, and you see you get some reputation and some fame, which is quite nice. It is a decent amount of fame, So when you do come across these, you can take the time to open them. And we have an enemy here. Let's see if we can fight him. And I'm going to use the fact that... yeah, okay, he doesn't even fight back, so this isn't a real fight. I was gonna say, I'm going to use the fact that he was already fighting some monsters to my advantage. And really in this game you should take every advantage that you're given in a fight, because other players are also gonna take these advantages against you, right? And that's the fun of the game, in my opinion. You really need to be aware of the situation that you're in and of what advantages and disadvantages are at play at every moment, so that you can be successful, and in some cases you can defeat enemies that have much more IP than you if you play the situation correctly. So again, even since we're in the yellow zone, there isn't really much point to PvP except for learning the game and learning how the abilities work, because you saw that I took down that player and I didn't really gain anything from it. All that happened was that he was kicked out of the mist, and maybe I do not have to compete for the resources. So for example, for the mobs in this camp, since that player is gone, I do not have to compete with him for the same resources. Because the amount of monsters you find in the yellow zone, or in any zone, the amount of normal monsters you find depends on how many people are clearing them. Because once a monster is killed, it will respawn as one of these weak monsters, and it takes time for them to upgrade into monsters that give better rewards. So we reached level 30, I'm gonna turn off Quick Learn, and you see just for these few levels I already spent, I think, 40 of my learning points. So I would absolutely never turn Quick Learn on for any of the weapon nodes. Only use it for tracking or for gathering, especially as a newer player. The learning points are very powerful and valuable, but you should definitely not waste them on combat equipment. Alright, so we finished this part of the first steps. And I'm gonna claim it, and we need to complete 100 journal missions. Thankfully, we're almost all the way there already. But that means we're gonna have to pick a direction ourselves to go towards to, and the one I'm gonna pick is going to be PvE activities, because that's what we're gonna be focusing on going forward, and I'm gonna be focusing on the roaming mobs. Alright, so at this point I am fine to go outside of the mist. I mean, maybe... yeah, I'm not gonna take that wisp, since nobody is taking it. You see, since it hasn't disappeared from the minimap, it means nobody is interested in taking it. So I could go over there and take it, but there's not much point in the yellow mists. So what I'm gonna do right now, I'm going to step outside, back to the open world. And let's see, in this category that I picked, what activities we can do. So over here you also have a small tutorial for the category that you picked. In this case we have to defeat some roaming mobs, and we have to defeat some tier 3 roaming mobs. That means I'm going to journey back to go to Limhurst, and I'm gonna exit towards a tier 3 zone. So we're out here, and now we're just gonna have to find 12 tier 3 roaming mobs, and these do not have to be of the upgraded variety. So for the purposes of doing this journal mission, we can also take down these monsters. Let's see, we have 5 now, so that works. And another mission we have is to take 4 roaming mobs down within 10 seconds. And for us to be able to do that, we need to find 4 of these monsters in close enough proximity that we can gather them up all at once and take them down. And these creatures do not count as roaming mobs, so we cannot use those. So hopefully we can find a spot where there's enough of these, but maybe we're gonna have to go to a different area. So there's 2 of them right here, but I need 2 more in close proximity, and there doesn't seem to be any. But yeah, I keep finding these isolated monsters, but it's not enough for the mission. I'm just gonna take them down anyway so that I can finish my 12 out of 12 tier 3 monsters, and then we can move on to something else. So over here we almost have all we need, but it's not quite enough. Maybe if I can also gather this one. Let's see, maybe we can do it, maybe. There we go, we have 4 of them at once. We have to make sure we're in the center so that we do have all of them at once. And there we go, we killed 2 of them, we killed 4 of them in 10 seconds. So we were able to do that mission, and we still have 2 more roaming mobs we need to take down. Let's see if we can find them. There's one over here. And there should be one somewhere around here. There we go. This is gonna finish the mission. That's done. And next up, we're gonna have to defeat tier 4 roaming mobs. So we're gonna go to a tier 4 zone. Defeat a roaming mob with any armor slot ability. That's gonna be possible with the reflect ability, I think. Let's see if I can just do that right now. So I'm gonna first have to find the poacher is perfect. I'm gonna go to the reflect ability, and then I'm gonna try to soften the mob up and let him kill himself in the game with this reflect. So now he attacks me, and there we go, he died. But wait, that didn't work. Okay, that doesn't work. Come on. SBI, please fix this journal mission. It should definitely work. I killed it with the reflect. Okay, fine. We're gonna have to find a different armor slot ability to to complete that mission. Okay, fine. So back to the first steps. We still have to finish 2 journal missions. And we can also finish a tier 3 solo expedition. So that's also something I'm gonna do. Actually, I'm gonna use this tier 4 map because that's definitely a mission I haven't done. I'm gonna use the tier 4 map that I gotten way back from one of those journal missions, and I'm gonna go to the dungeon, clear it out, and then I'm definitely going to have that finish. There are 2 upgraded mobs here, might as well pick them up while I'm on the way there. I'm gonna swap back to the Blade Cyclone ability because that's a bit better at clearing in PvE. So if we're not going to be doing any PvP anytime soon, it's fine to stick with that ability. And honestly, even in PvP, the Blade Cyclone ability is pretty decent. Again, if you're playing a different weapon at this point, don't worry about it. You're going to figure it out on your own just as well. And just play around with all of the abilities and you can find out in what context they are the most useful. Some of the abilities can be very niche and you should probably almost never use them if you're playing solo, but some of the abilities you can swap between, whether you are in a PvE environment or you are in a PvP environment. But again, as everything else, this is gonna come with experience, so don't worry about it and just enjoy playing the game and enjoy figuring stuff out on your own as well, because that's where a lot of the fun of the game also comes from. One small detour we have on our way to the solo dungeon is this hidden treasure that you see looks just like an object in the world. But if we dismount and if we destroy it, first off, we're gonna get a mission for it. We're gonna get almost 4,000 silver, which is quite a lot. And we're also gonna get a few drops that we can pick up for some extra silver. So every time you see one of those hidden treasures in the open world, you should absolutely stop and take them, because not only are you gonna get a lot of silver from them, but the journal missions that require you to find hundreds of them, if you do complete them at some point, you will receive millions of silver just from the completion of that mission. So absolutely stop and take them if you do see them, because sometimes they're hard to spot, right? They're called hidden treasures for a reason. But here we are, almost at our solo dungeon, and you see, since it was a map, it shows me exactly where to go, and I can go in to the dungeon. And this is a slightly upgraded dungeon because it was a 4.1 solo map. You can keep using these maps if you like to do these dungeons, and you see enemies are 16% stronger. That is because I used the map, and that was 4.1. If you do like to do these dungeons, feel free to do them. but just know that they do not have the greatest rewards. So I am going to do them for the journal missions, but I'm not gonna be doing any more than I need to for the journal missions, because it's not gonna give me that much rewards. Where it is, it's gonna take us to Weapon Specialist to 30, which is gonna take a while. Weapon Specialist nodes are slower and require more fame than the Generalist nodes, so that's gonna take a while longer than the Generalist node we have just finished. But that's fine, we can make progress towards it. And maybe if it takes a long time, we're gonna venture out into the red or the black zone, depending on what journal missions we're gonna have next to do. And it seems like this dungeon I'm finding right here is one of the longest dungeons possible, so yeah, I would have liked to finish it quicker, but it seems like there's multiple levels to it. I don't know, maybe there's a mission for this. There doesn't seem to be a mission for this, but it's fine. We're gonna keep making our way towards this final boss. Here we go, we get even more mission completions, so there's plenty of stuff to choose from to do, especially at the beginning of the game. There are just so many journal missions they have added, and that's very nice, honestly. And no, I don't think this is a legendary boss, so we're not gonna be receiving any special chest. Yeah, this seems like a normal chest, so it's fine. Yeah, this boss has a special mechanic that we have to clear out his ads, otherwise he has a ton of damage resistance. So there's not much point in attacking him before you clear 3 of his ads. And we get a mission completion and we get some terrible rewards. But we do get 2 mission completions because we also get it for the boss, so that's pretty decent. And now we're gonna go out of the dungeon. And here we go, these 2 monsters should be the final ones we need to finish our mission. And from now on, we are never going to be stepping foot in the tier 4 zones again, at least not for fame farming, because it's just not worth it. So we can, again, claim a bunch of our rewards. We have a ton of them again. It's pretty satisfying to keep getting these and just using tomes over and over. So that means we're done with tier 4. We go back to PvE activities and we go to solo. To roaming mobs, and we have to finish this ability to defeat a roaming mob with any armor slot ability, helmets, chest pieces or shoes. And in this build, sadly, I do not have anything that deals damage, so I'm going to have to go back to Limhurst and literally get a different chest piece, and I know just the perfect one to choose. And the chest piece we're going to choose for that is going to be a Stalker Jacket, which has an ability that once activated keeps dealing damage in an area around you for a while. So I'm just going to buy the cheapest Stalker Jacket I can find, it doesn't really matter. And I'm going to go straight back out to the tier 3 zone, just so that I can finish the mission. And I'm going to find basically the most useless mob I can find, and I'm gonna activate my ability and just let it kill the mob, and that's the mission complete. And I can straight away throw that away because I'm not gonna use it. Obviously you can sell it back to the marketplace instead of wasting it like I just did, but yeah, it doesn't matter that much. So I'm just going to speedrun this tier 3 expedition, and that's our mission complete, and we can go outside straight away. So you see, just it takes 2 minutes, so you get 50k silver every day if you do this, so it's obviously worth it if you want to get some extra silver. There we go, so what are we going to do next? We need to defeat tier 5 roaming mobs. And we can do that in the yellow zone still. But honestly, at this point, I think we are ready. I think we are ready to leave the safe zones and go to the dangerous zones, the black zones of Albion, which are gonna be over here. So how does that work? Well, first off, we are still safe at this point. Let's just exit the city and we are going to go to the portal city, which can be accessed by finding this great portal in the town. And you have to go towards it. And this will teleport you after you go to the portal. You will be teleported to the black zone, but you will still be in a safe zone, so it's fine. At this point it's still fine. And once I go through this portal, just know that once you go to the black zone through one of these portals, you will be bound. Well, you can remove your binding to the portal every 7 days. So if you want to play with a friend, just make sure you go to the same portal zone. Otherwise, if you want to go to a different portal city, so for example the portal city of Thetford, I would have to make my way through the black zone to get there, as opposed to being able to teleport to Thetford and then teleport to the portal zone. So just make sure that if you play with some friends, you choose the same portal at this point. And there we go, we got a achievement for visiting a portal town, and you can see just how many players are in the black zone. And here we are still, well, this is still blue zone because obviously this is the city, it's still safe. And this is the reason why we kept our 4.1 set, because we are going to be using the cheapest set we can. We don't want to risk our 5.1 set, which costs like 60-70,000 silver. Instead, we're gonna bring out our 4.1 set. And we're also going to be taking off our cape, because the cape is quite expensive. It is 60,000 silver just for the cape, and instead we're going to be replacing it with just a plain old normal cape that costs only a few thousand. So right here we go and we buy a tier 4 cape. Good, and now we might want to buy some food that is gonna help us clear monsters quicker. So we're gonna choose a Danglemouth catfish. We're only gonna buy like 3 of these. And the reason we choose this is because it increases health regeneration by 225% outside of combat, as opposed to the tier 1 soup we have been using so far, which just increased by 100%. So once we are out of combat, when we are running from monster to monster, we are gonna quickly regenerate all our life back. Now, when it comes to potions, I would like to use an invisibility potion, but it is very expensive. I'm going to choose to only buy 1 on my person, so that at least I have a chance to escape if somebody would try to gank me. If a group tries to gank me, it's probably not gonna be helpful anyway, so I'm just gonna die. I don't want to bring more than 1, because if I'm in a dangerous situation where I need to escape, after I use my potion, I probably want to go straight back to town anyway, so I'll be able to buy another potion. And if I look at this, all the equipment that I have on my person right now is 75,000 silver. If I were to die with these items and lose them, I can replace my gear almost 4 times over. Now, ideally, I would like to have a bankroll of at least 10 times. So that means I would like to be able to replace my gear at least 10 times over, just so that I can get rid of that fear of dying, right? Because right now I'm a bit of a risk. If I go out, I get killed, and then I buy my gear back, and then I go out and I get killed immediately again. Suddenly you see how I'm wasting and losing all of my silver, and then I can end up in a place where I cannot really recover. So to guard against that, I have a contingency, and the contingency is this set that I keep in my bank at all times, because if I were to be unlucky and just die over and over until I lose all my silver, I can take this set that is of a greater strength than the sets I'm using in the black zone, and I can go temporarily back to the yellow zones just to farm a little bit of silver more, so that I can come back to the black zone with a bankroll where I'm not risking to lose everything that I have in my bank at the same time. So, that being said, we now have the set that we're going to be using, and we are going to take our first trip to the black zone. Alright, so first things first, before we venture out into the black zone, why are we even taking this risk? Well, you will see just how much difference and how much more fame you can get by being inside of the black zone, as opposed to just being in the normal yellow zone and those areas. At this point, we are soon. I'm considering using the 3 days of premium right now, but I'm gonna wait a little bit longer. I'm just thinking about it. We'll see if I have the time to play for the following 3 days. If I do, then I will probably use it. However, I don't think I can play for 3 consecutive days, so I'd rather just go out like this and just seeing what we can do without even having premium, right? So if you know for sure you're gonna be playing, this is definitely a good point to use your premium right before we venture out into the black zone. Now, there are many exits on all sides of this portal, and if we check out the world map, this is where we are, and this is the center of the black zone. The closer you are to the center, the better the rewards are going to get. And obviously the farther away you are, the smaller the rewards. The way you can check this is, first off, you can look at each zone. You see everything is black, so be careful. If you die here, you will lose everything you have on your person at the time. And for example, if I check this one, I can see that this is a quality 1 tier 5 zone, and I can also see what resources are in this zone. The quality can go from 1 all the way up to 6 at the very center or very inner ring of the black zone. I think the sweet spot is gonna be somewhere around quality 4, 3 or 4, and we are going to be looking at staying inside of tier 5 or tier 6 zones for the beginning. Mobs are much stronger, and we don't want to be risking our entire life fighting monsters, because if we get caught with little HP, we are certainly going to die. Now, that being said, there are 2 ways you can exit the portal zone. One of them is by taking one of these invisibility shrines. It is totally optional, but if for some reason you want to exit this way, for example, you want to get over here to Thunder Rock Rapids, then you should exit this way. And before you exit, so this is not the right exit, this one is the right exit over here, you should take the invisibility shrine and then exit. And now you have 2 minutes of being completely invisible and invulnerable, and this allows you to run towards your destination. So for this first trip, I'm actually going to be doing it this way, and this gives me the opportunity to talk about the black zone for a little bit before we are revealed. So at this point, if I were to not be invisible, anyone could attack me. Even though I'm mounted, I am very easily dismounted with this tier 3 horse. It is very weak, and the odds are I would just die. So yeah, from this point on, you need to be very careful and always be checking the edges of your screen. So as I'm running through the black zone, what I'm constantly doing is looking over here, all the edges of my screen. I'm scanning them every now and then, just like it would be when you're driving a car, right? You're checking your rear view mirror every now and then. But yeah, you need to stay safe. And here is the first time we're seeing this playthrough. This is a 5.3 resource, so if I had tier 5 gathering, I would be very happy, because this is worth, I think, maybe 100,000 silver to gather that one, depending on how many ticks of resource there are. So too bad we don't have the required gathering level right now. But you see, the invisibility is still lasting. It lasts 2 minutes and it's still enough. So it was enough to make it to the Thunder Rock Rapid Zone, which is a tier 6 quality 2. And for the beginning, this is going to be fine. And it seems like we're starting right away with a little bit of action, because there is a small treasure chest that is going to be appearing in just 50 seconds. So everyone in this zone can see this and can see the timer. In 40 seconds, this chest is going to open, and I am going to be able to try to loot it. If somebody else is in the zone, the chances are very high that they're going to try to contest me and they're going to try to fight me. But let's see if we're lucky. Let's see if our first adventure in the black zone brings us any luck. And we're also lucky in the sense that there's an epic wisp here, which I'm very tempted to try and take. But first off, let's see if we can get the chest. And there's just a few more seconds and it's very exciting. Let's see if anybody's gonna come at the edge of my screen, invisible, gank me, kill me. And we have a green chest, so this is the weakest tier a chest can be, but it's fine. If we open it, we get 600 might, and you see we already have some loot. And right away it seems like they're trying to gank us, so the chances are we're going to be ganked here. Let's see if we can get away. I am going to root them and I'm going to try to escape. And I used my invisibility potion and I was revealed, so this is over and I'm going to right away die on my first trip to the black zone. Even if I try to fight, it is not going to be enough. And there we go. Get killed by another player. And what happened now? I have to respawn in my last city, which is the Limhurst portal. So I took a risk. I tried to get that objective. I managed to loot it, but it wasn't enough, right? The gankers came, they dismounted on top of me, you saw that. And then after 5 seconds of cooldown, after you dismount, the gankers were able to use their abilities. They were able to deal enough damage to dismount me. And then I tried to get away, but when I used my invisibility potion, I was attacked by the crossbow, so that put me out of invisibility. The way you have to use the invisibility potion is to use it in such a way that you then try to dodge any damage coming your way, because otherwise you'll be taken out. And at that point, it was game over, and there was no escape. So there we go. I have nothing in my inventory except the bags of silver, which are untradeable. So if an item has this icon, it means it's untradeable, and it also means you will not lose it from your inventory if you die. So this is the case for almost all cosmetic items, almost all bags of silver, and almost all tomes of insight, except the ones that you loot off of monsters, which we will show once we get one of these. But okay, we just lost everything, and it feels pretty bad, right? But it's so easy to just re-gear if you go to the marketplace and you go over here to loadouts, and then you can choose lost equipment. You can click search, and everything we have just lost from our equipment is right over here. All I have to do is click buy and equip, and that's it. Everything is back on my character and I'm able to just go again. I'm gonna buy another invisibility potion because that one was not bought automatically, because at the time I died I technically had no invisibility potions left because I had just used it, right? You see, even the abilities are already chosen for me. Now in the black zone we are going to... I was going to say we're going to choose the emergency shield, but actually I'm gonna stay with the shield that restores missing energy for now. This is a new ability that was just added. For helmets, and we see that the shield it gives is 500 damage, while this one is a bit above 500 damage when we're above 40% HP. It becomes better when we're below 40% HP, so that's why this shield is better in that sense, but I like having a bit of energy sustain. So there we go, I just demonstrated how it is to die in the black zone. We still have about 3 re-gears left, so hopefully we can make some silver before we keep dying again. And I showed how it is to use the invisibility shrine to leave the black zone, but that is not the recommended way I would suggest you use. Instead, you should come over here to the safe portal. And the way the safe portal works is once you click on it and you click travel, it's gonna cost about 10,000 silver, which is fine. You are going to be randomly teleported somewhere in the highlighted area. And after you are teleported, the spot where you're teleported to will open a portal that you can access for 90 minutes to be instantly brought back to the town at no extra cost. So let's just go ahead and do that. And that also gives us a mission. And now let's see, we open up our map, we reset the camera, and this is the area that we have been teleported to. Let's see, it is a quality 3. Tier 5, which is quite nice. I am going to see how the rewards are over here. before we move on to higher tiers like tier 6 or higher qualities like quality 4. Okay, and very importantly, when you are in the black zone, I would recommend you close this Albion journal because it takes up so much of your screen, and the more things that get in your way from seeing other players, the higher chances you will have of dying. So just make sure you don't keep this open unless you really want to look at something. Okay, so remember how tier 5 monsters in the yellow zone were giving us like 2000 or maybe 3000 fame? Well, let's see how much a normal mob gives us in the black zone. You see, it's not that hard to defeat it. It actually seems to be very similar difficulty to the yellow zone. And as soon as we defeat it, we get 4000 fame. And we also get 800 silver. So the rewards are much better, and we are only at tier 5. It is double the rate that you would get in a safe zone. And also we can see that the silver drops are pretty good. Another reason why it's much better in the black zone is just the density of monsters you find is so much greater than in the yellow zones. And the rewards are only going to scale as we move towards a tier 6 zone. So I'm actually going to, I see that I have right next to me a tier 7 zone that I can try to see what the rewards would be like. Now, one important thing I wanted to mention before I mentioned you should close your journal is to look at this number always. This number shows how many hostile players are in the zone. If it says 0 to 5, it's obviously the lowest it can go, and it means at most there are 5 people in the area. This means this zone is very, very safe, and you can still die, obviously, if you run across one of the enemies and if you are caught at a bad time. But generally, it means there's probably not any ganking group in the area. So even if you run across somebody wanting to kill you, it's only going to be one person, as opposed to, well, you saw how I just died previously, as opposed to 2 persons. And if you're outnumbered, the odds of you dying really go up quite fast. So while I make my way through the area, I'm going to take down a few more monsters. And you see there are a lot of things that are appearing on the map, so I'm going to go over them slowly, but don't worry about them too much. The most important thing we're looking at right now is this go back to Limhurst portal. So not this one, this is an Avalonian portal which takes you to a different area. We're not gonna worry about that right now. But instead we're just gonna keep in mind that our portal is here, and whenever we want to go back home, we need to make our way back here. That being said, we are going to go to the tier 7 area, just so that I can show how big the rewards are in the black zone. Because remember, we're already double what we're getting in yellow zone, but tier 5 is the lowest tier of zone in the black zone, whereas tier 7 is one below the maximum, which is tier 8. Again, the rewards would still scale if I were to go, for example, to a quality 6 zone, but those zones are very, very risky. They obviously have a lot of value in them, so a lot of people try to play in them. But let's see, this is a normal tier 7 mob, and I am going to take it down. Let's see just how much fame we can get. And that's 7,000 fame and 1,500 silver just from one single mob. So you see, if I kill 40 of these mobs in the black zone, I have already made back the money from my set without getting any other drops. And this is without premium, so the rewards are very low if you do not have premium. You get 50% more fame and drops if you do have premium, so just keep that in mind. And also that was a caster mob, and caster mobs I think give a little bit less fame unless they changed it. So let's see, this is a melee mob and this gives almost 8,000 fame. And you can see just how much better the rates are in the black zone. So that's the reason why we come here and we do not stay in the safe areas, because you can progress so much quicker here. And you just also learn how to survive much quicker. The only caveat is you should have at least a few a few silver in the bank so that you can keep repurchasing your gear in case you do die, because the risks are high and you obviously can die due to ganks at all times. You see, this zone is a bit riskier because it says here 6 to 15. That means there's more players in this zone than there were in the tier 5 zone I was just in. And you see, I'm not doing a great job clearing this monster because I keep getting hit by its abilities. And there we go, from an upgraded normal mob I just got 18,000 fame, which is a lot. What we're looking for are circle mobs, which are mini bosses that we can find roaming around randomly. And once we come across one of those, I'm going to show just how big the reward can get. There are also these small objectives we can find, which are trapped bandits. We can try to free them, but I think this is going to be a bit too tough for me to handle at my current item power. Let's see if I can defeat one of those. If I get hit by any of these abilities, I'm just going to die, so I really need to make sure to not get hit by them. But it seems like it is possible for me to take them down. I just have to... One of those line abilities are just gonna one-shot me, so I really have to be careful here. And I have to use all my abilities. I have to use my sprint just so that I can heal. I have to use my jacket ability. But I took down one of them, and that's 18,000 fame, which is basically like an upgraded mob that we just killed. These ones are a bit tougher to take down though, so if you're not feeling confident, make sure you don't try to fight these ones. It's safer to try to take down a single mob at a time. But there we go, that takes down 18,000 fame, and then we can click on this bandit, we get more might, and we get bandit reputation, which is something that's gonna be useful. I also forgot to eat my food, and you see just how quickly my health regenerates once I do use that fish. But there we go, we already made a ton of fame being in this area. We're already making our silver, so it is really nice to be in the black zone. Besides all of those rewards, we're also getting might and favor, which you can see highlighted over here in the might and favor tab. If we go over here to activities and Conqueror's Challenge, we can see how much favor we have gathered here. And this is something that we are going to be able to use to get even more silver and fame. But we do need to gather quite a decent amount of it, so we're not going to be able to purchase anything quite yet. But yeah, this is the general gameplay loop that you have in these black zone areas, and it's quite safe to just roam around normally and try to find these normal mobs that you can take down easily, even with my very crappy gear. Like, we're in 4.1 gear, it's almost the cheapest gear we can get, but I'm still able to take even upgraded tier 7 mobs down if I use my abilities correctly and I dodge the enemy abilities, right? And I get a lot of silver doing this. Now, if you're feeling brave, but just know that this is quite risky, you see we have these camps. And here we have an enemy player, right? See how his name is over here at the edge of my screen? And he's also afraid of me, so... If I inspect him, you see he's roaming around. He's a bit scared as to why I'm hovering around this area. These camps are visited by players because you can spend some time clearing monsters in them. And once you do that, it is like in the mists, right? We already cleared some of these camps in the yellow mists, but now we are seeing what we can do. I'm just trying to scare him off to see if he wants to fight or not. If you manage to clear one of these camps, you get a pretty good reward in the chest that unlocks in the middle of the camp. And I'm going to try to do that, but I really cannot do it if there are players hovering around. And just know that people are very often going to try to gank you if you are clearing these camps. And oftentimes you have to fight 2 or 3 mobs at once, so you are really going to be low on health. It is very risky, so only take them on if you're feeling confident and if you can afford the risk. Otherwise, a safe alternative is to go do the camps in a tier 5 or tier 6 zone, because we are a bit too low item power right now to really be able to effectively clear tier 7 zones. So the most I would recommend we go to right now is the tier 6. That being said, I'm going to try to find one of these camps in a tier 5 zone. And the way you can find them is if you look on the minimap, it's those square-ish looking places. Those are the ones that may be camps. So let's see if either the middle one or the top one is a camp. And they're not active at all the time. Sometimes they become inactive and you cannot do anything there. And they rotate every now and then just so that it's not always the same camp that you go to. It also makes it harder for players to camp a single camp for ganking purposes, right? So you see, this one is inactive because I can just walk in and there's nothing here. It also doesn't show a circle, so there's not much I can do. So I'm just gonna run towards the one at the top over here. And just know that while you're doing this, you should probably stop and take just normal roaming monsters that you come across. What else is on the map? We can see some resource nodes, and these are a specimen with plenty of resources. It is actually 30 ticks as opposed to just 5 or whatever the amount is for the resource. So these are hotspots for gatherers. They usually want to step in and gather these. But here we have a good amount of mobs we can fight. And you see it's much easier to take these down as opposed to the tier 7 ones. Even though the reward is smaller, it is both safer and easier. Let's see. And here we have a camp, and we are going to be able to try to clear this one. So right now we can open this, and we can see just how much fame we need to be able to clear it. See, there's 51,000 fame, so we're gonna have to clear about 10 mobs to unlock this. And you see, even tier 5 upgraded is pretty hard to take down, especially since we have to fight multiple mobs at once. So that's why I would recommend sticking to tier 5 or tier 6 at the beginning until you get more IP, which will allow you to be more resilient fighting tier 7. Now, techniques for staying alive. You see how I'm always hovering around my mount? I am never leaving this circle, because if somebody comes and tries to dismount on me, I can quickly click on my mount and mount up. So just keep that in mind. Also, if I am in combat, what I can do is quickly press my shield and then mount up, because any damage I take against my shield is not gonna interrupt my mounting up animation. Alright, so another thing we have here is a circle mob, which is really what we're looking for. Yeah, but I'm not doing a good job. I'm aggroing way too many mobs, so I have to run away. I could also have clicked on the mount to try and drop the aggro of the monsters, but I just didn't have the time to. So what I really want to do is take down this easier mob so that I can then fight against this tougher mob solo. Because there are just so many areas that I have to dodge, and I really do not want to get hit by those because they deal a ton of damage. But yeah, circle mob is the next step after the upgraded mob, after the one that has that glowing effect. And the upgraded one was 9,000 fame, and the circle one is going to be 30,000 fame. So you see just how insane the rates become in these areas. And actually we have completed the camp, so I'm not gonna keep fighting those because there's no point. I'm gonna try to access the cache, and I can do that. And it's a purple cache, and I am incredibly lucky with a 676 silver drop. I just got a 4.4 item, which is worth 600 silver. Now, that's pretty lucky, I'm not gonna lie. You shouldn't expect to get that much, but a purple chest should be worth at least 100,000 silver when you do get one. They aren't that common, so we are pretty lucky right now, but seeing as I have just gotten such a good drop, and this item is 3 times my net worth right now. What I'm going to do is instantly go back to my portal and just go back home, right? I can also risk for the chest if I feel a bit risky. We see there's a chest appearing in 30 seconds right next to my safe portal. And I might be able to be a bit greedy to get it. Let's see. If I do get ganked right now and die, I'm going to be very sad because I'm going to lose 700,000 silver. But we gotta take some risks, right? Obviously, if you're a new player, I do not recommend taking the risks because it is very likely you will die to a more experienced player. And let's see, is anybody on this chest? There's nobody on this chest. There are no nameplates. I'm gonna be risky. I'm looking at the edges of my screen, seeing if anybody approaches. Thankfully, seems like nobody approached, and that's 80k silver. I'm gonna quickly mount up and leave this place. So that is a very good haul we just got for our first trip in the black zone with the safe portal. And I'm just gonna click on the safe portal and I'm instantly teleported back home. So this is why I recommend using the safe portal. It's just so good at yeah, it's just so good at quickly getting you in and out of the black zone. But now let's see. The problem with this druidic robe is it's probably gonna take a very long time to sell. Actually, nobody is buying it, so that's a problem. Even though we were lucky and we got a very, let's say, expensive item, I'm not gonna be able to sell it because on the market nobody is buying it. You can check that by going over here to sell, and in the sell orders, if I click market history for the past 4 weeks, nobody bought this item for the past 4 weeks, at least in Limhurst. But it's obviously still worth something. I just need to find a buyer for it. So what I'm going to try to do is sell it at a heavy discount over here in sell chat. This is not something that I usually do, but if you have one of these items that doesn't really sell on the marketplace, you can try to sell it at a discount to players. So this is worth like at least 500,000 silver. So I'm gonna try to sell it for 400,000. Let's see if anybody will take me up on my offer. It's a big discount, so if somebody can take this item to the black market, which is another mechanic that we haven't really run into yet, they would be able to sell it for like 600 or 700,000 silver for sure. But the trip to the black market is a bit risky, so somebody doing that would have to take on the risk. Seems like nobody in say chat is interested, so I'm gonna go to trade chat and I'm gonna say selling this 400k, and I'm just gonna leave it at that, and I'll see if anybody whispers me. If I cannot sell it, I'm just gonna try to sell the rest of the things first and just gonna keep that in the bank for the time being. So here, be very careful. If I click on quick sell, it's gonna try to sell my druidic robe for 2 silver because that is the buy offer that exists on the market. So be very careful when you use quick sell. If you have an item that is not often traded, you need to disable this. Otherwise, I would be selling this item for 2 silver. So I disable that and I'm gonna click sell selected, and I sold everything except the druid robe. Alright, so sadly we cannot really sell it for now. This is one of the things about the economy in Albion. But it was a very lucky drop anyway. Too bad we cannot liquidate it quite yet. But see, just from that trip I already made my money back from the first death I have gotten and then some. And the trip only took 15 minutes. So don't be scared of the black zone. Just try to learn how to stay alive. Try to avoid conflict because survival is, in the first place, you should not even get into a conflict if possible. And try to clear roaming mobs to get fame and silver. Let's just see where we are at in our progression for the journal. We have a lot of unclaimed rewards. Seems like there's a lot of learning points to get and some fame. So I'm gonna use all of these books. quite a decent amount of fame, I would say. And if we check the swords, we are at 21. So we still have a way to go up until 30. And that's what we're gonna be focusing on right now by going back straight into the black zone. Now, if you use the save portal repeatedly, you're gonna have a small tax added, but it's really negligible. You shouldn't really care about it that much. So what I'm trying to find now is a tier 6 zone. Let's see if I can find one next to where I was teleported. And this isn't a great place to be teleported to because this is just quality 2. But here we go, we have... this one is a bit too close to the Limhurst portal, so I don't really like it. Instead, I'm going over here to this snowy zone, which is White Cliff Peak. As I'm navigating, again, I'm looking at all the edges of my screen, trying not to run into enemies. But again, if you're in a 0-5 zone, you should be mostly safe. If you're mounted and running somewhere, chances are somebody's not going to be waiting to dismount you. Even if they see you, they would have to dismount first or clear the gap up until you. So yeah, it's gonna be very hard for them to take you down. Alright, so I was AFK for a minute and something appeared on the map that caught my interest, which is a smuggler wagon. I'm gonna try to wait for it, just to show how it works. And you keep seeing these bandits or smugglers, like the one we just freed previously after we defeated those 2 melee monsters. Those are part of the smuggler faction, and we're gonna check what the deal is with that soon. Maybe even in this zone, because first we need to find one of these smugglers' den. And what a smuggler den is, it is a small hideout in the black zone that has a bank and a marketplace that you can use. However, the supply of items is much worse than in the cities because all markets are not connected in Albion. I actually forgot to mention this so far, but for example, the marketplace in Limhurst and the marketplace in Thetford are not connected. They are different markets. Also the bank, for example, if I were to try to access my bank in Thetford while all my items are in Limhurst, I would not be able to. I would not see anything there because they are separate banks. And this means that transporting goods in Albion is a way that you can make money because some things are in higher demand in different cities. So yeah, just keep that in mind. And the way these smugglers den works is similar. You also have a bank in the market there, but they're not connected. All marketplaces are connected across smugglers' dens, but there is an additional tax you have to pay depending on how far the other smuggler den is from the current one you are in. We will go over more detail once we interact with that system, but just know that if you want to play just out of the smuggler den, it is possible, but I wouldn't recommend it as a very good strategy. Especially now at the beginning, because you need to have access to a marketplace that has good amount of supply. Otherwise, the items are going to be either way too expensive or just non-existent. You will not be able to find them. So while we wait for the smuggler wagon to open, there's 2 more minutes. I'm gonna try to clear, and I'm gonna try to fight. Let's see. I think I can catch him. I'm going to be able to dismount him, but I don't want to because he's going to be able to fight me since I do not have my cooldowns. Let's see if he wants to be dismounted. Now this is going to be a tough fight because I have 200 IP disadvantage. First things I want to do is check him out a bit. Let's see what's going on. I want to switch my abilities because I'm not on my best loadout right now. Switch to this and switch to this. Okay, seems like he doesn't want to fight actually, so I'm just going to make my way over to the smuggler's wagon. And let's see if I'll be able to contest that. Now, the way the smuggler wagon is gonna work it's gonna open up and there's gonna be a bunch of chests in there. You can only pick up one at a time, and it works just like the wisp we carried in the mists. And if we carry it to a certain place, we are going to be able to receive some might and some reputation with the Smuggler faction. And it's really quite worth it to do, but it's risky, right? All of these hotspots attract PvP, so you should really be careful when you approach one of these. But the fact is, since you can only carry one at a time, you can let somebody pick up one of these crates and only afterwards go in to pick another one while they are busy with picking one of them up. But it seems like they're teaming up here, so they want to invite me to the party, but you should really be careful about doing this because they might try to gank you after you are in their party. I'm gonna accept because I can see them at least, and if they try to drop me out of the party and then kill me, let's see, I'm just gonna dismount, pick up one of these, and I'll be fine with taking it somewhere. And right now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave the party just so that no one in the party can track where I'm going, and it's much safer this way. I'm just gonna use my movement abilities to try to take it to one of these smuggler stashes, and I can take it to any one of these. I saw some of the party members going to this one, so I'm just going to stay away from them and take the crate to one of these ones instead. It's only a green crate, but it's fine. Let's see how much might we get for these. It is definitely worth it if you can get one of these without risking your life. And I'm just running through all the mobs. It's also risky to use your abilities like this. Maybe you should, if you want to be safer, you can keep them, but it's gonna take longer for you to do the run. But let's say I use my sprint and then right away I run into an enemy player, that would be pretty bad, as I would have very little chances of escaping. But that's 1700 might and 900 favor. That's very, very good. So there were many more chests in that wagon. Let me see if I can maybe get another one. Maybe I won't be able to, maybe I will, but let's see. But yeah, I'm just checking here. If we go to activities and we go to Conqueror's Challenge, we have 1000 favor, and I think 1000 favor is about 100,000 silver. I think that's a rough estimate you can use to understand the value of favor. Let's see, is anybody here? Nobody's here. That means I can quickly pick one of these up and try to run away before somebody sees me, right? And it seems like I might be able to deliver another one. And that's good. That's like 100,000 silver just for delivering one of these crates. And might is also useful, so I would take this opportunity whenever I can. Oh, there is the player. Let's see if he wants to fight me. Seems like he's not interested. He also just wants to take the crates, so it's like a silent pact that we're not gonna attack each other. He also has way more IP than me, almost 3 tiers difference. And since he's a brawler build and I'm also a brawler, it would be very hard to win because stats matter a lot in those cases. If, for example, I had a bow and I was able to kite him, then it would be a closer fight, but it would still be very hard due to being at a disadvantage of stats. And I ran straight into this, so I'm gonna have to clear this. And there we go. And we also get a big boost of favor. That is because there are these weekly rewards that if you can complete, they're very worth it, right? You're gonna get a ton of money due to the favor here. And there's also the chest at the end, so let's see if we can get another one, maybe. Here is the player, he's just carrying another one. So he went to this one. I'm gonna try to avoid him if possible. I'm gonna maybe go to the one on the right. Let's see, are there still chests? There are. Oh, somebody there. Yeah, that's not good. That guy is absolutely gonna win against me, so... This is a risky fight. Let's see. I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to win this. Maybe if I kite him, and I may be able to. Ah, he has a friend, I see. Well, in this case, I just need to run. So I'm just going to run away. Yeah, there's no way I can win that 1v2. It was already a hard fight, 1v1. Let's see, are they... Oh, they're fighting each other. They're not together. That means there is an opportunity to get a kill here. This guy is very strong though, so let's see. Let's see, this is gonna be very risky. I killed that one. Let's see if I can kill another one. I'm not gonna be able to reach him. No, he has... Ah, that's bad. That was a mistake on my part. He's gonna be able to come back and win the fight now. I'm not gonna be able to do anything. So let's see. He's just gonna wait for his HP to come back, and then he's gonna be able to just... I also missed this, so that's not great. I put him in combat, so that's good. Let's see, there's a Whispering Bow here. I might be dead here. There we go, we mount up right now. And this isn't looking great, honestly. Everybody came to this place and this guy is trying to loot now. Not able to. Yeah, so you have a cooldown of 5 seconds once you go down from your mount, and I'm just not able to fight him in time. Since he is almost, he's like 3 tiers above me, there was no way I was gonna be able to win that fight. I made a mistake because I left the kill. Since he got most of the damage on the kill and was then able to... What the hell? Okay, that's not good. I'm just gonna mount back up because there's just too much activity here. He got most of the damage on the kill, and then he also got the finishing blow. So that meant his... kill was locked to him for 2 minutes. So nobody could loot that kill unless it was him, which allowed him to just leave, wait for his health to come back, since I wasn't able to catch him and finish the kill on him. And then he was just able to loot, right? And in a fair 1v1 fight, there is no chance I can win against a Blood Moon staff that is 3 tiers above me. But that's fine. I'm going to keep fame farming because that's what makes us stronger. And that's why I would also suggest you do not focus too much on PvP, especially over here in the black zone where there's no IP cap. So everybody who has more IP than you is way stronger than you. And I'm just trying to do my best to dodge. There we go. And I'm going to have to leave for a while. So what happens if you have to leave while you are in the black zone? Well, if you want to log out, you are safe to do so, but you have to wait 1 minute. After 1 minute passes, your character is not gonna be in the world anymore. And when you come back, you're just gonna spawn right here at the exact spot you left. So if you want to try to log out, what I would recommend is either doing this or finding a solo dungeon to enter first and only then logging out. But right now we're gonna wait for 1 minute and seeing if we are able to log out. One thing to note is that my save portal binding only lasts for 1 hour and 30 minutes, and that includes time I spend outside of the game. So probably when I come back, I'm not gonna have that anymore. So what I will need to do is use my journey back ability if I want to get back to town safely. And that's gonna cost some extra silver as opposed to just going back to where my portal was and using that one. But here we go, 5 more seconds and we're gonna be able to log out. And then when we come back in, we're just gonna spawn right over here. Alright, so here we are back in the game. I had to take a break from the previous segment, but here's what happens when you log back in. Last time we left in White Cliff Peak in the black zone. As soon as I log in, I'm just immediately mounted back up at the place I was when I previously left. So as you can see, I do not have the portal anymore, so I cannot go back to the save portal unless I now have to use my journey back ability, which is gonna cost me 8,000 silver. But before I do that, I'm actually going to spend a bit more time in this zone because I want to get some more fame. So we have a lot of AoE abilities in this toolkit, so we always try to gather as many monsters as we can without putting ourselves in too much danger. So you see I keep having to dodge the monsters and I am able to take down 3 of them at once, which allows me to get fame quickly. A player just came out of a save portal right here, but if I inspect him I can see the gear he's wearing and we see he's wearing gathering gear. That means he's probably not going to be a threat to us. Although do be careful if you are downed by monsters. So this is something I did not go over, but for example, let's say I'm fighting here, right? And I'm just going to do this to show. If I take a lot of damage, I'm going to be downed by the monsters. And as soon as that happens, I am downed for 17 seconds. Any player that comes here right now is able to execute me by just clicking on me. And after a small channel of a second, they are going to instantly kill me. So be very careful if this happens. Thankfully, no one is around and no one was able to execute me. So all that happens is now I am picked back up, and for a short while I have a buff that gives me movement speed and I'm not going to be aggroed by monsters. So that gives me the opportunity to mount back up. But yeah, just be careful when you're fighting monsters because it's very easy to be executed once you're downed. If you have to get down, like there's no way you can escape the fact that you're about to be downed by the monsters, make sure you at least get downed inside of the monsters. Because if a player comes along and tries to execute you, they first have to find a way to drop the aggro from the monsters. Otherwise, as soon as they take damage from one of the monsters, their channel on the execute is going to be interrupted, which gives you those precious extra seconds that might mean the difference between you dying or surviving. And here we are at a camp, so we have to get 64,000 fame, which again is about 12 normal monsters that we have to take down in this camp if we want to unlock the chest. And although these camps can be very risky to take down, make sure you always try to keep to stay as healthy as possible when you do this. Although they're very risky, they give a very good amount of might, which allows you to get some good rewards. So if you can safely take them down, and there's not many people in the zone, for example here there's only, and I have to stop getting hit by all these abilities. For example here there's only 0 to 5 players in the zone, so it should be relatively safe for me to try and take those down. If you can take them down, you get a good amount of might, and getting might gets you favor, and favor gets you a good amount of silver. And there we go, we unlocked it, and we have a blue chest for this one, which is very good, and gives us 20k silver, not bad. But you saw as soon as I finished the camp, I got a good amount of might, and that's very good. Also, we have just unlocked a boss lair map, which sometimes appears randomly in these camps. You can also find them as you're wandering around the zone. So these are very good to take because they unlock a map on the same area that you are right now. And if you go to that lair, you will only be fighting the final boss of a solo dungeon, which is very quick to clear, gives decent amount of fame, and also can give pretty good loot. So I would say these are always worth doing, especially since they also have journal missions associated with them. So doing these will you will be able to finish some extra missions, which also give rewards. But you see, I'm not in a rush to go towards it, so as I'm making my way there, I keep clearing some of the monsters. And here I aggroed a bit too many at once, so I have to be careful. But hopefully I can clear them out. I keep using all of my abilities just to stay healthy at all times. I make sure to focus on dodging all the red circles because getting hit by one of those almost always results in you going down very, very quickly. So we managed to clear them, even though it was a bit risky because using all your abilities puts you at a disadvantage in case somebody tries to come and gank you. But the idea is you should always stay close to your mount because as soon as you click on your mount, if you're not attacked by enemies, you will be able to mount back up. So here's an example. For example, let's say somebody comes right now and wants to attack me. So if I try to click on the mount, sometimes I can get back up, but see, sometimes I'm interrupted by the attacks of the monster. It didn't happen there, it didn't happen there. It happened there, right? So that attack interrupted me. And that can really result in you getting killed because you will not be able to mount up in time before the enemy attacks you. And as soon as a player attacks you, your mount disappears, right? So you will not be able to mount up anymore. And that's very, very bad. But one thing you can do to ensure you are able to mount up is if you are fighting and let's say a player comes to dismount and attack me right now, if I want to guarantee being able to mount up, I have to use my shield first and then mount up. And you saw these 0 numbers? That meant I got attacked, but I took 0 damage because the shield absorbed it. And if a shield absorbs the damage, the channel is not interrupted. So that's a really good way of ensuring that you can mount up in a critical situation. So make sure you use that to your advantage. Sometimes I use my shield even when fighting normally, so that's a risk I'm taking, because if somebody comes at the time when my shield is on cooldown, I'm not going to be able to use this trick. But this seems like a pretty safe zone at the time, so I'm not stressing out too much. Again, you should really not be worrying too much about being in the black zone, especially in these safer areas. Yeah, there are chances you will die, and you will probably die. You saw me just there at the beginning in my first venture into the black zone. I instantly got ganked. But that was because I took a risk. I was on an objective, which was the chest, right? So there I chose to take a risk. Now here we are at the lair. See, this is a normal solo dungeon. If I hover over it, it says it. And this is a solo boss lair, which just spawned for me because I came into the circle. Now, if you hover over one of these and you see solo boss lair, but it is not your lair, then that means there's almost certainly a player inside of that lair. So if you want to take the fight against him, obviously it's a risk, but if you want to take the fight, you can dive the dungeon and you will be fighting the player here. If you go in and you see the player is too tough for you to take down, then you can also exit out. But okay, so we entered the boss lair, and what I'm doing right now is I could go straight ahead and just go and fight the boss, which is over here. But what I'm doing first is I'm waiting for the dungeon to close. So after 90 seconds, the entrance that I just used is just gonna disappear and nobody will be able to dive me. And this reduces the risk because I will not be fighting the boss. If somebody dives me right now, I can just walk out. This is an important buff to keep your eye on your character, so it's gonna disappear in a few seconds, but it says you cannot gain a spawn buff again right now. And what the spawn buff means is whenever you change zone, you are invulnerable for, I think, 30 seconds or something like that, probably, I think 30 seconds. If you have that buff that says you cannot gain a spawn buff again, if you change zone, you will not be receiving that buff. And that is a very, very dangerous thing to do, to change zones without that buff, because as soon as you change a zone, you have a 15-second cooldown on all of your abilities. So if somebody was waiting outside, right as I change the zone and I do not have invulnerability, they would 100% of the time be able to kill me, because all I can do is just run, right? I am not able to use any of my abilities, so I'm just a sitting duck, and 15 seconds is more than enough to get killed. But you saw that message that popped up, says the entrance has closed, no more players can enter. You can also see it over here in the chat. So that means, as the message says, I am safe to do the boss. And now bosses are a little tougher, they have more HP, but they shouldn't pose any issue to you taking them down. They are designed to be able to be taken down by solo players. And yeah, I took every precaution. If you do not want to wait the 90 seconds it takes for the dungeon to close, you will be more efficient because you don't spend that time just waiting around. However, you will be taking on a significant risk because see, if somebody were to enter the dungeon now without me having waited, just look how much damage I'm taken. I am at 50% of my HP, my chest armor ability is on cooldown, so it wouldn't be a great situation for me to fight, and I will most certainly lose. So there we go, we just got 13,000 fame, we unlocked a chest, and we got a bunch of mission completions. So 50k silver, that is very good. And see, just by this chest and the camp I cleared before, I already paid off my entire equipment set. So these are the Black Zone rewards that you are looking for. Now let's press A, and that's gonna take us out of the dungeon. And then we can continue farming a bit more until we get to level 30 in our specialization. Let's just check how we're doing on that. It doesn't say, I need to check my journey, my destiny board. So 23, 7 more levels to go, and let's get those done. Yeah, this is not good, see, so this is a very bad situation because I aggroed way too many monsters. And see, I have a 20-second cooldown on my mount. That is because I had already taken a lot of damage on my mount, and then I left the circle. So the cooldown is usually 10 seconds to mount back up, but if your mount has already taken some damage, the cooldown is going to be proportional to how much damage it has taken, up to 30 seconds. So let's say I mount up, and I just let myself take enough damage to be dismounted, which I'm going to do right now. This is very risky to do, by the way, don't do this. See, I have a 30 seconds cooldown now, so if somebody comes and sees me right now, they can probably tell I was dismounted just by the amount of monsters that were chasing me. But I'm now at a risk because they can dismount on me and their 5 seconds cooldown is gonna finish before I'm able to use my mount. So again, I am taking a big risk right now. You shouldn't be playing like this. You should always be hovering in your mount circle. Never play without it in the Black Zone, because that increases the risk of you dying significantly. But there we go, the 30 seconds have passed and now I can mount back up. And I'm also full HP on my mount. The rates of the fame and silver you're getting are so much better in the Black Zone, and you can see even just the raw silver I'm getting from monster drops is enough for me to pay off my sets, and that is without just adding the chest loot I am getting from some of the camps or some of the boss lairs. You saw one upgraded mob gives me 2,300 silver, so it's just so easy to make my money back, especially when I'm using just very cheap 4.1 set. And even though I do not have any specs, because this is a new character, you can see it is more than enough for me to be able to take tier 6 monsters down, even in groups of 3 at most. As I keep roaming the zones, I'm always checking my map, seeing if there's anything. Look, a 6.3 resource. If only I had mining tier 6 to be able to gather this. This would be over 100,000 silver, so definitely gathering is one thing. It is nice to at least get one profession up to tier 6 at as your first step in gathering. But right now we're focusing on the first steps journal missions. So after we do that, one of the goals we're gonna set for ourselves is to get tier 6 gathering in one profession. And since we began with woodcutting, we're probably gonna choose that, but you're free to choose any profession you'd like. And of course there's a entire journal category dedicated to gathering, so that's something to pursue, right? So you see I'm mostly focusing on just random roaming mobs, but every now and then, if I feel like the zone is safe enough, I'm going to be making my way to one of the camps to see if I can clear them for the extra loot. And right now I'm going towards this one to check if it's active, and if it's active I'm going to try to clear it. And again, there's only 0 to 5 players, so the odds of me getting ganked are low. They are still there, but they are lower. And unfortunately this camp is inactive, so I'm gonna look on the minimap. There are no tier 6 zones that I could go to, except if I go to Stonemouth Bay over here. And let's see, is it tier? It's probably quality 2. It's still quality 2, so I'm not gonna bother doing that just now. I'm gonna keep focusing on the roaming monsters instead. And let's see, here we have a player that is trying to gank me. So see, as soon as he dismounted, he has 5 seconds of cooldown, so I have the time to run away. And he has 1500 item power, so just as a comparison, that means he is 6.5 tiers above me in terms of power. And that was because he had full specialization on all of his gear, and he was also overcharged, which is a mechanic that is not really relevant for us right now, but we're gonna see what that does at some point. Yeah, a difference of 6.5 tiers, it really doesn't matter what gear he had, he was absolutely going to win that fight, and even if it was a bad player, there's probably not much I can do. So yeah, that's absolutely a situation where you just run. As a new player, I wouldn't recommend trying to take fights where the player is one more tier above you, which is 100 IP, but definitely do not take if they're more than 200 IP above. Alright, so this is not a camp, this is a resource hotspot, which has a lot of these mining nodes that you can take if you are tier 6 in mining, so it's not of interest right now, so all we're gonna do is keep finding roaming monsters. But you saw the importance of me playing next to my mount there. As soon as I saw the enemy player, I even had time to finish the monsters I was currently fighting. I could have mounted up sooner, and I definitely recommend you do that. Do not play around. Do not greed to try to finish the monsters you're fighting, because it's not worth it. Just click on your mount as soon as you see an enemy, and then you can inspect, see if he's actually a threat or just a gatherer or whatever. But your first priority should be mounting up. Yeah, getting in the habit of inspecting enemy players is very important in Albion, and you're going to be doing that constantly so that you can assess the threats. I'm gonna do something risky. I'm gonna move to the tier 7 zone. I'm just curious to see how many players are playing in this zone right now. There's only 0 to 5, so maybe I have the opportunity to farm a few monsters at tier 7, which is gonna give us greater rewards, although it is much riskier. But let's see what we can do. So you remember we were getting 5,000 per melee monster, 5,000 fame per melee monster, and let's see how much we're gonna get here. You see just how much more damage I'm taking from these, so even 2 monsters is a tough job at tier 7. But we get 7,000 fame for 1 melee, so that's a 40% increase over the tier 6 zone, which is great. And we also have a camp here, and this is very interesting because you see there are no monsters on this side. That means somebody was here very recently, so less than 2 or 3 minutes ago they were here. And it is a significant risk for me to try to clear this. I would not recommend doing it, but I'm going to try. The rewards are very good the higher tier you are on the camps, on the zones of the camps, so let's see if we can do it, but it's certainly a very big risk. I'm always keeping my eyes on the edges of my screen to try to get away in case somebody tries to gank me, but even so, since you have to dedicate your attention to fighting, it's very hard to pay full attention. There we go, we're able to clear these two. And then I'm going to try to clear the ones next to the chest. And I'm gonna begin with the unupgraded one because it's easier to take down and allows me to... First off, I'm going to take less damage from just one monster, but it also allows me to focus on only one monster's abilities so that I can properly dodge them. Yeah, at this point, I took down one monster. If I wanted to be safer, I could mount up right now so that I can wait for all my life to come back. Because if somebody is going to use an invisibility potion to gank me, I'm instantly going to die right now. Thankfully, that didn't quite happen, so I'm gonna wait a bit. And now I'm going to focus on this circle boss here, because that's gonna allow me to clear the camp pretty quickly, as long as I can take down this monster. which may not be the case. We'll see. And I have to dodge absolutely all of the abilities, otherwise I will just die. I'm making sure I'm dodging everything. I have to use all my abilities to sustain my mana and my health. And we have an enemy on the right side. What I have to do is mount up instantly. I can then spend the time to inspect, and I see he is 3 tiers above me. There's no chance I can fight him, right? So at this point, I have to abandon fighting that camp, at least for a few minutes, because that player might be hovering around trying to see if I'm greedy to go back, and then he would be able to just gank me and kill me. So I have to abandon the camp right now, but I'm going to try to go back to it in a few minutes. And the progress I made on the camp is not does not go to waste. I still have the fame I earned towards unlocking the chest, so I'm just gonna wait a little bit. But you see just how dangerous tier 7 zone is compared to a tier 6 zone, because not only are you taking a lot more damage, but there's also more players in the higher value zones trying to contest the same loot and the same camps. So I'm going to have to step away from that camp for just a little while. The reason we like to do camps is because it gives us a lot of might, as I previously mentioned. And these weekly rewards are very important to get. Not only do you get 2000 favor at 5000 might intervals, but at 2000 favor you also get the Grand Conqueror's chest, which gives you very good rewards and is worth a lot of silver, so you should definitely try to get this chest every week. And we have an enemy you saw on the left corner of my screen. That enemy might be trying to dismount and gank me. You see, he dismounts, and it's only a gatherer. Actually, this is an enemy I could probably fight, but he's just a gatherer because of the minor work boots he has, which has an ability that is good at getting away. It gives you a ton of movement speed for a long while, so nobody can catch up to you, but it also silences you and prevents you from doing any auto attacks. So I know that he was ultimately not a threat because he was just a gatherer. But you always have to stay on your toes and inspect everyone, because unless you assess the threat first, everyone could be a ganker and could be trying to come to kill you. You see just how much trouble I'm having taking down 2 monsters of tier 7. And since now a few minutes have passed, I'm gonna try to go back to the camp, especially since there's only 0 to 5 players in the zone right now. And I've already seen that one of them is me, one of them is a gatherer. So there's at most 3 enemies that could contest me. Hopefully that doesn't happen though, but let's see. And there's somebody on the camp, I hear it. I hear, if you check the audio, you can see that I heard him, but it's the same tier 6 death giver that was trying to kill me before. And there's really nothing I can do, even though he was fighting monsters and he was at half HP, I would still lose that fight. It's just that big of an IP gap on the items is not gonna be... You're not gonna be able to overcome that. So that being said, we're gonna wait another few minutes until we're able to go to that camp again. Meanwhile, we can try going to a different camp if we have one active on the map, which might be this one in the center. Although that is very risky, especially now that we know the Death Giver is in the same map as we are. I'm going to risk it and see if we can do something anyway. But it's there's also very hard packs to take down here, so we'll see if we're able to. Again, you saw there were some packs of monsters missing. That means somebody was here very recently and cleared those camps, because the monsters in these camps respawn very fast, only a few minutes, then you know that somebody was here recently. So I'm going to try to take down only 2 mobs at once. I'm gonna leave the harder packs, try to avoid them, because otherwise I either will not be able to take them down, or I will be too low HP and putting myself at too big of a risk. And just know that as you're doing these camps, the reason why they're very dangerous is the same reason why you saw me. I heard the enemy death giver before I saw his nameplate. And that is because in this game, the audio loads faster than the enemy visuals. So even before the nameplate fades in at the corner or at the edge of the screen, you can already hear the enemy. If they're doing something that has audio cues, you can already hear them. And that's why it is very dangerous, because what I could do if I was a ganker and I had better IP and I had an invisibility potion, all I had to do was just dismount, use my invisibility potion, and then run up to the enemy, and he would have no idea that I'm coming. And that's something that could, for example, happen to me right now if the enemy decides to do that. So even though I am always keeping an eye on the edges of my screen, you can still get ganked without seeing an enemy when you're doing these camps. That's why they're such a big risk to do. And we still have a few to take down. I'm gonna try to avoid this pack of 3. I cannot split it up in any way, so I'm gonna have to fight all of them at once if I try to. And I'm gonna try to avoid them. And there we go, we unlocked it, and it's only a green chest. This means it's only going to give me fame. And there we go, only fame. But that's good enough for us. We're gonna take it. I'm gonna use the silver bags. And we unlock a bunch of missions, and now a few minutes have passed. So we're gonna try to go back to the camp that we were doing previously. Now, one thing I wanna set up right now. Oh, we have this combat tab, and this shows all the rewards we have gotten recently. And you see an upgraded melee monster gives us 25 might. As soon as we completed the camp, we got 700 might, which is very, very good rewards in terms of might. That's why we're doing these camps in the first place, because just killing roaming mobs does give you a bit of might, but it's gonna be very hard for you to meet the thresholds here if you do not do the objectives. And one of the objectives in the open world are the camps. Another objective that gives a good amount of might are the chests, the ones we tried to take, and we actually did take when we got ganked. We got ganked after we opened it, and just opening one of these chests, being the first person to open them, gives you a good amount of might, which is like 600 for the example I did then. So yeah, going for these objectives is a good way of getting the might you need. And let's see, we still have a few to clear. I'm gonna focus on these ones next to the chest. Take down the easier one first. And there we go, let's see. We need one more monster, and this is gonna be enough. This upgraded Frost Weaver. And I have to take him out of that zone, because that AoE ability lasts very long and it deals a ton of damage if you step inside of it. It is enough to kill you, take you from 100 to 0 if you stay inside of that. And he uses it again. I'm gonna have to do my best to stay out. I'm gonna mount up, and we have a rare cache. Let's open it. This is hopefully gonna give us 285k. Let's quickly loot everything. I'm avoiding some of the items because they weigh a lot and are not worth too much, so I just looted everything that was important. And there we go, we have 300,000 silver in estimated value in our inventory. We were very fortunate to get a purple chest, just like the one we got, where we got that 4.4 item. But and that's very good. And at this point we have enough silver in our bag. Let's just use the bags, which is 80k. We have 200 silver. I think for the beginning of the account, this is a good step to go back. And you should always use the travel back ability, even though it costs 40k silver. It's just not worth it to risk running through the black zone to get back to your city. There are so many zones, and if a group of gankers sees you, there's probably no getting away from them, especially if you're on a tier 3 horse, which is very slow and easy to dismount. So you should always pay the journey back cost. It is in the long run, it saves you more money than it costs, just due to the amount of times you're gonna save yourself from dying. Okay, so now we have a good amount of stuff. Let's use all the tomes. And let's go to here. What I like to do is I like to quick sell everything that's stackable. So that means all of these souls, relics that are used for enchanting items. So I'm just gonna click on quick sell. And if you want to get a little bit of silver extra, you can instead do sell order and click -1 and create. And that's gonna eventually sell. And that gives you a bit more silver. But what I'm gonna do is, what you can do is you can also check these differences, right? So I click quick sell and I see that the adept runes are gonna sell for 1,700 instantly. But if the market average is 4,000 silver more, then I probably prefer to sell order them instead. But let's see. In this case, the market average are kind of wrong, because even if I sell order them, I'm not getting that much value. So yeah, in some cases this is not accurate. So I'm just gonna do this, quick sell everything, except the items, the armor and the weapons. I'm gonna sell that. And these ones I'm gonna sell order. And I don't care about spending too much time looking at what the value is and what I could optimize selling it for. I just do sell order, -1, create, and wait for it to eventually sell. And I recommend you do this approach as well, because just spending... I mean, if you like playing the economy, you're gonna eventually have to learn how to check the prices of items and such. But at the beginning, I find that very boring, so I wouldn't do it. Meanwhile, let's try to see if anyone wants to buy my 4.4, which I wasn't being able to sell so far. So I'm just gonna post it twice for 400k, and if somebody wants to buy it, that would be nice. Again, as I mentioned previously, the way you sell these, let's say, lower volume items is people or players prefer to take it to... Oh, somebody wants to actually buy it. Come, Limhurst portal. And I'm just gonna wait for him to come over here. I might have to step outside of Limhurst portal, because he might be region locked from the portaling, so I might have to go to the actual Limhurst city, but I'm just gonna wait for him to come. And I'm selling it at a big discount. The estimated market value shows about how much it's gonna be worth, but if a player takes it to the black market, I think it's gonna be worth more than that. So maybe 700k. I'm not exactly sure, but it's gonna be worth almost double than what I'm selling it for. And that is nice, because in this game sometimes, and those more expensive items, you like to sell directly to players as opposed to using the market. Because you're not paying a tax when you're doing trades with other players directly, but when you're using the market, you're paying an 8% tax if you're without premium, or a 4% tax if you're with premium. So I'm gonna wait and see if I can meet up with this this player. And here I'm trying to trade with a player, and see, he's asking me the quality of the item. And he's asking me the quality of the item, and if it was excellent, it's gonna have more value. But now I'm trying... I actually tried to sell it for 500k, and he seems interested. He offered me 400k. And let's see. Ah, he's here. Okay, so I'm gonna trade this over, and I'm gonna watch here the amount of money he puts. And I'm gonna be careful to make sure he doesn't scam me, so it's gotta be 450k. And there we go, we just sold for 450k our item, and that's very good because it doubles our value. And it's obviously a good trade for somebody doing the economy thing, because he's gonna be definitely able to sell that at a profit. So he's gonna be able to sell it for 700, 800k at the very least. It's just gonna take more time. So what I'm trading here is I want to have the silver quicker, because for me it's important to have to set up a bank of initial silver. But for him, he probably already has millions of silver, so he's just taking the item, and then he knows he's going to be able to sell it at double the value in a few days, or in however long it takes for it to sell. So that's how that's one aspect of how the economy works. You saw it is fun to directly whisper with players and directly trade the item. He put 450k silver, I got exactly 450k silver, as opposed to if I sold it through the market, I would have been taxed for about 10%. So, because there's an 8% tax for the sale, and then there's a 1.5% tax for setting up a sell order. So that means I would have only gotten 405k, as opposed to doing the direct trade, which is more profitable for the both of us because we avoid taxes. And as we know, avoiding taxes in life is very good in Albion Online. Now, the thing is, some players, for example, gatherers or players doing crafting with very high-end materials, always trade in specialized Discord channels because they avoid the huge taxes they would otherwise pay to move the materials and the items back and forth. So just know that the economy aspect of this game is one of the most complex in any video game I have seen. It's basically inspired by EVE Online. If any of you have played that game for its economy, then you will be certainly satisfied by the economy gameplay in this game, which is very thought out and 100% player driven. And it's very fun, honestly. It's also a fun gameplay style. Good, but that trade also put us above the 1 million silver mark. So this is a very good milestone. Let's be proud of ourselves because we made it after only a few hours to this amount. And this is a very healthy amount because now I can die with this 4.1 set. I can die like 15 times and I can replace it instantly every time without worrying about it. So we can be proud of ourselves and we can keep going with the fame farming because we are still trying to get level 30 in our first steps. We're almost there, but not quite. Let's see. We're at 27, so only 3 more levels to go. Good, so what are we gonna do next? Before we go back in to the black zone, I think it's time for me to use my 3 days of premium. Maybe I've already used it as soon as we stepped into the black zone, but I waited just a little bit longer. It's fine. I'm going to be using it now. And from the second I click this, I have 72 hours of real time that I should be playing. Just know that premium ticks down even if you're not playing the game. So that's why I always say make sure you can actually play at least 1 or 2 days out of these 3 days before you use the premium. Otherwise, it's just gonna be wasteful. And there we go, premium extended, 3 days. We have it shown over here. And just know that this 3 days of premium is not enough for you to be able to buy an island. If you want to buy an island, which is something we're going to go over a bit later once we actually get our first month of premium, yeah, you have to get your first month of premium, be it with silver or with real money. And maybe some of you will not like what I'm about to say, but if you're interested in playing this game, I really recommend buying premium with real money, because otherwise it's gonna feel like a second job trying to earn enough silver each month to keep your premium going. It is much more relaxing, especially if you have the disposable income to spare on the game. I understand some of you do not work or do not have the income to spend on the game, and that's perfectly fine. If you want to play by buying with silver, that's your choice. But if you have the disposable income, I personally find it much more relaxing to just have the premium and be able to play the game at a more relaxed pace. Because if you have to earn 27 million silver every month, once you're more experienced, it's not that hard, but you're still going to have to play at a much more efficient pace to meet those thresholds, right? And again, if you have even more disposable income, what you can do is buy gold and then trade it for silver if you want to be able to more easily afford items in the game. I personally do not find that gameplay fulfilling. I draw the line at buying premium, because otherwise if I also buy gold with real money and just use that to buy all my items, then I don't find the game fun anymore. Like, I don't find a point, or I don't find satisfaction in that. But if you want to play that way, that's totally your choice and it's perfectly fine. The economy is designed to handle this, and other players that do not buy gold with real money are able to trade their silver for the gold that you would put into the game. So there is a balance there, and I think it's one of the best ways you can actually make an in-game economy work, considering things like real-world trading and all that. Those sadly, those things almost always happen in those MMORPGs, and it is very hard to ban everyone that does it. And I think adding this in the game is a way of giving a legal option of putting money into gold, right? Instead of everything having to go through the black market, which is gonna happen. It happens in every video game that has an economy. It happens in RuneScape, it happens in EVE Online, it happens in World of Warcraft. So it's really not the developer's fault on that. And I think the economy is very healthy in this game as a result of the way they're managing this. Okay, so that tangent being done, we have premium and we have a lot of unclaimed rewards that I'm gonna get right now. And I'm gonna use all of these tomes, which might actually get us all the way. Let's see. Are we at 30? Maybe not yet, not yet. We are at 30. Okay, so we don't even have to go back into the black zone thanks to the tomes we have just received. Yeah, I'm gonna use everything and I'm gonna just deposit all these cosmetics. I don't really care about them too much, but you can just stash them in your bank. And that means we have finished the next step of our first steps. Journal. Sell items worth 2 million silver. Okay, so that's a pretty long task, and actually for this one maybe it would have been better to sell our druidic robe, our 4.4, but we weren't able to quite yet. I'm curious what the final mission is going to be because I don't know it either. They just added this progression in this patch, and it is very good that they added it, so I don't know what the final mission is going to be, but we're gonna find out together. So what we have to do now is keep grinding and keep getting items so that we can sell 2 million worth of silver on the marketplace. Now that we have premium, we're going to be getting way more stuff. So first off, we have a 50% fame bonus, and that is incredible, right? It applies to everything. It applies to all the monsters we're going to kill. So before, in a tier 6 zone, we were getting 5,000 fame. We're gonna be getting 7.5k in the tier 6 zone, so that's an amazing boost. That's why I do not recommend playing this game too much without premium. There we're gonna be getting more silver and loot from mobs and from camps, and all of these are not very relevant for us except the reduced market tax, which is relevant actually, so we do care about that a lot. We're also going to be getting 30 learning points per day. This is without playing the game, so even if we're not playing, we're going to be accumulating the learning points. And we're going to be getting focus, which is something, it's a resource that caps at 30,000 and is used for crafting. It's something we're going to talk about in more detail when we get to actually doing some crafting. But right now, I would still recommend focusing on PvE, at least until we finish the first steps, and then we can try to experiment with some other types of content. But yeah, that being said, one more thing I want to go over is how we can increase our power a bit. So we have all of these in good quality, all of our items, but we could also upgrade them to a better quality. First off, let's just hover over this. And you remember how the item power of the sword was 820 when we began? Well, just due to all the levels we have gotten, we have received 76 item power for free. So this is why you should focus on getting one set of items to a decent specialization, maybe to like 70, because just having the fame in those items is gonna result in you having 2 more tiers of power for free. So already we're almost 1 tier of power above where we began. So it's as if we are buying 4.2 items instead of 4.1. Understand? So this is just how it makes you so much more effective. It makes you more effective in combat. It makes you more effective at clearing PvE monsters. So you should definitely focus on specialization at the beginning of the game. I'm gonna bring my items over here to reroll quality. And I'm gonna see it only costs 13,000. I'm gonna return the items to inventory when they are excellent. And I'm gonna click reroll. I'm gonna click do not show again. So that's gonna be... Oh yeah, I need to repair them first. So just click repair all. As you fight monsters or fight players or get downed, your items are gonna take durability damage, sorry. And we go to excellent, we click reroll. And there we go, everything. We were quite lucky because everything got rerolled to outstanding quality. And if we hover over the swords, we see that from the quality they receive 40 item power as opposed to 20. We can keep going, and it shows here the probabilities. There's a 50% chance the item will stay as outstanding quality. There's a 50% chance it's gonna go to excellent. And there's a very, very tiny chance it's gonna go to masterpiece quality. So let's just take them to excellent. And 2 of them went excellent and 2 of them didn't. So I'm gonna click again. And now everything is in excellent quality. So that cost us about 30,000 silver. And it might be cheaper to buy them directly upgraded from the marketplace, especially for these lower tier items. And I would probably recommend doing that as opposed to re-rolling them. But we see we increased our IP by 40 because it's now 60 as opposed to plus 20. So that being said, we are much stronger now than we were at the beginning, at the first journey we did in the Black Zone. And with this increased power, we can go again. But before we go again, let's make sure we refill our consumables, which is the catfish. I'm gonna buy 3 of them. And 1 invisibility potion. And this is the budget version of consumables I like going out with. The Danglemouth catfish is a very good regeneration food that costs very little, so that's why I want to go with it. And having just 1 invisibility potion for emergencies, I think is a good sweet spot. So yeah, let's venture back out and see what else we can do in the Black Zone. Alright, so we're ready to go again, and we're gonna use the save portal. This is just the best way to go as a solo player. You cannot use the save portal if you're in a party. This is only for solo players. Just everybody in your party that's using the save portal is gonna be teleported to a different zone, so it's very hard to coordinate in that sense. But let's see, we're taken to a tier 5 zone of quality 2, so maybe we can go to this tier 6. Or maybe even further to the inner ring. Let's see. I would really like to go closer to Merlin's Rest, which is Black Zone City. There are 3 Black Zone cities or rests. There's Merlin's Rest, there's Morgana's Rest, and then there is Arthur's Rest. So these function exactly like a town. However, they usually have less stock of items in their marketplace because fewer people go to them, right? So maybe it would be interesting to temporarily move and try to live outside one of these rests. So maybe let's do that right now. There's certainly some journal missions for it as well. So yeah, let's make it our goal. Just know that if you enter a smuggler's den or one of the rests, you're gonna lose your save portal. And you're also not going to be able to use your journey back ability, which is very, very important because it means the only way you're gonna be able to get your items from the rest back to one of the main cities is if you run with them through the Black Zone all the way back to the city. So you have to enter it through the Black Zone. If you go to a rest and you leave all your items there in the bank, you can then freely teleport anywhere. So there's no problem with that. You're not completely locked out of going anywhere else, but you just can't transport your items by teleporting. You have to carry them. But alright, let's go back to a tier 6 zone, which is over here. And while we make our way there, we are going to... Oh, we have some objective. We have a wagon, and it's already open, so it means somebody might already be taking the crates. So maybe by the time we get there, it's gonna disappear. I'm gonna try to see if I can snatch one of these crates because they give good might. They give very good might, and on the way we find this hidden treasure. I told you, keep your eyes out for these because they give 21,000 silver just for that. Like, it took me 1 second to open it. And there's another one here actually, so let's keep our eyes open. And you see, I'm not picking those treasures up. I could, but they weigh quite a lot, and one of these is only worth 1,000 silver. If they were tier 5, and once I find some that are tier 5, I'm gonna pick them up, those are worth 5,000. There's also tier 6, which is worth 25,000 silver, so those I definitely recommend picking up. But these ones I usually just skip picking up. If you'd like to, you can, as long as you have space in your inventory or weight, you can definitely pick them up. But let's see if I can get one of these crates over here. Is there nobody here? Is it just... There's one more crate? So this is very dangerous because somebody is definitely carrying these. And oh my god, the deposit is right next to it here. So I'm a bit scared here of getting ganked, but let's see if I can just take it. This is very lucky. It's very close delivery spot, right? Usually it's much farther away, but there we go. We just got 2,500 free might. We got our reward over here in the Conqueror's Challenge, which is 3,000 favor, and we already have 8,500. That's very good, right? So if you can get one of these crates, it's a very good amount of might, and it really boosts your progression. So very good that we got one of these. I'm gonna switch back to the PvE ability, which is also decently good in PvP. But what I want to show now is just how much fame, if I can avoid dying, just how much fame we're getting because we have premium, right? So 6,300 for a caster, and for a melee we are going to get 8,000 fame. And remember, we are in a tier 6 zone. So before we were getting 5,000 and a bit, now we're getting 8,000. So you can see just how significant the speed up of progression is when you have premium as opposed to when you do not have premium. The game is definitely 100% playable without premium, but you're just gonna progress much quicker if you do have premium. Again, when it comes to actually fighting enemy players, premium does not give you any direct advantage. So PvP is completely fair in that sense. You're just gonna have more resources than a player who does not have premium, so it's gonna be easier for you to re-gear. You're gonna have more silver to maybe spend on more expensive items, but if that player defeats you in combat, he's just gonna be able to take the items off of you, right? So in that sense, the PvP is completely fair. And yeah, our progression is significantly sped up. Just know that the premium does not speed up how fast you clear these camps, because you still have to get the same amount of fame as if you did without the boost, right? So it doesn't boost the fame you get for clearing these. And I can already feel the power of our gear increasing due to the amount of experience we've been getting since the beginning of the game. And it only took a few hours. We're also getting some missions. It only took a few hours to progress this far, which is very, very decent. I would say the progression for new players has significantly sped up. And we have a circle mob here. This is very good. Let's take it as fast as we can. It is risky to take these because if you get hit by their abilities, you're gonna take a lot of damage. But if we play correctly and we dodge these abilities, we're gonna be fine. See how much damage it does? So you really have to you really want to dodge these. And there we go, 70,000 fame and 10,000 silver for just one circle boss. And we haven't found a spiky boss yet, which is the highest tier of monster you can get. Hopefully we're gonna get one this playthrough. It would be nice to show it. It's a much harder monster to take down, but it gives a ton of fame and silver if you find one. And that's also a reason we're trying to find them in this black zone, because you're not gonna find them in the yellow zone. They're very rare there because there's just so many players clearing monsters at the same time in those zones. I just have to dodge that, and I'm gonna use my E to get outside of that ability. That volley that these suppressors do really deals a ton of damage. See, I just got hit by it. It also bleeds me, so you can see just how much damage I took because I got hit by that thing. And actually we have an interesting objective over here on the right side of our screen. This big boy is looking very menacing. And what this is, it is an aspect. So yeah, you see just how much damage it dealt with one attack. So what this is a resource monster that must be taken by a large group of players. It has 500 ticks, I think. It is 500 ticks of the resource. While, yeah, for example, this is the normal resource. They give the same thing, but this one is 5 ticks. This one is 500 ticks. So it needs to be taken down by a big team of players. And it is also very, very quick to harvest those 500 ticks. I mean, it takes a while, but you get like... you get a very large amount of resources from it. So if there's a large group, they would definitely like to take that down. And hopefully they have tier 6 in stone gathering, and then they would be able to get all those resources, which is a good amount of silver. And we have a bit more fame to get. And we have an enemy player, which is a damnation staff. And actually, if he wants to fight, I'm going to fight him. That is an interesting build he has. Let's see. He wants to fight, maybe. Yeah, he's just waiting for me to take damage, so I'm gonna mount back up. And I'm gonna... If you want to fight now, then let's fight. Otherwise... Yeah, I'm gonna keep baiting him this way. I would actually like to change my ability first. So let's do that. Because I don't really want to play with this AoE. I want to play with the single target and the splitting slash. And there we go, he dismounts. And let's see if we can win this fight, which is not gonna be easy. And we're gonna deal a lot of damage. We want to stay outside of that. And we want to go back in. And let's see, he's gonna use his sprint maybe. And that doesn't do much to us. So we're gonna do this, and we're gonna... Okay, we're gonna have to run after him, and I think we're gonna be able to catch him. He didn't use his auto attack. I'm gonna use my shield when I go back in. That should be enough for me to win this fight. Use my W, use my Q, and there we go, we win the fight, and we get some good loot. Boom, there we go. Did we get a trophy? Yes, we also get a trophy. So this doesn't... There's no value in this, but it shows the kill that you made. You can take this and place it on your island once you have one, but I'm just gonna throw it away right now because it has no monetary value, right? But there we go, that was our first kill in the open world. So that was a fair fight. You can see the IP difference. So if we go over here to stats, kills, we can see the kill. There wasn't that much of an IP difference, only almost 1 tier. But he didn't have any cape, and I don't think he had any food. So it was a pretty fair fight. And his build also wasn't really that good for PvP. Honestly, the Damnation Staff is not something you use only in very large scale fights. Because you saw that very wide area ability he used on me. It deals no damage, but it reduces the resistances of everyone in the area. So it is very, very good. And we have another Curse Staff, but this one has three times the IP, so I cannot really take that. The chest is green, and it's protected by monsters, and there's also a player at the same time here, so I'm not gonna try to fight him right now. I mean, I'm not gonna try to go for the chest, because if it's only a green chest, it's only gonna give me fame, and it's not worth risking my life for it. But yeah, there's no way I'm gonna be able to fight this guy. He has way too much IP as compared to me, and he also has the proper food and the proper potions for PvP, while I do not, because you're not supposed to be using catfish when fighting in PvP. You're supposed to have something better, like this guy has Omelette, which reduces the cooldown rate and the cast speed. I don't really know why he's chasing me. He probably thinks I'm a noob and he can easily get a kill on me, but I'm just gonna keep running away from him, because as soon as he dismounts, maybe he dismounts right now if I stop, he's just gonna have a 5-second cooldown. And I'm just gonna be able to run away because he's not gonna be able to catch me on foot. So yeah, there we go, we got our first kill, and at this point we can even just go back and sell this because we're gonna make better progress towards our goal of getting 2 million in sales. And we have another one of these here, that's very nice. 15,000, let's go. I'm gonna take these for now, why not? I still have plenty of weight to carry. There's a chest opening here, and I'm gonna go hover around it. Maybe there's gonna be another player trying to fight that curse, and if so, maybe I will have an opportunity to get the chest myself. But otherwise, I'm just gonna let the curse take the chest, because I'm not gonna be able to fight him at that IP disadvantage. One mistake I made, I should have fought the curse with this ability, because when I use this shield, it cleanses all damage over time effects, whereas this shield does not. And the curse has its main ability is a damage over time effect, so I should have done that as well. But let's see, there's 6 to 15 people, so the chances are people are going to come to this small treasure chest, and maybe there's going to be a fight, and maybe there's going to be an opportunity for us to third party or just take the chest. Let's see what happens. This is very risky. With the amount of loot I have now in the inventory, I wouldn't recommend doing this. I would recommend just going back and selling all the items. But let's see if we can make something happen in 10 seconds. And we're gonna approach it, and I'm looking at the edge of my screen, and there's already the curse on it, so I'm not gonna be able to do anything unless somebody else wants to contest. But it seems like there's nobody else, so he's just gonna be able to take the chest. I'm curious, it was a blue chest, so pretty decent loot probably, but we cannot get it, so we're just gonna have to leave. There's no way I can win that fight. Again, Albion is a game about knowing how to pick your battles and what you can possibly win and when you should run. But yeah, I'm going to change my plan. I'm not going to go to the rest anymore because I do want to take this loot back to the main cities so that I can more easily sell it. Maybe we're going to be visiting the rests after we finish the First Steps journal. And I think there might be one more camp here. Yes, there is one more camp here that I did not initially see. So let's just change. I'm gonna remain on this shield in case the curse comes and attacks me. It's gonna give me an opportunity to escape. Otherwise, it's gonna be very hard to escape from the curse. When this enemy grows larger and uses that buff, he has reduced damage taken, so I wait to use my E and my W only after it expires so that I can deal more damage to it. And there we go, we unlock, and it's a green chest again, so it's only going to be fame, but that's fine. Now, there's something I've been looting that I didn't really explain, and these are the Smuggler's coins. These can be used at the Smuggler's Den, but we haven't went to one yet, so we're just collecting them for now. Also, at some point we looted this Adept's Tome of Insight. As you can see, as opposed to the other tomes, this is tradable. I would it only gives 10,000 fame, but it sells for like 23,000 silver. So definitely do not use these, just sell them on the marketplace because it's much more worthwhile. They are used by rich players that want to get a lot of fame without spending the time to farm in the open world. And it's only feasible to use them once you have a lot of silver. But as a new player, it's definitely a good way to make money, to just keep them and sell them. You see, one of these mobs is worth almost 10,000 fame, so there's no point to use that tome instead of just selling it and using the money to build up your bank and upgrade your gear. Oh, and actually we find a spiky boss right before we get to our portal. Let's see if we can take this down. This is gonna be a bit risky. I'm gonna try to clear out this boar first so that it doesn't interfere. It's only a tier 5 zone, so we're definitely gonna be able to take down this monster. It's not that tough. The problem is if a player comes across us while we try to take him down. But you see, as opposed to the normal circle mobs, these have spikes around them, so that's why we call them spiky bosses. And I just used my ability straight into his, so that was a terrible play. And I am unable to dodge any abilities apparently. So I'm just gonna use my chest and I'm gonna be back to full HP. And again I ran into it even though its indicator was fading, so I got scammed there. I'm not gonna take accountability for that, absolutely not. But we're almost done with this, so hopefully nobody comes across us. And there we go, 200,000 fame, 35,000 silver, and this was a tier 5 one. So we can see just how incredibly good these spiky bosses are when we can find them. I'm gonna roam the area around a little bit because sometimes when you find a spiky boss or you find a lot of circle bosses, that means the area wasn't really farmed for a while. So sometimes you can get lucky, and if that is the case, that the area wasn't farmed for a while, it means you're more likely to find even more circle bosses or spiky bosses. So I'm just gonna take a quick look around to see if I can find some of them. Oh, and while we are exploring, we find a treasure coffer. And the difference between treasure coffers and normal chests is that treasure coffers are not shown on the entire map. You need to be close to them for them to show up like that. And we open it, we get a good amount of might, and we get 30,000 in silver. Oh, we have an enemy here. Let's see if we can fight him. Seems he is close to his mount, so maybe I won't be able to get him. No, I don't think I'll be able to dismount him, so he's just gonna be able to get away, and that's perfectly fine. You see, as I attacked a player that did not attack me, I am now debuffed with the Outlaw debuff. This doesn't reduce my stats in any way or harms me in any way, except for the fact that I now cannot go back home. So I'm pretty sure if I'm an Outlaw, I am 100% sure I cannot enter Smuggler's Den, or I cannot... yeah, I cannot enter Smuggler's Den, I cannot go to a city, so that means I can also not go back to my save portal. So now I have to wait 3 minutes inside of the black zone before I am able to do that, and I'm no longer an outlaw. So that's just one penalty you get for attacking other players in the black zone, and that's the only penalty you get for attacking other players. And there's another player here, let me see. Yeah, he is 1200 IP, so I'm not gonna be able to fight him. He has a very good brawling build as well, so I'm definitely not gonna be able to win that fight. Yeah, there's no way. I'm just gonna run away from him. There's another dual swords here, and he is much better equipped than I am. He is 1000 IP, and he has a Thetford cape. It would be very nice if we were able to take him down, but I just don't know. Maybe he's a new player, so I'll have an advantage, but I'm not sure about that. It would be nice though. I'm gonna try to bait him, but I might not be able to win the fight. I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna risk it. Maybe it's a bad idea, but I'm gonna risk it. Let's see if I can bait him. I'm gonna do something that's incredibly risky. Oh, I might have made a mistake. He might be able to execute me. I think I made a mistake, guys. Oh no. Let's see. Please, the mobs have to... Yes, it worked. They protected me and I'm able to get back up. And now I use my sprint. I have a movement speed buff. And I'm able to attack him, so let's go. I think I'm gonna win this. I'm gonna stay away while he uses that. And now I'm gonna use mine. And now there's not much he can do. I'm not gonna use my E ability just in case he wants to run away with it. And there we go. We win the fight. And we get a good amount of items. Let's go. We're gonna mount up. We are an outlaw again, because we attacked him before he attacked us, technically. So we're gonna have to wait for 3 minutes. But you see, even the shakiness in my voice, the excitement of PvP is one of the reasons I play this game. So that was a that was a bait. So what I did there was I intentionally went inside the camp. I died, or I got knocked down by the monsters. Because if you take damage from the monsters, you do not instantly die. And then what he had to do was he had to execute me, and he definitely could have. I made a mistake. I should have gotten downed more inside the monsters, because there was a tiny spot there where he could have where he could have stood without aggro from the monsters and just executed me. So I definitely made a mistake. But he also made a mistake and he fumbled. So what happened there is he wasn't able to execute me. And since I got back up from the knockdown, I also received a buff that gives me 50% movement speed for 15 seconds. So there was no way for him to outrun me. And since he was on 40% HP when we began the fight, it really didn't matter. It was over. It was over. I was winning that fight. I even kept my abilities just so he wasn't able to run easily. I kept my E, and if he wanted to E away, I would just be able to follow him. So yeah, we got a very good kill. That got us 500,000 in silver, actually. So that was a very good kill. For some reason, he had an Avalonian skinning knife on his person, which is kind of weird. I don't know why he had that, but fair enough, I guess. This is a special gathering tool that is much more expensive than the normal variant, but it gives you 12.5% extra gathering yield. So it allows you to get more resources when gathering. And we also got his items, which is awesome. We basically got an upgrade for our kit, right? This is 4.2 and this is 4.1. The reason why this has less IP is because of the durability. We need to repair these items before we're able to use them. Otherwise, they have minus 100 IP from the durability. And you might be wondering, this isn't something I explained so far, but you might be wondering, why did I not get his dual swords, right? He had basically the same build as we did, except he has a hunter hood instead of a guardian helmet. So where the hell are his swords? Why did I not loot them? Well, one of the things that helps regulate the economy in Albion is the fact that their items can trash. So whenever a PvP kill happens, there is a percentage chance that all of the items, any of the items that player carries or is wearing, will trash and just be instantly destroyed. And that basically takes the item out of the economy and is what keeps the demand up for getting items. Otherwise, you would always just loot the items off of each other, so there would be no reason to create new items, right? So that's why items can trash. And let's take the portal back because Outlaw has expired. And we just happened to get unlucky and his dual swords trashed, so we were not able to loot them. But that's perfectly fine and is a part of the game. Now, we have another trophy here. I don't care about the trophy, so I'm just gonna throw it away. And when it comes to the rest of the equipment, first off, I'm gonna store the Smuggler's coins because we're not gonna use them for now, and we cannot sell them, they're untradeable. And the next thing I'm gonna do is use all my tomes, except the one that is tradable. I'm not gonna use that one. I'm only using the ones that are untradeable. And then we have to go to the marketplace and sell everything we have just gotten. So first off, I'm gonna click repair everything, which costs quite a lot. It was 100,000 silver. And then we can sell the treasures. I'm gonna actually do the sell order on every item, and then I'm gonna quick sell the bulk items. So there we go. There's the shoes over here. There's the hunter hood. I'm gonna actually keep the mercenary jacket and the soldier boots because I want to use them myself, right? They're just 4.2 versions of the items we already have. So instead of selling them and getting taxed on that, if I can use the item, I'm just gonna keep it. Technically, I could also use the Tedford cape, which wouldn't be a bad idea. I would prefer using an Avalonian cape instead, though. So maybe I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna sell the Tedford cape, which is worth quite a lot, as you can see. Again, the difference here is big, so don't quick sell this. Just sell order and you get 50,000 more silver. It's gonna take maybe a few hours to sell, but it's fine. We don't need the silver that urgently anymore. He also had a Satchel of Insight, which is an interesting bag. So as opposed to the normal bag that all it does is increase your max load, the Satchel of Insight has an activatable passive ability, and all the fame you earn is gonna be increased by whatever percentage it says, but also every extra piece of fame you get is gonna cost you 1.42 silver. So if you use one of those, your silver is gonna be evaporated very, very quickly. As a new player, you should not be using Satchels of Insight. These are tools for more players that have a better economy and are able to afford buying the fame, as it were. So I'm just gonna keep selling everything. We have a map, it's fine, we're gonna sell that as well. And then I'm gonna quick sell everything, but just be careful when you do this because we don't wanna sell these items. So I'm gonna sell everything else. I'm just gonna take a glance to make sure I'm not being scammed on all of these. So if the market average is significantly different than what it should be, I'm just gonna untick this. So I'm gonna sell that. I'm gonna use these, and now I can go and I could actually upgrade my set. Because we have such a good economy, I feel confident in doing that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna buy myself some dual swords in 0.2 enchantment. And let's see, this is good quality. Let's see how much excellent is. 15,000 more. I'm not sure if I want to pay that, but let's do it. Let's splurge a bit on our gear. If you're not feeling confident with losing your items, it's totally fine to just stay on 4.1. You're gonna save so much money in the long run if you're not confident with getting higher tier items. But I'm just gonna upgrade it because even if I lose these more expensive items, I still have about 5 or 6 times the money in the bank, so I can replace them if I die. There we go. And at this point, since we've already spent the money on some better gear, I'm also gonna spend some money on a cape, which is an Avalonian cape, and this helps us clear faster. We've actually already used it in the save zones, so I'm just gonna get one. And you don't really need, you don't care that much about the enchantment here. We see here, in this case, 0.0 is more expensive than 0.1. That's just a particularity about how this item works. It's not worth going into detail, but even a 0.2 only costs 6,000 more silver than a 0.1. So I'm gonna buy the 0.2 cape. And the difference in this case is it's gonna give me a little bit more energy, and the damage of the AoE ability is gonna be just a few points higher. Good, so that being said, did it not buy? Oh yeah, it did, it's already in my inventory, fine. And then we have these, so I'm gonna go to reroll these. And we should be ready to go back out. So let's reroll these to excellent. 1 click, 2 click, 3 click. So you see just on... Okay, this one doesn't... That was 8 rerolls in a row without it upgrading. 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, bro. What the hell was that? That was 12 coin flips I just lost in a row. Okay. But anyway, if you don't have enough silver, don't reroll your items, because it can be quite expensive sometimes. Have you just saw me? At least it was on the boots, which are the cheapest to reroll, but if it was on the swords, that was gonna cost me a lot. So that's basically gambling. Don't do that if you don't have the funds for it. But yeah, I'm gonna put back my 4.1 set, and now I'm looking pretty fine with this 4.2 set. I'm looking very nice. The appearance isn't different for the enchanted ones, right? It is different once you go up in tiers though, so just keep that in mind. But we're looking pretty nice. We are over 1000 IP for the first time in the black zone, so let's go. That's gonna be nice. And we are making steady progress on our specialization for the dual swords. And our generalist node is also progressing very, very nicely. So we're moving up in the world, and we have a lot of offers on the market, so this is gonna go up steadily, but we still have to find a bunch more things to sell before we reach the 2 million mark, so let's keep going. Let's see where we are at, and sadly this is still a quality 2 zone. And it's still quite far away from the inner circle, so we're gonna... You know what? I really don't like this area where I was sent to, so I'm just gonna go back. It's gonna cost me 16,000 silver because I just used it, and I'm gonna wait and go right back out and pay the 16,800 again. So if you really don't like the area you're put in, you can do this, but just oh my god, I'm still sent to a terrible zone. At least I can go south here to Whitecliff Peak, and I'm right near it. So let's just go. And what I did there was pretty dangerous because I do not have a bubble, see? I changed zone, I do not have a bubble. That is because I did it right after my previous bubble had expired. And I also did a dumb thing in the sense that I did not equip my abilities before going out. So that's very risky because if I were to be attacked at that point, I would have no abilities to defend myself. So yeah, just make sure you select your abilities before you go out. At least to have a fighting chance. But okay, let's keep grinding. And the goal we have for ourselves right now, besides finishing the first steps, is to unlock the Grand Conqueror's chest. And we only have 5,000 more might to go. And then we're also going to be using our favor to convert it into some silver, because we have accumulated quite a lot of favor by playing in the black zone. And that's also a big reason why we're playing in the black zone, because it gives us so much money. I do not have my mount here. I do not have any abilities. So I'm really playing with fire. The only escape I have right now is my invisibility potion. So always try to keep an eye on what your outs are in case something goes wrong. And that comes with experience, I know. So don't stress about it too much as a new player if you keep dying or if you make mistakes, because again, there's a lot to learn in this game. But just try to keep a mind on what your outs are in any particular situation. So right now I had no mount, I basically had no ability cooldown, so if somebody were to attack me at that point, I had to figure out a way to use my invisibility potion to make enough space such that I could get away. And there are quite a decent amount of people in this zone, so I have to be careful. But I'm gonna keep wandering around and seeing what I can find, and also doing the camps, because again these give a lot of might and we really want to unlock that Grand Conqueror's chest if possible. And we have an enemy here which has quite a lot of IP, so this is a dangerous enemy, and he seems to have a friend. Yes, he seems to have a friend, so I do not want to fight that. You saw he was dismounted. I was basically going the same direction as his friend, and the other guy dismounted ahead of him, and if I was not paying attention, I would just run straight into him and he would have enough damage to dismount me. And then it would be a very tough escape from there, because escaping from 2 people is way harder than escaping from just 1 person. But anyway, this area is a bit risky, so maybe I'm gonna try moving to Stonemouth Bay. That just feels like a good zone to be in, and I'm always trying to be at least 2 zones away from the portal town, because being close to the portal town is just going to invite a lot of gankers that are waiting for people transporting goods between the towns, because you cannot teleport with the goods, so they are just they're just waiting to find transports to kill them and take all their loot. and you're going to be caught in that crossfire if you are very close to the portal zones. It's just riskier, and I would not recommend being there. There's also more competition for the monsters, so you're not gonna find as many monsters in the area. We have some very beefy boys over here. A duo with 1400 IP each. That's not something we can take on. So let's just move along and let them do their thing, because we don't want to mess with that. And there's a cache here actually, which unlocks soon. But if those two guys see this cache, they're gonna come for it, certainly. So I'm gonna be careful right now. Those caches, or I mean coffers, are not worth risking your life for. So only take them if they're not contested, or if you can fight the players that are trying to contest it. Otherwise, don't risk your life for them. But let's see, 30 more seconds and then we can open it. It's gonna give us a good amount of might if we can open it, so definitely worth to stay and wait to see if you can get it. And seems like nobody's coming for it, so I will be able to open it. And it's green quality, which means it's gonna be pretty bad loot. But we get 300 might, which is not too shabby. 20k silver, fair enough. Yeah, so we just unlocked level 60 in swords. And that means we have unlocked the ability to wear tier 7 dual swords if we wanted to. But they're worth 264k each without an enchantment. So definitely would not recommend going out with tier 7 items, because they're gonna cost a lot if you do die. And if you do get ganked by a group of people, it doesn't matter how high the tier of items you have, because you're still going to die. And while we run across another aspect, that's 2 in 1 day, that's pretty rare, I would say. I don't usually come across them that often, they're pretty rare, so very interesting. Oh, we have an enemy player here, so we saw him at the edge of our screen. We're gonna instantly mount up, get an inspect off, and we see that it's just a weird gathering set, I think. So there's no reason to be scared of him. There's obviously always the chance that he is with some friends and he's just trying to bait us, but we're gonna assume that isn't the case, because if you live your entire life scared, you're not going to get anything done. So we're just going to keep farming if we assess that the threat is not great enough. And let's see how much more fame we need. So we're gonna have to clear. I'm gonna dismount and remount so that I drop the aggro from that enemy, and then I can continue with these ones. I have to dodge everything. I have to dodge again. And we're gonna take down the sorcerer first. I have to sprint through that, otherwise I would have taken damage there, which is quite risky. And then that's almost enough, and we're gonna also take down the circle mob. So if you see here, I still have like 10,000 fame that I need to get. If I do fill in that bar, after that any monsters I attack and kill in this camp are not gonna give me any fame. So I also wanted to take this circle mob because it gives a lot of fame. So I had to make sure that I do it before I finish the camp. Oh, that's an enemy. I have to check. And it's a curse that I might actually be able to fight if he wants to. But not like this. This is... okay, that was not great. And now there's another player and there's a... what the hell is going on? This guy has a group set, so I'm definitely not gonna be able to fight that one. So I'm just gonna leave. Sadly, we were interrupted there. I'm just gonna switch my abilities in case we do fight, but that was very risky. As soon as you see a player, you should just mount up and then inspect, instead of doing what I do where I try to inspect without mounting up. I'm just trying to be more efficient and not lose my progression whenever I see somebody, but that's a very risky way to play. The safer way to play is just mount up instantly and then see what the threat is, and if there is no threat, then you can keep going. But as you see, this guy is just waiting here for somebody to go into the camp and then he can fight at an advantage. And he has a lot of IP, so there's not much I can do unless I can get an advantage. Maybe if he decides to initiate first, then maybe I can try to fight him. But it doesn't seem like he's interested in doing that. He's just gonna hover around the camp for a million years and not gonna be fighting, so I'm gonna try to see if he wants to go in, but I doubt I'll be able to win that fight anyway. Because again, he has 300 IP over me. And he's just waiting here at the edge. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave. This is just a waste of time. Again, we have to pick our battles, and today we have to just leave. I keep swapping my abilities, as you see, because the single target and the splitting slash is much better in 1v1 PvP. And then this emergency shield is much better against cursed staffs. And it just has a higher shield value against any matchup in general. Oh my god, this mob glitches sometimes. Yeah, the charge of this mob is buggy, and sometimes when he uses it, he just glitches out and has to reset, which is a bit annoying, but oh well, what can you do? And I think we finished, so there's no point in me finishing that monster, it's not gonna give me any fame. So I'm just gonna come over here, and it's only a common cache, but it's gonna give us a bit of fame, so if it's easy enough to open, it's always worth it, because that was like 210,000 fame for opening it. Otherwise, if the monsters have already respawned and there's players in the area, then you should not bother with looting it. If you really want to loot it, just leave and come back in a few minutes after the players have left, because the cache is gonna stay there for 10 minutes, I think. And yeah, the cache is individual for every player on these camps. So, for example, if you get an epic one, other players are not gonna know that you got an epic one, so they're not gonna be able to camp for you, because they know you have a very good chest that you would like to get. So yeah, just keep that in mind. And this is a very risky pack. There's 3 of the suppressors. You can see just how many AoEs I have to dodge. But I focus on the easy to take down one, and then I make sure I stay topped up on HP. And I keep dodging. And there we go. And again, I shouldn't be doing this because I'm way too far away from my mount. So I'm just gonna pull the monster a little bit closer before I continue fighting. And I keep using my helmet ability to keep my energy topped up. We have a lair map, which I want to take, but I have to clear the monsters around it first. So I'm gonna do that. It's a bit annoying, right? As soon as I click this, those 2 monsters are gonna be pulled. So let's just pull them a little bit closer to my mount. Then I can clear them, just like this. Keep dodging AoEs. And see, I get no fame, because the objective is already inactive, but I still have to fight them if I want to get the map. And now I click on it, it is unlocked. I press escape to quickly go out of the map view, and then I can check where I have to go. And now, if another player sees me and they pay attention, they can click on my portrait and see that I have this buff, which is called Reveal Boss Lair Entrance. And it lasts for 10 minutes. So he would know, the player would know that I'm searching for a boss lair, but he wouldn't know where it is. And the only way they would be able to find out is if they somehow followed me and I chose to go to the lair at the same time. And we have a coffer here. I've been finding plenty of coffers apparently, so that's pretty nice. I'm gonna open it. It's a blue one. Gives a bit more might, but we see it's only 50,000 silver, so it's a good bonus. I mean, it takes a few seconds to open if nobody's contesting it, so might as well. But yeah, the player would be able to see that I'm going for a boss lair, but they wouldn't know where it is. And actually we have another objective here that I want to take down. These mobs are pretty tough to take down because they use a lot of abilities and they deal a lot of damage with their abilities. So again, I'm focusing on the caster because it's quicker to take down. And I keep spinning around the monsters, makes it easier to dodge. There we go. And now I can free the Smuggler, which is gonna give me a bit of might, a bit of favor, and a bit of reputation. And that's why we do these in the black zone, because they give a good amount of might. And here is the boss lair, and when I do this, I look and see if anybody's on the edge of my screen, because if they see me channeling, they for sure know I'm in this dungeon, so they would definitely want to dive me. And now I'm switching to single target, because either I fight the boss or somebody dives me and I have to fight them, so I need to be on single target right now. And now I just wait for 90 seconds. Usually, if I think the chances of somebody finding me in 90 seconds are incredibly low, I just go straight for the boss. But this is absolutely the safer approach. You should just wait 90 seconds at the entrance. And now if somebody comes, I have to pay attention to this buff to make sure I don't exit the dungeon before this buff finishes or expires, because if I exit now, I'm not gonna get an invulnerability shield. And if that ganker has a friend waiting for me outside, I'm dead. So if somebody invades you right after you go into the dungeon, I think a good or a better idea is to try to run over here and maybe wait out this buff before you try to exit. But even that is quite hard, because if you are in combat with another player, you cannot zone. So I would not be able, even if I go here, I would not, the game would prevent me from leaving. And this applies to any zone. It applies in the open world if you try to move zones. If you're in combat with another player, and being in combat means I am dealing damage to the player, or I have dealt damage to the player in the past 20 or so seconds, not if the player attacked me. So if the player attacks me but I do not attack back, I'm not locked in combat with them, so I would be able to zone. But that's a mechanic that's very important to keep in mind, especially when you're trying to escape gankers, because if you accidentally hit a ganker back, then you will not be able to zone anymore, and that most certainly is gonna result in you losing that fight and dying. And there we go, we get 40,000 fame, and it is indeed an epic chest, so let's see what loot we get from this. Oh, 400,000 silver, that's very good. Very, very good. So these boss lairs, if you are lucky to get a purple chest, they can give quite a good amount of loot. You can also get legendary chests if you're very lucky. And the boss lair chests can never be green, they're at least blue all the time. So I would definitely recommend you do these whenever you get the chance. So yeah, I'm thinking about going back. I'm gonna use the silver bags, which already give me 200k, and that means I have 350k of loot in my inventory that I should probably take back. It costs me 74,000 to teleport back. But at this point, I'm pretty far away from my safe portals. So you see I'm 1, 2, 3 zones away. And I would not recommend running to your portal at this point. I would, if you want to go back at this point, I would recommend just doing so. I know we have an enemy here that's using a Clarent blade. But he has no cape and he has no food, so maybe I can fight him if he wants to fight. This is definitely risky, and he has a friend apparently. Or I think they might be enemies. So okay, then I'm not gonna mess around with that. Yeah, I would like to fight him, but again, he invited, so I'm in a party with him now, right? But if we were to fight this guy and this guy wanted to, let's say we did kill him, but then I was low HP, what the other guy could do is drop the party and then kill me as well. So you have to be careful when you party up with people in the black zone, because it can be quite risky. Yeah, and it's just a waste of time here, so I'm gonna leave the party and leave them to their situation, and they can figure it out between themselves, and I'm just gonna move and go to a different zone, and that's gonna be, I think, Sunstrand Shoal, because there's not much else where I can go at this point. Let's see, how much more might do I need? I only need 2000 more might, so I'm gonna stay until I finish that, and then we can journey back and see what rewards we can get. And 200,000 fame, just like that. And a few items that we can sell. Sure, I'll pick everything up, why not? And see, it's so hard to mount when one of these cougars attacks you because it puts a bleed on you that keeps sticking you for damage and keeps interrupting your mount up, so these can be dangerous if somebody is chasing you and you try to mount up. And okay, we're going to go into a tier 7 zone, and now with the upgraded gear we have, which is 4.2, and we also have more IP because of all the experience we've been getting, or fame I mean. Let's see if we can more easily take down the tier 7 mobs. It's still a very risky thing because there's 6 to 15. You don't know, maybe there's 6 people in the zone, maybe there's 15 people in the zone, and there's a ganking group, so this is pretty dangerous. If we could get one of these camps, and if we could clear them, that would be nice, but we shall see. That's not a camp, and the only place that a camp could be at is over there in the middle of the map, so seems like there's not many camps active at this point in this zone, but maybe we can find some random mobs just roaming around. So let's see, with premium, when we're gonna kill one of these melee mobs, we get 12,000 fame and 10,000 fame for the ranged mob. So at this point, if we can farm this zone, it would be nice to keep farming here because the rates are so much better than in the tier 6. We do take a lot of damage though, so we have to be very careful. But since we have a lot of AoE, it's very nice when we can clump up the mobs like this, and then we can deal damage to all of them at once, and there we go. With that 3-pack of mobs, we just got 30,000 fame very, very quickly. And oh, we have a circle mob here. Okay, this is very risky because it is protected by 2 other normal mobs. So what we're gonna try to do is quickly take down one of the weaker mobs, and that's not good. I took a lot of damage there. It's very risky what I'm doing here. And I mount up and I run away. There we go, and now I wait for my life to regenerate. We took down one of the ads, and we're gonna take the other one after we fully regenerate. But this is very risky. So I was very low HP there, somebody could have just come, and it would have been very hard for me to mount up as well because of just how many sources of damage ongoing at the same time. It could have prevented me from mounting up. And I still have enough life to continue this fight without resetting it. I just have to make sure I'm dodging everything here because these hit hard. You see, I'm trying to move in between auto attacks, and the way I'm doing that is I use right click and then I keep pressing spacebar after every right click so that I move a little bit and then I auto attack the enemy. And there we go, we get 100,000 fame just like that for a circle mob, and you can figure out just how much a spiky boss would give us at tier 7 if we were able to take it down even. I think I'm gonna keep stopping for these groups of mobs because they're definitely worth it. Even though we're putting ourselves at a bigger risk, we're also getting much more fame and silver and might. So if I can clear these mobs, it's gonna be enough, but as I mentioned before, these are pretty tough to clear. You can see they deal a lot of damage. And I have to dodge that. Oh my god, if I were to get hit by that, it would be bad. I have to dodge everything if I don't want to die here. And there we go, we took him down, and this is gonna be enough, I think. And we unlock the chest. Now we're immediately just going to go over here and travel back. It's gonna cost us 50,000 silver, but it's perfectly fine. We're just gonna use this channeled ability, and if I take any damage at this point, it's gonna be interrupted, so just be careful that there are no players seeing you do this. Otherwise, they do have enough time to dismount and interrupt your channel. And there we go, we're back. We're gonna quickly use all of the books we have gotten. And we're gonna store the Smuggler coins. And now we're gonna go over here to Activities, Conqueror's Challenge. And oh no, we need premium to get the chest. I completely forgot about that, but it's fine. We still got a lot of favor. Again, if you have premium, you get a lot of benefits. So that chest would give us like 500,000 silver usually, which is very nice. But anyway, we're gonna come over here to the energy manipulator, and over here on the favor rewards tab, what we wanna buy, in my opinion, is Conqueror's chests. And we can buy 2 of them with the favors we achieved so far. Otherwise, you can buy Siphoned Energy, and it's enough for 84 pieces of Siphoned Energy. And one of these Siphoned Energy is like 9,000 silver. So you can quickly do the maths. This is almost 1 million silver. It's like 700,000 silver actually, if we were to sell all the Siphoned Energy. Instead, I think we're gonna do the Conqueror's chests. Or maybe, let's do this. Let's do 1 Conqueror's chest. And then let's purchase 47 Siphoned Energy with the rest of the favor. So we are going to split the 2. And there's also a mission for that. So I'm glad that I bought one of them as a chest. And let's see what rewards we get if we open it. So we get 2 tomes, which is 200,000 combat fame. We get 4 of these bags, which is 200,000 silver, and this is another 100,000, so that's 300,000 silver. We get a bit of Siphoned Energy and some not so useful stuff. So let's quickly use these. And then with Siphoned Energy, what you can do is if you have 10 pieces of Siphoned Energy in your inventory, which I'm going to keep actually, we are going to be able to use this overcharge mechanic, which is over here on, I think it's O by default, but I set it to C. When you overcharge your gear, you receive 100 item power for 30 minutes. And after the 30 minutes are up, there is a 15% chance that your items are going to be destroyed. If you want to overcharge again in those 30 minutes, you can do so to extend the timer to 60 minutes without getting an additional 100 IP. But then at the end of the hour, you will have a 30% chance of having each item destroyed. So I'm gonna use these, and I'm gonna store these away. And now I'm gonna sell everything else we have in our inventory. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna sell order everything. I'm also gonna sell order the Siphoned Energy because it's such a good value. And I'm gonna sell order all the items. Maybe even this one. And the torch. And the artifacts. Man, if it's such a low value, I don't really care about it. I just want to get it sold. The Satchel of Insight, this is going to be worth a lot, yeah. So we definitely want to do that. And everything else that's slightly worthwhile, I'm going to sell order as well. Then I'm going to quick sell everything else. And just do a quick check. There's nothing egregious about these values, so I'm just gonna sell everything, and we reach 1 million in items sold. So that's almost... It is halfway to the 2 million that we need. I also have a lot of new things to claim. Always do that every time we're in town. We get some more silver, some more tomes. It's always so nice to use all of these rewards that we get from the journal. And then we're gonna store the cosmetics away. And we're already at 2.4 million silver, so that's amazing. We're gonna keep making progress towards our first steps. We have 1 more million in items to sell. So let's keep doing that by going to the black zone and finding more things to sell. Oh, and there we go. We're actually in a quality 5 zone, which is very good. So if we remember, I actually don't remember exactly how much fame I was getting from a melee mob in a quality 2 zone. What the hell is going on? I cannot access I cannot open... Okay, I seem to have been bugged. Because I cannot open my abilities, which is very bad. Also, we have a ganker here, which is also very bad. But, Okay, I'm gonna risk it. I'm going for the circle mob in a quality 5 zone. This might be the death of me, but we shall see. And as you can see, it is much harder to defeat these mobs because the power of them increases with quality as well as with tier. So you can imagine tier 6 and tier 7 in quality 5 is gonna be much harder. Yeah, there we go, 60k for a circle mob of tier 5, which is pretty good. I really want to find just a melee, a normal melee mob. And we can more easily compare. So for example, this guy over here. And there we go. Let's see how much he gives. And it's 7,000, so you can see just how much better it is, fame-wise, if you are in the higher quality zones. And I'm also gonna open this keeper lair, and it's right next to us, so that's very good. I'm gonna go straight over here and enter it. Hopefully this also unblocks me being able to click on my items. Why am I not able to click on my items? SBI, please fix these bugs. So I'm not able to change my abilities right now. I guess that's fine, we're gonna stay with those. That's a bit annoying. And based on the layout of this solo boss lair, we might actually be getting a good chest. Never mind, it seems to be a small chest, so maybe not. But again, I'm gonna wait until the entrance closes, and only then am I going to start the fight. And there we go, 60k. There we go, that's it. And it's a rare cache. Since we're in a higher quality zone, that means we're gonna get better loot. Which might be 164k, that's very nice. We've gotten better before, but I'm not gonna complain about that. Okay, so I can't click on any items in my inventory for some reason. Which means oh, this is an Avalonian drone. Stop everything we're talking about and let's take it down. This could have some good loot. It's only 50k, but they can get much better loot sometimes. But 50k is not bad, I'm not gonna complain about it. It took me literally 10 seconds to get. And I'm not doing a good job here of staying alive, and I also cannot mount up. Again, I should have used my shield there to mount up, but I just panicked a little bit, which is fine. Everybody makes mistakes, don't worry about it too much. And since we have a circle mob here, I'm stopping to take it. They're always worth to stop and take. They give good silver and good fame. So what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna enter this solo dungeon. And like any normal boss lair or any dungeon we've been in so far, it's gonna close after 90 seconds. And then I'm gonna exit the game and log back in just so I can get back this bug where I cannot change my abilities, because it's really important to be able to change your abilities depending on who you're fighting. So I'm just gonna wait to make sure nobody follows me, but there's not much point for somebody to come into a solo dungeon unless they saw me zone in. But if I exit right now without waiting for the entrance to close, then somebody could just come and kill me while I'm logged out, because my character will still be in the game for quite a while. So I'm just gonna wait for that message, and then I'm just going to close the application. Because even though, so inside the dungeon there's a 5-minute logout timer, but once the entrance has closed, it doesn't matter if I exit forcefully, because I'm just gonna be safe in the dungeon. There we go, so we've logged back in, we're still in the dungeon, and we can change our abilities as normal. And now I'm going to go to the tier 6 quality 5 zone, which is right over here, and we're gonna see what rewards we're gonna get there. You saw when I was in a tier 7 quality 2 zone, I was getting 11,000 fame per mob. I think I'm gonna get close to that now in a tier 6 quality 5 zone. So let's see if that's the case, and I'm also going to try to clear some camps, even though there seem to be a decent amount of people roaming this area. And we get another rare solo cache, that's awesome. And there's also a treasure coffer opening in 25 seconds. So if nobody comes by, that's gonna be nice to get. And we get 200k out of the rare cache, that's very good. Let's just loot everything, and we are overloaded, and this is what I mentioned, you can switch your passive. Let's also use all these bags because they weigh quite a lot. And then if nobody contests us, we're gonna quickly open the coffer and get away. So there we go, it's a green coffer, but it should still give us a few rewards, it's fine. And 40k in silver. Loot everything and then run away. Now I am being quite overloaded because I have a lot of things that weigh a lot but are not worth that much. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go here to settings and make sure we have sort by estimated market value by weight highest. Then we're gonna click on sort, and now everything we have here at the bottom are the most efficient things to throw away from our inventory. And this is why I don't usually pick the tier 4 treasures, because they're always here at the bottom. And you see by just clearing out these items, I'm already way down in my weight, and I can switch back my passive to the one that gives me some extra defense, because that makes me more effective in combat. And I really didn't throw, I only threw away like 10,000 silver from my inventory, so it's nothing compared to the benefits that we get, which is being able to stay for longer trips before we have to go back. You see we already earned 500,000 fame in these quality 5 black zones, which is quite nice. I think there are journal missions for every quality, so eventually you will get those done as well, but there's a lot of missions that you're gonna do passively by just playing the game, and there's not much point to chasing them down at the beginning, when at the beginning the most efficient thing you can do is just play in the black zone to farm monsters. And you're gonna passively clear a lot of missions that way. What? He reset? This is so annoying. So these mobs are a bit bugged with their charge. When they charge into a wall, they have this chance of resetting the fight. And since he reset, he also reset his body. So I'm just going to wait until one of the monsters that I killed first, which are over here at this entrance, respawn, and then that's gonna be enough for me to clear. So this also gives an idea of how quickly the mobs respawn, and actually these ones should respawn first because they're the ones I killed first. And there we go. See, so it only took me one rotation of the entire camp, and already these mobs have respawned. So this gives you an idea of how quickly they respawn, which is about 2 minutes, I think. And there we go, we have a curse staff over here, which has a lot of IP, so I'm not really... actually, we're pretty close. We might be able to fight him if he wants to fight. I'm going to take the fight if he wants to fight. Let's see, we're gonna fight here. What I'm gonna do is he's gonna use his Wanderlust. I'm gonna take down his stacks. His Wanderlust really allows him to run quite far, so I'm gonna wait a little bit until I use my boots. And then I'm gonna have to use my W. I'm gonna use my W to root him. He's gonna root me as well. Let's see. I really want to lose the aggro of these mobs that I hit. But now he has no boots because his Wanderlust has much bigger cooldown than my boots. But in this next rotation I'm gonna have to hopefully be able to finish him. He made a mistake there, he cannot do that. And there we go, we win the fight. And that was a good fight, 200,000 silver. And now you can see on the minimap there, it disappeared already, but there was a skull popping up on the map. And that's not gonna show up for everyone on the map unless there are more than 2 people involved in the fight. Then it's gonna show up for everyone on the map when a kill happens. But since this was a solo kill, is what it's called, or a 1v1 kill, then it's not gonna show up. It's only gonna show up if somebody's very close and actually saw the kill happen. So that's awesome. We won our fight, and we won our fight because we properly used our helmet to take down the curse stacks. So one core thing that the curse does is it keeps applying stacks of damage over time to you. And the E ability that it has deals a ton of burst damage at the end. And I need to run away because I'm failing the fight here. At the end deals a lot of damage based on how many curse stacks you have, and if you use your shield, it's gonna drop all the stacks. But just take care, only this shield drops the damage over time effects. Okay, let's try this again. It's very hard to dodge all the overlapping AoEs, that's why it's pretty dangerous to try and take down so many of these archers at once. Also, one more crucial thing about that fight is he had Wanderlust on his boots, which allows him to run very far, but he used his boots and then he stayed close to me for quite a while, which allowed me to catch back up to him after his Wanderlust had ended. And since his Wanderlust had ended, my boots have a much lower cooldown. It's about half, so that's the downside of Wanderlust. It has a very long cooldown. And that means I was able to catch back up to him and run him down on the second rotation. Meanwhile, we get a rare cache, and that's another 200,000 silver. Let's just be careful, we're overloaded. So as soon as I see that overloaded message pop up, I run to my boots and I switch the passive. Because otherwise, when you're overloaded, you run much slower and you won't be able to run away from anyone, basically. Good, so we cleared another camp. That's very good. We already cleared 3 camps in this area. We're gonna use this to sort the inventory, and we're gonna throw away some of the items we have collected because we have too much weight. And we get another rare. Okay, the rate of rare caches we have gotten so far in this playthrough is a bit crazy. And oh my god, we get some very good loot here. Let's see. I cannot hold that many items. I'm gonna have to sort. And I'm just gonna throw away some of these. I need to pick this up, and I think I need this, and I think that's enough. Maybe this. Wow, we've got a really good rate of rare caches, and that means we're almost at 1 million silver. So what we're gonna do now is my journey back ability costs almost 200,000 silver. Now, if you're scared of how much loot you have and you don't want to lose it, absolutely use journey back. It's worth it. Don't worry about it. But if you want to be greedy and get and keep your 180k silver, then what we are going to do right now is we're going to run back to our safe portal. And I'm only doing this because it's close and the cost is very high because we are so close to the inner circle of the black zone. And the cost of your journey back ability is going to scale based on how far away you are from a main city. So it doesn't matter which city, but based on how far away you are from a main city. And we're pretty far away right now, so we're going to try to go back and use our safe portal so that we can safely store our items. It's a bit of a bummer that we have to leave the quality 5 zones, but it's fine, we can get back to them. And we have a medium chest that's gonna open in 12 minutes. I'm not thinking about contesting it, I'm just mentioning it because since there's a objective next to my safe portal, people might be hovering around it, and then that's scary, right? I don't want people to actually block me from going in. And we also have a hidden treasure here, so always pick those up. And I cannot hold any items, so I'm just gonna leave. But yeah, we have quite a nice haul of items. And we have an enemy player here, and that's a pretty scary build. I could probably win the fight, but I'm not going to risk it with how much silver I have on me right now. So the safer play right now is to just go back. And there we go, we have sell ordered everything and quick sold the rest. We're already almost at 4 million. Let's see just how much we have left out of this. Only 300k, so we might actually get this with the orders we already have. It depends on what sells and what doesn't. Every now and then you should check your orders, and if they were there for like a few days and haven't sold, you can click on the X and then relist them at the new prices, and then you'll have higher chances of them selling. But yeah, right now there's not much for us to do except to either wait for the things to sell and we can finish the mission, or we can do one more journey. First off, let's claim everything. We have some cosmetics. You should definitely use all the cosmetics unless you already have them like I do. We're gonna use the rest of the books. Awesome, so let's see, we have reached 50 specialization, which is a very good number. And again, I want to reiterate just how good having specs is. So we are level 77 in sword fighting, which gives us 0.2 times 77 item power for all swords. Then we have 52 in dual swords, which gives us 52 times 2 item power for dual swords, and then an additional 52 times 0.2 for all swords, so not just the dual swords. And if we take a look, this translates to 130 mastery bonus just from the fame we have gathered so far in our playthrough. This means we are as effective as if we were using a 4.3 masterpiece. So compared to someone who has no specs, they would have a 4.3 masterpiece and they would have 10 extra 10 extra IP than we do. And what that translates to is, for cheaper you are much more efficient, because let's see how much a 5.2 sword is. 4.3 or 5.2 is equivalent, but just see, 165k, and this is only 80k because it's excellent. If it was good, it's only like 50k. So that's a 100k silver difference in value, just from the fact that we spent the time to gather masteries in the weapons, and this applies to the armors as well, in the weapons and the armors that we're playing. So this is why I insisted so much on this being the beginning of your journey in Albion, because it makes you so much more effective in all instances where you're going to use your set. And since we are soon finishing our learning the ropes, first steps, being at this position where you have some specialization in at least one set is gonna make you more effective everywhere in the game where there is PvE or PvP or even gathering. Meanwhile, that also means we have unlocked some new abilities, which is hamstring. I don't really use hamstring that much. It might be good against some matchups, but I don't think it's in the meta right now. And then we also have parry strike, which is a very good ability to have against some burst builds. So for example, against curse staves are very predictable because you know when you're going to take the damage from them. So right before you take the damage, you can see it based on the buff on your portrait. You can press parry strike, and that means you deny all the damage that you would take. The damage is not reflected in this case, but in other cases, so for other weapons that would deal damage to you during the parry strike, you reflect 125% of the damage. So this can result in you absolutely destroying some builds. Good, that being said, we have a bit more to go until we get Iron Will, which is another pretty good ability to use in some matchups. But I think we can do one more run in the black zone, because otherwise we're just gonna have to wait. If I waited for an hour or so, the journal would just complete by itself. But right now let's venture out again. We can do that one final time probably. And right off, we see there's a chest and it opens in 45 seconds. I don't think I'm gonna get to it. And I'm also not in a very good zone because this is a quality 2 and it's actually a tier 8, so we really don't want to be here. Let's just as an experiment. Let's just see how much a tier 8 quality 2 melee monster is going to give us. And you can see I am not having difficulties clearing this. Maybe because we're in quality 2. And that's 15,000 fame, so maybe we actually want to stay here. Tier 8 zones are very risky, and especially this. This is very risky. I'm going to take so much damage from these. I'm not even sure I can... Yeah, you see, that was one ability taken. And you can see just how much damage it dealt to me. I'm not gonna reach the small treasure chest. Well, unless nobody takes it. But I highly doubt that. Maybe somebody's fighting and that's why they're not taking it, so... I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna run to... Oh, there is a kill. But since the skull appeared on the minimap, I'm not going there. Because that means at least 2 people were involved in that kill. So that means there's a group. And that probably means there's gankers. So at this point, I would suggest you get out of this map as quickly as possible. But I'm gonna stay just for a little bit because I'm greedy and I want to see if I can get anything. And the chest hasn't been picked yet, so it's either being used as a bait or there's a fight going on still. So there... Oh, and yeah, I think it's being used as a bait, so I'm going to try to be sneaky because they might not be on the chest if they chased him to the end. Oh my god, and there's... Okay, so there's a group of gankers 100% coming towards me right now. But I'm just gonna be sneaky and try to steal this. Yes, and you see, the group of gankers is coming, so now I have to run. And they might be chasing me a little bit here. They're actually not gankers, they are a team fighting group. And that's a good thing for me, because gankers have weapons that are much more likely to be able to catch me, while these guys don't really have amazing weapons to be able to catch. So I'm going to keep running this way because they came from north. They're going to try to cut me off. I'm going to try to exit south and they know that. They're going to try to cut me off. And see, he dismounted right there. So I'm just going to run a bit this way. And if he doesn't... Yeah, he's still dismounted and we have somebody over there. So I have to run this way now. Because otherwise I would be cut off from the east. And that was very close. Thankfully I managed to dodge. And now I have to run south as quickly as I can. Because otherwise their entire team is going to collapse on me. And I think they already have somebody on the south gate trying to cut me off. You saw there was a pair of gloves that was probably trying to cut me off. But since nobody's chasing me anymore, I think I got away with it. So I managed to steal the chest and I'm going to exit right now. Okay, there's nobody here. I'm safe, I'm safe. I can just relax a little bit and see if there's anything else I can gather in this map. Or maybe some circle boss or some camps that I could clear. This is a very risky thing to stay on the camp when I know there is a group, but let's just see what happens, right? And I'm also not on the right abilities, so that's not great. But you see, this is tier 8, and you can see just how much damage I'm taking right now. And it's not great, right? I'm taking so much damage from just 2 normal mobs. It's gonna be very hard to clear upgraded mobs. And it's gonna make it very risky, but let's see if we can clear the tier 8. It would be nice. I'm going to take down those as quickly as I can. And I'm gonna wait for them to spawn, and then I'm gonna clear them with my E. So those bats deal a lot of damage. They're actually the bulk of the damage for these monsters, and that's why I try to focus them. I'm also going to eat my food so that I can regenerate my HP quickly. And then I'm going to fight for an eternity against these melee mobs that take so long to take down because of this buff they apply to themselves. That really reduces all the damage I can deal. And since they're tier 8, they also take reduced damage. So they're very strong. But if I am able to clear this camp, I might be getting some good tier 8 loot from the cache. So again, risk reward. I'm doing pretty risky plays, especially with the steal I did on the chest there. But if I can get away with it, then I'm going to be rewarded for it. Next up, we're going to clear these, and okay, I'm gonna reset this fight because I took half my HP in damage before it even started. And please go away, thank you. And let's try that again. And I'm gonna do this way now. And now I'm going to focus on taking down the spellcaster, even though maybe it's a better idea to take down the melee in this case, because the spellcaster is upgraded, and I'm actually going to go down because I run straight into the ability. Thankfully, there's only 0 to 5 people, and also I got downed in a pretty safe spot, because if somebody tries to execute me now, there's no way for them to do that without taking the aggro off of these monsters, which is gonna interrupt them. However, if there's a team, one of them can take the aggro and one of them can just directly execute me, so there's not much of a problem there if there's more than one person. But I'm not giving up, I'm gonna keep trying, and this time I am going to try to take down this melee first. Let's see. I'm gonna use my heal. And you saw just one of these abilities dealt 1200 damage to me, which is more than half my HP. So you definitely should come with a bit more powerful gear in the tier 8 zones, and that's why you should wait until you get more IP to come here and farm these zones. Or if you're feeling risky, you can invest more in higher tier gear, but that's gonna put you at a greater risk, because not only is this zone more risky, you're also risking more silver, so yeah, it's very dangerous to do that. Again, let's wait, and then we take them down like that. Let's see, even with their auto attacks they deal quite a lot of damage, so not only are the bats very dangerous, but them themselves are dangerous. And we only need one more mob, so this is going to be enough. Let's take him down as quickly as we can, and then we can unlock the chest. Okay, and we also have the lair. No, it's protected. Okay, I'm going to focus on the lair. Oh, there's also a rare cache. Oh no. Hopefully nobody comes right now, because there's so much value I can get out of this camp. I'm just hoping nobody comes right now. It is inactive, I know, that doesn't matter. I need to take this down as quickly as I can. And then I can take the map. Good, I got the map, and then I can open. It's only a blue one, not a rare one. But it's still going to be pretty good, so get 300k silver. And that's very good. That's more than what we've got so far from the rare caches in the tier 6 zone. So you can see tier 8 gives very good rewards, but there's also a lot of risk, because many people like to play in these zones due to how many rewards you can get. Now my goal is to get to the boss lair without being spotted and without anybody trying to invade me. It is quite a risky placement this time, because it's right in the middle of the map and it's right next to a camp. If that camp is active, it means many people are going to be hovering around it, and just the odds of me being discovered and found in my dungeon go up significantly. That being said, I am going to choose some abilities that are going to allow me to fight better in enclosed spaces. So here we go, solo boss lair, and hopefully nobody sees me on the edges of the screen. Seems okay, but somebody could still run across, and if they hover the mouse over the entrance, they could see that it's a solo boss lair, and they will know somebody is most likely in it. I'm choosing this interrupt ability because it increases the auto attack damage, and if we're fighting in an enclosed space and the enemy does not know to kite me when I use this ability, I can destroy them if I use it right after my E. So if I have 3 heroic charges, I have increased auto attack speed. From the E, I have both increased auto attack speed and auto attack damage. And from the W, I have increased auto attack damage, and I just melt the enemy if I use these 3 abilities at the same time. And I'm going to try to use it on the boss if nobody comes to interrupt me doing so. But first I'm just gonna wait until the entrance closes. We got a tier 8 item, and that's very nice because it sells for a nice 150k. And since it's not enchanted or anything, it's gonna sell pretty quickly, I would think. So we're gonna wait just a little bit longer and hopefully nobody finds us in the tier 8 dungeon. Because I think we're also going to get a journal mission if we manage to finish this. Let me take a swig of water because my throat is getting dry. Good water. Now the entrance has closed and we can finish the boss safely. I mean, actually, there is a chance you run across bosses that you cannot defeat if they're tier 8, because tier 8 bosses, as you will see now, probably, can be significantly harder to take down. So this one I know that I have to kite around, especially when they use that. And I think I might have to focus these, because otherwise it's very bad. I think I might have to take an AoE ability here so that I can take these ads down faster. Oh, wow, I can also interrupt that. I did not know that. That's the first time I've done that. So my W is an interrupt ability and I can interrupt the spawning of those ads. That's very good. Okay, that's gonna allow me to win this fight. I hope. And it was very close, but we managed it. We get a mission completion, and let's see what's in the chest. And 200k silver. This is very good. That's why tier 8 is so good. You saw that only in the bags and some of these souls and runes did I get 100k. So most of the time, if you finish a lair in a tier 8 zone, you're gonna get at least 100k silver. So it's very, very good. Okay, but now I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna keep roaming this area because it seems like I'm able to without being ganked so far. If I'm in danger of being ganked, I can try to run back to the Limhurst portal. And now I could also try to keep finishing these camps. It's very risky, but I'm a greedy boy, so I'm going to try it. Also, I'm having trouble sustaining my mana, so I don't like it, but I have to switch to my mana helmet ability. And we have a circle mob at tier 8, which is gonna give a lot of fame, but this is so risky. This is so risky. Let's see if we can take it down, but the odds of me being able to take this guy down are gonna be pretty low, I think. We're gonna try it anyway. Oh no, I missed that. Okay, we have to reset. I completely missed that. I thought he was spawning instead of using an AoE, but I completely missed that. The more I stay on this camp, the higher the odds somebody spots me and tries to gank me, so I'm really trying to do this as fast as I can. I'm gonna take that down. These AoEs are pretty hard to play around, so I'm gonna try to pull him. And that's not really great because I'm very close to the pack of 3. I'm gonna keep trying. I'm gonna keep my W so that I can clear that fast. And I got hit by it. I was right on the edge. But that's not good. There we go. And we managed to take him down. Let's go. That's very good. But we still have to take down these if I want to be able to loot the cache after I finish. So I'm gonna try doing that right now. I'm gonna try focusing one of these. I'm gonna have to dodge that. I'm gonna have to run there. And I have to dodge everything, otherwise I will just die. I'm also risking. And there we go. We need to reset now. We took down one of them. Let's reset, and then we can take down the other one. So this is, and we also have a blue one. That's very good. Maybe I can loot it from this side without having to do... There we go. So this is a nice trick. You can try to scoot on the edge and then you're able to loot it without me having to waste time, because I'm not gonna get fame anyway, right? So if I can avoid clearing more, then that's perfect. And we were able to loot that, which is very good. We didn't get that much from it, but still. I wonder how our things are selling. We're almost there, almost at 2 million. We're gonna keep roaming around for just a little bit. And we have... I think this is the one we can actually clear. And oh my god, if we are able to clear a... That would be so good. And I'm not doing a great job right now. I need to run. Okay, so we have to focus a little bit more, but if we can clear one of those, it's gonna be so good. And I think this one is one we can clear, even though we are a bit weaker. We just have to be careful about that. Wait for it to end, and then we need to clear this first. There we go. I'm gonna clear that, and he's gonna hook us, and I'm gonna run as fast as I can before he hooks me again. I'm regenerating, so that means I'm out of combat. I'm gonna mount back up, and I'm gonna switch to... I think I'm gonna switch to this. We'll see if we can clear this. It's gonna be very hard. But we have to dodge absolutely everything. Otherwise, it's not going to be possible. I'm gonna use everything as efficiently as I can. I'm gonna try to use my shield to at least block some auto attacks. I'm gonna use my regenerating sprint to try to regenerate health as often as I can. This is very risky, and sadly we cannot do it because somebody spots us. And at this point, the game is probably over. We're not going to be able to take it. What I can do in this situation is make a mental note of where the monster is. And usually people are greedy, right? So somebody is going to try to take it for himself. And if they do that, and I can approach them with the invisibility potion, that would make it a possible kill I could do. But it's going to be very risky. So I'm just going to stay away from the area for 30 seconds or so. Then I'm gonna inch closer and see if I can hear the enemy attempting to clear that mob. And if they do, I'm going to try to use my invisibility potion, which is very risky, by the way, to use your invisibility potion aggressively, because then you do not have it to get away. So I hear him, and obviously he saw me, so he's also hovering the area. He knows I'm waiting for the same thing, so he's not gonna let me just finish that monster, sadly. Which means I probably am not going to be able to get it if he keeps hovering the area. He's probably doing the same thing as me, just leaving for... Oh, there we go. Okay, so they're in a guild anyway, and you see, running simulator. Yeah, so there's at least 2 of them. Sadly, we won't be able to get the spiky boss, which would have given us, I think, 400,000 fame, which is a lot, and like 100,000 silver at least. But let's see, if they try to be greedy and if they get hit by abilities, I'm going to try to kill them, even though there's 2 of them at the very least. I'm going to keep hovering this area. Then let's listen. On the left of the screen, they're fighting. So they popped at the screen, that means they're there. And maybe they saw me, maybe they didn't, but I'm gonna wait for a bit. I'm gonna wait for them to keep fighting. And maybe they make a mistake. Maybe they get downed, or maybe they get heavily damaged. Let's see, we're gonna slowly approach. There we go. I'm gonna use my invisibility potion, and maybe they already saw me. Oh, this is very risky. And let's see if I am able... Yeah, okay, so that means I die right here. And that was a big risk I took. I'm gonna go back to town. So what happened there is he also died to the damage of the mob. I would have hoped to... so that only 2 of them are there. But there was 3 of them. and that was making it much harder. I could have played that better because I got hit by the ability as well. You saw me taking almost all my health in damage, and then at that point, if I didn't take another hit from the mob, they would have instantly killed me. So at least there was a slight chance of them all getting downed, and then I would have had time to get back up. But yeah, that just didn't happen, but it's fine. I took a risk and I paid for it, but it could have paid off. And you saw he had 6.2 items, so that was maybe 1 million in silver I could have gotten there. And it just didn't happen this time, but I only sacrificed, well, 100,000 in silver on my gear, but I also had 400,000 silver in my inventory, so maybe not the best sacrifice to make. But it was a choice I made. It didn't work out this time, and that's perfectly fine. The way you're gonna learn this game the quickest is if you take these risks, especially once you have a bankroll that you can afford to spend to learn from your mistakes. Because, okay, I paid 300, 400,000 silver in losses, but that's perfectly fine. I already have 4 million silver, so I can take some of these losses at the expense, at the benefit of having fun and actually learning how to play these tricky situations, right? That was a dumb fight to take. 99.9% of the time that fight would not have worked out, so it isn't something I should have actually tried to fight there. But it's perfectly fine. Let's check our journal. We still have 100,000 silver in sales, or that's actually 200,000 silver in sales that we need to make. So to speed that up, let's see if I can buy some more siphoned energy with my might. Not really, no. I cannot because I don't have it. And that's annoying. You need premium to be able to unlock this chest. That would have been more than enough. And I don't really have enough things to sell in my bank to meet that threshold. I'm curious what the final mission is going to be on our learning the ropes. And we get a big tome here, which we can use. Remember to have items equipped, otherwise you're just gonna waste your tomes. One other thing I can do is bring my siphoned energy with me, which will allow me to overcharge for some extra power in these dire situations. But at the same time, I don't really feel like risking an extra 90k, so I'm just not gonna take it. Also, why am I wearing an ox? Do not wear an ox in the black zone or you will die. Now, this time I equipped myself with tier 5, and there's a difference. There is a slight difference between using tier 4.2 or tier 5.1. They both have the same base IP. However, the higher tier item you use, you're also going to get this thing called a mastery modifier. For tier 5, it's 5%. For tier 6, I think it's 10%, and so on. And what this does, it adds an additional 5% to your mastery bonus. So we see we have 134 mastery bonus from the generalization and specialist skills we have in dual swords. And on top of that, we get added an additional 7, which is 5% of the 134. And that gives us a bit extra IP. And as you get more and more mastery, it becomes more and more worth it to use the higher tier items, because your mastery is going to give you even more IP. Cool, so that being said, I think I'm going to wait a little bit until more of the market orders are going through. Actually, I just realized one funny thing I can do to speed this up is to do the following. I can go to Siphon Energy and be like, oh, awesome, let's buy 30 of these. And that's gonna cost me 300k. And then let's just sell them back instantly. And there we go, sell items worth 2 million silver. So obviously don't do this, but I just wanted to finish the journal mission a bit quicker. And that means I can claim this tome. And then what we can do is to unlock all the tier 4 weapons and offhands. And you might be thinking, hey, that seems very hard to do, no? And let's see. What we would have to do for that is we would have to go, for example, on the warrior tree. And then we would have to, well, we already have swords, right? But then for axes, what we can do is to buy the tier 3 Journeyman's Battle Axe and get a bit of fame so that we unlock the tier 4 ones. And we have to do that for every weapon and offhand. And I think it is a good moment to do this. And actually it would have been better if we had kept some of our tomes of insight, because we would be able to do that much easier from the comfort of just being here in town, instead of having to go out with every weapon to get a bit of fame. So maybe we're going to wait and actually gather a bit of tomes up, and only then are we going to unlock all of these. So actually, to speed this process up a bit, well, you can do it without spending money, but I'm going to do the following. I'm going to buy 20 of these tomes of insight, which is gonna set me back like 600,000 silver. So that's definitely quite a lot. This is not the most effective way to unlock everything, but just for the point of showing it quicker, it is a way you can do it. So I think I need 18, and then we're gonna have to go on a bit of a shopping spree. So we're gonna take absolutely every item and buy the tier 3 for it. So for example, we need to unlock this, and that's tier 3 soldier armor. So we're gonna filter by tier 3, and we're gonna go soldier armor. We don't need the boots, we already have that. And then we're gonna take everything in order. So battle axe, mace, hammer. Battle axe, mace, and so on and so forth. I'm going to skip forward until we have everything. I can also filter by weapons here. And just so you know, for some of these, actually, for example, yeah, for the mage and for the hunter, we're gonna need to get the tier 2 things. So let's quickly buy the tier 2 bow. Well, we're also gonna need a tier 3 bow, so I'm gonna do that anyway. And then we're gonna need a staff at tier 2 and fire staff at tier 3. And then we're gonna keep going around the rest of the weapons and buying everything. So there we go, we have bought absolutely everything, and now we're gonna have to wear, first off, let's just get our actual usable items out of the way, because we do not really care about anything we have over here. I just want to focus on these items. First off, I'm going to do something that I said you should not do, and I'm going to turn everything on for fighting for these generalist nodes. And you see everything lit up, and I'm gonna be using learning points to quickly unlock these, and I actually don't need it for these ones because one tome is gonna be enough. But for example, for this node, I need 25k, so I'm going to turn on quick learn for it, and then I'm gonna use a tome, which gives me 10,000 fame. It's gonna give me 50,000 fame instead, and that's just gonna unlock it for me. So I'm only going to use learning for this, just for unlocking the items and finishing the journal mission. And I don't think I need these equipped, but just to get done with this tier 2, I think everything is turned on that matters, so I'm just gonna use one tome. And there we go, we have unlocked this, and we only need this now, which is tier 2, so I'm gonna equip this. I can throw away the tier 2 bow, I don't need it anymore. I also don't need, you know, I really wanna, how can I do this? I think I'm gonna need 2 more tomes of insight actually, so I'm just gonna buy them right now and come back, because I really wanna unlock everything basically at the same time. So let's go to Tome of Insight. No, I need Tome of Insight. I'm gonna buy 2 more of these. Should be fine now. So I am spending quite a bit on this unlock process, but it's much quicker than having to go out with each weapon. Obviously, if you want to try out that's the point of this mission, right? You should go out with each weapon and seeing what it does. But I already know what each weapon does. I just want to finish the journal mission. But for you to experiment and see what build you would like most, I think it's a good mission. So for that, I'm going to use this. And now I unlocked the mage. And I do not need any of these tier 2s anymore. And now I'm just going to go in order because that's the easiest. So first things first, I equip the plate armor. That's going to unlock it. And I have boots and hood. Oh no, I think well, I made a mistake throwing the tier 2s away because I needed those. Oh no, I have the tier 3. It's fine, it's fine. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Now what I'm gonna do is use the battle axe. And I can equip an offhand as well, which can be this one, for example. And now let's just make sure I have quick learn turned on for everything, and all of these nodes should be lit up. Perfect. So now as soon as I use one tome here, I should unlock this, all in tier 4. And that confirms it. Yes, this is more than enough. And I only use like 20 learning points, so that's perfectly fine. Now, I want to turn off quick learn for all the armors manually because I don't want to make a mistake of using too many learning points for this purpose because it's absolutely not worth it. Good, so we unlocked that. Now we need to unlock the cloth armor, which I have a set here. These are not going to be used anymore, but I'm just going to move there in case I made a mistake. And then we can equip another offhand, which is the torch. And we can also equip, for example, the nature staff. And all the learning points are as they should be. And boom, I'm going to unlock everything. I used like 30 learning points just for one click of one adept tome, so that's why I absolutely recommend you never turn this quick learning on. Now I can turn this off. And I'm also done with the torch and the nature staff. I only need to turn off the armors because I'm gonna keep the armors on to get fame in them, even though I don't need it anymore. It's better than just taking off all my armor and I'm gonna waste so much fame. So these are done. These are staying on, but remember to turn quick learn off for them. And now I can just go ahead and equip this. And I don't really care about the offhands anymore, so I'm just gonna use there, take this off, use, put this on, use, put this on, and so on for every weapon. And there we go. I think that should be it. If I did everything correctly, our journal is done. Unlock all T4 weapons and offense. And you don't need the armors, but you might as well unlock them because it would be nice for you to be able to use them. And with this claim, we are done. Our first steps are done, and we actually get a Beretta for it. And that gives us a cosmetic, which is very, very nice. We also get a few extra missions. And this marks, well, the end of the beginning of your journey. And now with all these weapons unlocked in tier 4, you really should never touch any of these tier 3s again. I'm not gonna throw them all away because I can just sell them back instead of being dumb. I'm gonna equip my items, and then again I can sell those back. I'm gonna use them, make sure I'm using all my untradables just so it's cleaner, and now just sell all the tier 3s back so I can make at least some of my money back. I'm just going to quick sell everything because I really can't be bothered selling them one by one, but if you want more of your money back, you definitely should. And there you go. This marks the beginning or the end of the beginning and the beginning of the rest of your adventure. And going from here, you now have a good bankroll. Depending on how much you played, you also have some days of premium left. So this enables you to go in whatever direction you would like. Now, if you liked this playthrough, let me know in the comments what direction you would like to see me go next or explain in more detail, because there's just so much to do in Albion. This was literally just the tutorial for you and for you to actually understand some of the mechanics of the game. But from here, you can specialize in doing PvE, open world PvE, and becoming a beast at surviving tense situations, at surviving ganks, or fighting with players in the open world. Alternatively, you could go into crafting. Now, since we unlocked a lot of things, I'm gonna keep getting these notifications that are actually annoying, and I want them to stop. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to log out so that I can finish my end of video speech. Thank you very much, Albion, without you giving me a notification every 2 seconds for the next 50 minutes. And I just relogged, and this should mean that we stop getting these notifications now. Awesome. So you can either go into crafting, because as you notice, we've been only looking at the left side of the Destiny board, but the entire right side of the Destiny board is reserved for crafting fame, and it's quite similar to how PvE works. The more you craft a certain item, the more you craft a specific type of item, the better and more profit you can make from it. So it would be nice to specialize in something. And oh my god, I just noticed I used 300 learning points for this unlocking. Oh my god. If you can afford it, a better way to unlock everything is just buy 3 tomes instead of 1 for each of those. And just don't use the... I'm also have to not forget to turn everything off, because I'm just gonna deplete everything instantly. And learning points are a really valuable resource. But yeah, as I said, you can go into crafting, which can make you money. And honestly, with a few million silver, you can get started into crafting. Let me know if that's something that would interest you. Alternatively, something that doesn't show up on the Destiny board, but is incredible. The biggest part of Albion is what I would call the social and guild tab. And that means joining a guild and starting to doing objectives in the open world together with your guild, so that you can climb the leaderboards, because that's what Albion is all about. Besides PvP, besides 1v1 PvP and team-based arenas or small-scale PvP, guilds or guild fights, or what are called the ZVZs, which is Zerg versus Zerg, are huge 50 versus 50 player battles where everyone plays an important role, and they're really quite a sight to behold in the first place. But there's also so much fun to play alongside with a dedicated guild leader that just puts his heart into it, right? So guild content is very fun in this game. From this point on, you know the ropes of the game, so I would recommend searching a guild to join that fits your interests and fits your playstyle, and also has some experienced players that can guide you even further. Now, with regards to premium, you can keep grinding if you want to buy premium, but the most effective thing you can do right now is to buy 7 days of premium. If you have the disposable income, of course, go for the 30 days. It's more value. But if you want to spend as little as possible, just go for 7 days and try to do as much as you can in those 7 days. Not only those 7 days are going to allow you to claim some of the rewards here, which is this chest, for example, or the ones from the Adventurers Challenge, but it would also unlock the island for you, which, if you like that type of gameplay, this is a more passive style of playing where you just raise crops or raise animals and you can earn silver doing so. Just know that you're not going to earn much silver doing this. You can definitely earn some silver, but actively playing the game is obviously going to earn you so much more. So yeah, and then there's gathering. So these are the main areas you can go down and play Albion, and the most fun you're gonna have is when all of these come together and you're just doing something out of everything, out of all of these activities little by little. And as you keep getting more experience, you're gonna figure out what you want to do more of and what you want to do less of. So yeah, this is going to be the end of the first steps in your journey. Thank you so much for watching. If you'd like to see something more out of this series, let me know in the comments. If not, check out my channel. There's already so much PvP content, and in most of them I explain things, what I'm doing. So if you want to learn more about that, feel free to check it out. And yeah, thank you for watching. This was a very long video. If you made it so far, I don't know, comment siphoned energy in the comments, and I will know that you have made it this far. So thank you again for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.